In Manhattan, a high-end cocktail party was underway. Anyone invited was somebody. The room was packed with heavyweight names: General Ross from the military, New York's newly appointed mayor, the Chief Justice of the New York State Supreme Court, even members of the presidential staff. Linn wasn't supposed to be here. An assistant director at the FBI's New York branch didn't rank high enough for this kind of circle. He got in only because his direct superior brought him along. That superior was James Duke, director of the FBI New York branch. Right now, Duke was chatting comfortably with Alexander Pierce and Congressman Stern. When Pierce finally excused himself and left, Duke turned and waved. Linn, who had been waiting off to the side, offered polite goodbyes to the nearby guests and walked over. "Come here, Linn," Duke said with a friendly grin. "Let me introduce you. This is Congressman Stern, an old friend of mine." Linn smiled and extended his hand. "Mr. Stern, nice to meet you." Stern shook his hand, eyes sharp despite the warm smile. "I've heard about you. James says you made assistant director at a young age." "That's impressive." "You're too kind," Linn replied smoothly. "I've only gotten this far because Director Duke has supported me." Duke chuckled and patted Linn on the shoulder, pleased. "The FBI's future belongs to people like him." Stern laughed. "And what about you? Planning to retire and spend your days taking your grandson to school?" "I've thought about it," Duke said, laughing along. "A few more years, and this chair will belong to someone else." Linn kept the right expression on his face, saying little, playing the perfect background. The party eventually ended. Guests filed out. Linn left with the crowd. But Duke didn't. Once the doors were closed and the noise faded, the director's cheerful expression vanished like a mask being removed. Across from him, Stern swirled the last of his champagne and asked lightly, "That young man, he's the one you plan to cultivate, isn't he?" "I'm very optimistic about him," Duke said. He took a slow sip before continuing, voice calm and certain. "He's capable. He thinks fast. And most importantly, he's smart." Then, after a pause, he added, "He reminds me of Alexander when he was young." Stern's smile tightened, just a fraction. "You rate him that highly?" Duke didn't answer directly. Instead, he shifted the topic. "Enough about him. You're using New York as your stepping stone to the Senate, right? If you need support, say the word. I can help." Later that night, on the streets of New York, Linn drove a black Chevrolet toward his apartment, replaying the evening. Most people had left when the party ended, but a small group stayed behind. Alexander Pierce. Congressman Stern. Pierce was Hydra. That much was clear. Stern. Linn remembered him too. The same congressman who would later push Congress to seize Tony Stark's armor. And if Linn's memory was right, Stern was Hydra as well. Which raised one ugly question. What about James Duke? Was his own boss Hydra too? His thoughts were cut off by the sudden ring of his phone. Linn glanced at the screen, smiled, and answered. The moment the call connected, an angry voice blasted through the speaker. "Linn, you haven't come home for the weekend family gathering in 3 weeks." He pulled the phone slightly away from his ear, still smiling. "And you promised me," the voice continued, "that the next time you got a weekend off, you'd take me to that female rock band concert." And Linn waited until she paused to breathe. "I've been busy." "Busy?" Gwen snapped. "You forgot your adorable sister, that's what you did." "How could I forget you?" "I don't care. Next weekend. You're coming. Mom and Dad miss you, and there's a concert." She listed her demands like a contract, and only after extracting a full set of promises did Gwen Stacy finally hang up, satisfied. Linn was a traveler from another world. When he arrived in this universe, his soul didn't possess a body. It became one. He was reborn as a baby. At 6, still in the orphanage, he was adopted by George Stacy. He lived with the stasis until he got into Yale at 17. Even after moving out, the relationship never weakened. It stayed close, real, and warm. After graduating at 21, Linn joined the FBI. In just 3 years, he climbed fast, becoming Assistant Special Agent in charge at the New York branch. For a long time, he believed he had no special advantage. Then, at 18, his golden finger finally activated. A favorability system. It allowed him to see how much people liked or hated him. Favorability ranged from -10 to 10. At 7, he could receive a gift from that person. Gifts refreshed once per year. At 8, gifts upgraded and refreshed every 3 months. At 9, gifts upgraded again and refreshed once per week. At 10, gifts refreshed daily. But 10 was almost impossible. Even loving parents usually capped at 9. Right now, the people with the highest favorability toward Linn were the Stacy couple and Gwen. His hot weapon mastery had appeared the moment Uncle George's favorability reached 9. Most ordinary people, though, didn't provide anything special. Their gifts were usually just experience. There was also one darker rule. If someone had negative favorability toward him, killing them could sometimes reveal a gift or inheritance. Linn pulled into the parking lot beneath his apartment, killed the engine, and opened the system out of habit. Name: Linn Hall. Age: 24. Intelligence: 3. Knowledgeable. Strength: 3. Normal limit. Speed: 2. Normal. Endurance: 3. Enhanced. Energy emission: 0. None. Combat skills: 6. Proficient in several fighting styles. Skills: Israeli Krav Maga LV-10 Max. Hot Weapon Mastery LV-9, 2574/11,000. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu LV-7, 755/2100. Muay Thai LV-7, 125/2100. Cold Weapon Mastery LV-6, 740/2600. Experience: 275. He studied the numbers for a second, then closed the panel. Just as he reached for the door handle, the phone rang again. Brooklyn. Outside a collapsed 7-story residential building. Police tape sealed off the surrounding streets. Floodlights lit up the dust-filled air. Firefighters moved like ants over the rubble, pulling out the injured while paramedics set up triage nearby. A black Chevrolet rolled up to the perimeter. Linn Hall stepped out, flashed his ID, and slipped past the cordon without slowing. The moment he entered, a middle-aged man directing agents near the building jogged over. Boss. Officially, everyone in the branch should call Linn chief. But the people under him rarely did. Around their own, he was boss because he fought for their promotions, resources, and pay. The title was loyalty made visible. Linn didn't waste time. Give me the situation. Senior Agent Sean Brooke walked beside him as they moved deeper into the scene. Half an hour ago, Brooklyn PD reported an explosion. When we got here, the building was already down. Initial assessment says the blast hit the main supports directly. A structural kill? Linn's eyes narrowed. Yeah, not a normal gas explosion. Sean lowered his voice. The blast point was a first-floor apartment. We're looking at a specialized bomb. Linn scanned the ruins. Any secondary devices? Any follow-up blast? No, boss. Nothing triggered after the initial explosion. Sean paused, then added, but the way this was done, it feels deliberate. Like someone wanted maximum collapse. He glanced toward the growing crowd of reporters pressed against the tape line. Boss, you remember that Los Angeles incident 2 years ago? Sean whispered. Same kind of setup. Residential building hit, then chaos used as cover. Only difference is here, we haven't found the shooters or a team. Linn nodded slowly, filing it away. After checking the blast site, he straightened and began issuing orders. Lock down 20 blocks. Shut the subway lines that pass through this area. Sean's posture snapped sharper. Yes, boss. Get the Port Authority watching bridges, tunnels, major shops, and stations. If this is staged for panic, those are the next soft targets. Linn turned his head and looked at the media outside the cordon. Cameras. Mics. Hungry faces. Casualty count, he asked. Still being confirmed, Sean said. Then crisis response takes over the public handling. No numbers released until we have something solid. Linn's voice stayed calm, but every word carried weight. And have information pull the full resident list. Names, histories, visitors. Anything that doesn't fit. Sean hesitated, eyes flicking toward the press. Boss, Hiding casualties won't be easy. The media. Someone will steer them, Linn said flatly. Then his tone sharpened. Look at the timing. New mayor just took office. Elections just finished. Our branch director was at a high-level party less than an hour ago, and presidential staff are still in town, and Brooklyn gets hit. He looked at Sean. Who do you think this is meant to embarrass? Right on cue, Lynn's phone rang. He checked the caller ID and gave a thin smile. And there it is. The director. He stepped aside, answered, and listened without speaking much. A few minutes later, he ended the call and returned. Overtime tonight, Linn said. Everyone. PD coordinates with fire and emergency management. Clear the perimeter, control the flow, keep the scene clean. Sean nodded and immediately started calling it in. Understood. An hour later, inside Linn Hall's office at the FBI building. Sean came in fast, a folder in hand. Boss. We ran every resident in the building. Full sweep. Linn took the file and flipped through it. Any terrorist group claiming this? Not yet. Sean tapped one page. But we identified the resident of the apartment where the blast originated. Linn looked up. Who? Bruno. The digital gang's number 3. Lynn's expression hardened. Digital gang, the guys pushing flour. Sean nodded. And here's the part that matters. Their boss got accidentally shot dead half a month ago. Since then, the number 2, Eric, and Bruno were fighting over control. He pointed again at the file. The bomb was placed in Bruno's room, which makes Eric look very relevant. Linn leaned back slightly, thinking. Surveillance. We pulled footage in a 48-hour window. Sean's jaw tightened. There's a suspicious figure, but he was wrapped up head to toe. No face. Linn stood up, grabbed his coat, and slid his arms into it. Good enough. Director wants this solved in 3 days. If we've got a direction, we move now. Sean's eyes lit with that familiar hunting focus. Yes, boss. Half an hour later, outside Eric Kemp's community. Several black Chevrolets sat parked along the curb, engines idling low. An FBI tactical team waited in full gear, FBI bright across their chests. Sean leaned toward Linn, confident. Intel says Eric's inside. 7 of his close guys too. Boss, let me take the team. Gang trash isn't worth you getting your hands dirty. Linn casually lit a cigarette, the flame briefly painting his face orange. Go. Clean and quick. Sean grinned. Don't worry, boss. He shut the car door softly and led the team into the dark. Smoke drifted out of Lynn's window as he watched. A flashbang shattered glass and rolled inside. Then the breach. Shouts, a hard burst of gunfire, and silence. A second later, Sean's voice crackled in Lynn's earpiece. It's done. Linn flicked the cigarette out, crushed it under his shoe, and stepped out of the car. Then he walked into the house.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
In the room. At this moment, except for 2 gang members who wanted to resist with guns were shot dead, the other gang members were kneeling on the ground with their heads in their arms. Boss, it's done. Seeing Linn Hall coming in, Sean walked up and smiled. This group of gangs still wants to resist, and we shot 2 of them. Thanks for your hard work. Nodding slightly, Linn Hall came to the gang members. In fact, since I learned that the explosion point of the residential building explosion was in Bruno, which is the room of the number 3 figure, Linn Hall decided that the real murderer of the bombing was what these gang members did to compete for the position of boss. As for the truth? It doesn't matter, or it's the truth that the people and the media need to know. At least, before the election just ended, many people with great identities left New York. The bombing must be caused by gang members in order to compete for the position of the boss. Eric Vincent's favorability, 6. Cody Jeffrey's favorability, 4. Austin Moulton's favorability, -5. Looking at the favorability of these gang members displayed on the system, Linn Hall smiled and gave Sean a look. Received Linn Hall's eyes, Sean immediately took someone to search the room. Another FBI agent found Eric's mobile phone to connect to the laptop on his handheld and began to search for useful information. Pulling a chair and sitting opposite the gang members, Linn said, "Tell me, why do you plan the Brooklyn bombing?" Hearing Linn words, Eric, who was kneeling on the far left, shrank his pupils and then lowered his head and said nothing. "You really did it?" Seeing Eric's subconscious reaction, Linn laughed, then pulled out a pistol from his waist and pointed it at one of the gang members. "I don't like people wasting my time, so you have 5 seconds. Cody Jeffrey's body trembled immediately after being pointed at by the dark muzzle. But looking at Linn, who always had a smile on his face, Cody Jeffrey gritted his teeth and said, "I don't know you're there." Bang! Before Cody Jeffrey could finish speaking, Linn pulled the trigger without hesitation. A bullet penetrated Cody Jeffrey's head and then fell directly to the ground. Experience plus 20. Listening to the prompts given by the system, Linn pointed the gun at another gang member. Killing a guy who has a negative likeness for you can also get a gift. Or the inheritance is more suitable. Anyway, it is a gift for Linn. So from the beginning, Linn did not intend to leave anyone except Eric, the mastermind who was used to push the stage. I know, I really know. Seeing Linn, the law enforcement officer, actually shot his companion with one shot and pointed the gun at him. Austin Morton immediately said in horror, "We did the Brooklyn residential building bombing. It was Eric who directed us to kill Bruno, who robbed him of the gang boss. FUXX, you damn traitor, you dare." Hearing his younger brother, Eric cursed angrily. But before the cursing was finished, the fully armed operation team member kicked him to the ground. Tactical boots stepped on Eric's face, and the members of the action team said in a stern tone, "You'd better shut up before our boss interrogates you, otherwise I'll pull your teeth one by one. Come down." Listening to the violent warning, Eric looked at the 3 letters of the FBI that were stuck in front of the bulletproof vest, his eyes full of horror. "Boss, I found it." He pulled over a safe and walked over. Sean opened the safe and smiled and said, "Hee, boss, there are more than $300,000 in the safe and 3 large bags of flour. According to the old rules, hand over the flour and the rest are invited to have a midnight snack for your brothers." When the members of the action team were present, they all smiled knowingly when they heard that boss Linn fight for his own people again. Although this does not comply with the FBI rules. But this is Linn rule. Take out the US dollar bills from the safe, and Sean gave them to everyone in the action group present. Hide them all, don't let the bastards who specialize in dealing with their own people catch the handle. Don't worry, Boss Sean, it's not the first day we're following us. That's right, they are all our own people. We still understand this rule and will never be involved. FUXX Ministry of Internal Affairs, they even checked the tasks that Boss Linn applied for our brothers several times. Didn't they just apply for 20% more? The players were given the same amount of money to the members present. Sean pulled the tablecloth and wrapped the remaining 5-part American knife, then walked out and put it into the secret mechanism under Linn's Chevrolet seat. As for Linn, he didn't say anything throughout the whole process, and his gun was always aimed at these gang members. Where did the bomb come from? The ordinary bombs on the market are not that powerful. Faced with Linn's interrogation, the gang member sat on the ground with a look of horror. "I don't know this." Bang! 25 experience points received. The lower the favorability, the more gifts. The gun was pointed at the next gang member. Before Linn could speak, the gang member immediately said, "The bomb was purchased by Boss Eric through a special channel. I don't know the details. He never told us these things." Hearing the gang member's trembling answer, Linn sighed regretfully. This regretful voice scared the other gang members, kneeling on the ground and trembled. Waved his hand, signaling the agent behind him to open the video record and point the camera at Eric. Linn then said to Eric, "Go on." The bomb was purchased through the dark web channel. The transaction method is to pay first, and the seller will place the bomb at a designated location. The Brooklyn bombing was also done by my subordinates because the damn Bruno wanted to snatch the position of gang leader from me. In addition, I also hid in another place. Listening to Eric's brains telling everything he wanted to know, Linn signaled his men to turn off the recorder, then got up from the chair and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. After several consecutive gunshots, except for Eric, all the gang members present were directly shot dead by Linn Hall. Listening to the experience prompt sound given by the system, Linn asked someone to take the frightened Eric out. Boss, we found it. Handing the notebook to Linn, the senior agent said, I have found the data of both parties in the transaction by logging into the dark web through Eric's mobile phone. Track down on the guys selling bombs. Got it. After hearing Linn Hall's order, the agent immediately started tracking. After tracking the identity of the person sold to Eric's bomb based on the dark web, Linn Hall directly led the people to arrest him. The ones sold to Eric's special bombs were 2 Middle Easterners. Boss, these 2 guys are actually poor. After searching the room, Sean looked at the 2 Middle Eastern people kneeling on the ground with contempt. Then put an IOU in front of Linn Hall. Boss, based on what is shown on the IOU, these 2 guys buy bomb-making things from more than a dozen suppliers and then make their own products. The most IOU is $30,000 and the least one is $2,000. Looking at the IOU handed over by Sean, Linn Hall felt a little ridiculous. If you don't say the debt, you've written down such detailed evidence? Are the guys on the black market getting into the heads? Who knows? Hearing Linn Hall's teasing, Sean shrugged. I also think it's absurd. When did those guys on the black market actually allow me to write IOUs? That's because we have a very good reputation and have been working with these guys for 3 years, so we are allowed to delay the payment for the goods for the time being. They don't know these IOUs. We were afraid of forgetting them, so we wrote them down by ourselves. One of the Middle Easterners looked at Linn Hall and said, This FBI gentleman, if we all confess, then can we not die? Faced with the inquiry from this Middle Easterner, Linn was about to speak. Another Middle Easterner said sincerely, Sir, please don't lie to us. We come from the Middle East. We deal with death every day. So I can feel whether you will really let us go or kill us after asking. Listening to the words of these 2 Middle Easterners, Linn leaned on the sofa and smiled at Sean. These 2 guys are not stupid either. As he said that, Linn looked at the 2 of them. Only valuable people are qualified to survive, so don't waste my time. After receiving Linn Hall's promise, one of the Middle Easterners immediately said, Sir, we belong to the Hulsiger Armed Forces and came to New York 3 years ago. The bombs from the Brooklyn bombing in New York were made by our brothers, including the terrorist attack in Los Angeles 2 years ago. The bombs they used were also purchased from us. Hearing the Middle Eastern man's words, Sean smiled with his arms in his arms. Boss, are those guys in Los Angeles doing so roughly? After this matter is over, we have fun to watch. Hearing Sean's words, Linn Hall nodded, looking at the 2 Middle Easterners and continued to ask, Why are you in New York? What's the purpose? Faced with Linn Hall's inquiry, another Middle Easterner immediately said, Sir, we, Hulseg, were originally one of the largest armed forces in the Middle East, with tens of thousands of square kilometers of territory. But 4 years ago, a group of armed forces suddenly rose. Not only were they large in number, they even had advanced weapons manufactured by Stark Industrial. In just 1 year, they annexed dozens of forces around them and even crushed us out of our homeland. Speaking of this, the Middle Eastern man looked very angry. We have joined forces with other armed forces to destroy them, but Stark Industries' weapons are really too advanced, and we are no match for them at all. That's why we came to New York, because we need money. In the past 3 years, all the money we need is left behind in selling bombs. Before the Middle Easterner could finish his words, Linn Hall interrupted directly. Are you saying that someone's secretly sponsoring this suddenly rising armed force and giving them the weapons made by Stark Industry? Yes, sir, and as far as I know, they are the only armed forces with Stark's industrial weapons. Linn Hall began to think after hearing the 2 of them say this. Tony Stark was attacked and disappeared when he went to the Middle East to display his weapons 2.5 months ago. Based on the plot of Iron Man that I know and the report made by Colonel Rode of the military, the armed forces that attacked Tony Stark and others used the weapons manufactured by Stark Industry. So, the missing Tony Stark might be in the hands of that group of people. Thinking of this, Linn Hall looked at the two Middle Eastern people and said, "Can you find a stronghold for this group of forces?" "Sure." Feeling the murderous intent on Linn's body disappeared, the two Middle Easterners immediately nodded and said, "Sir, the Middle East is our home, so we can easily find them." With an accurate reply, Linn Hall put away his pistol and stood up from the sofa. "Sean, take them back." "Yes." Upon hearing Linn's order, Sean immediately asked the members of the operation team to take the two Middle Eastern people away. Half an hour later, inside the FBI building in New York. "Richie, I haven't rested yet so late?" Linn Hall asked with a smile when he came to the office of Agent Superintendent Richie Hood. Richie Hood's favorability, 7. "Come back." Seeing Linn Hall push the door and walk in, Rich Hood signaled Linn to sit down, while opening the drawer of the desk and taking out a cigar and handing it to Linn. "Thank you, but I'm not used to this." Sitting opposite Rich Hood, Linn waved his hand, then took out a cigarette and lit it for himself. Alas, such a big thing happened in Brooklyn, and the director was furious, so naturally, an old guy like me has to work overtime. Seeing Linn refuse, Rich Hood lit a cigar and said, "Is it done?" "It's done. We can hold a press conference tomorrow." As he said that, Linn Hall put the briefcase on the table and opened it, which was full of flour seized from the numbers gang. "It seems that we have gained a lot tonight." Glancing at the full box of flour on the table, Rich Hood smiled and said, "It should be 2 million. "Almost." "Then follow the old rules." Putting down the cigar and closing the briefcase, Rich Hood said with a smile, "The so-called old rules are that Linn and Rich Hood, the agent supervisor, each deduct 15% of the profit, and the rest is handed over to the bureau." Put the black briefcase under his desk. Only then did Richie Hood smile and start talking to Linn Hall about business. Tap the cigar shavings gently into the ashtray. Rich Hood looked at Linn sitting opposite him and smiled. "I still have 3 years before I retire, but I'm not going to wait any longer. I've been working in the field for 25 years and have been injured for a long time. I feel sore all over when it rains. I've already told the director that I'm going to retire from this position next year and become a consultant in the bureau." As he spoke, Rich Hood picked up the coffee pot and prepared to pour himself a cup of coffee. Seeing Rich's action, Linn smiled and reached out, took the coffee pot from him, and poured himself a cup. Then he picked up Rich Hood's cup and poured him a glass of water. "Just drink less coffee at night. You can sleep for a few more hours according to the working hours." Taking the water handed over by Linn Hall, Rich Hood smiled and shook his head. "When I was your age, I slept for only 2 hours in 3 days in order to perform the mission. It's not possible now. My body is useless. I am now looking forward to my granddaughter graduating from college and finding a good job. It would be best if she can get married before I die." After taking a sip of water, Rich Hood suddenly said to Linn Hall, "Linn, if you want to take over my position, you must first find a way to deal with the other 3 assistant directors. To stand out from the agents and be promoted to D2, no one here is simple. Of course, you're the best. Your only disadvantage is your age. When I leave office, I will recommend you to the director, but the other 3. Understood?" Hearing what Director Rich Hood said, Linn smiled and nodded. There are a total of 19 levels of FBI agents, among which the agent level ranges from S1 to S15, and above is the management level. Like Sean under his command, he is a senior agent at the S14 level, while he is an assistant agent supervisor at the D2 level. Above him, there are senior executive deputy supervisors at the D3 level and agent supervisors at the D4 level. Rich Hood in front of him is a D4 level agent supervisor. Above him is James Duke, the director of the FBI's New York branch. Of course, if it is subdivided, there are also assistant directors, office directors, senior inspectors, etc. However, because many positions are administrative levels and the responsibilities of the departments in charge are different, they have little to do with Linn Hall for the time being. The reason why Rich Hood, the agent supervisor, has a favorability of 7 for him and is most optimistic about him. The biggest reason is of course related to interests. You must know that before Linn Hall became an assistant agent supervisor and was transferred to the New York branch, Many of the old rules that the two of them tacitly understood did not actually exist. After leaving Rich Hood's office, Linn returned to his lounge in the building. After washing up and lying on the bed, he recalled what happened today. After making sure that there was no mistake, Linn Hall closed his eyes and rested at ease. This is what Linn does every night before going to bed after joining the FBI. Only in this way can he ensure that he will not encounter any problems. The next morning, in the director's office. So, the Brooklyn bombing has been solved? Looking at Linn Hall, who was sitting in front of him reporting the progress of the case. Director James Duke nodded in appreciation. I know that it is most reassuring to leave this matter to you. You are too kind, Director, but there is one more thing I need to report to you. As he said, Linn reported the confessions of the two Middle Eastern people to James Duke, including the Los Angeles terrorist attack 2 years ago and the kidnapping of Tony Stark. So, do you think Tony Stark, who has been missing for 2.5 months, is currently in the hands of the terrorists in the Middle East? After closing the pen cap and thinking for a moment, James Duke said, since Tony Stark was attacked and disappeared, both the military, the CIA, and S.H.I.E.L.D. have been looking for him. If we can rescue Tony Stark before they... At this point, James Duke suddenly asked Linn, how many years has our FBI director been in that position? This year is the 8th year, Mr. Director. Since Hoover stepped down as director, the term of office of the FBI director has been set at 10 years. And the current FBI director has been in office for 8 years. Hearing Linn's answer, James Duke squinted his eyes and thought for a while, then looked at Linn and said seriously, Linn Hall, I now order you to lead all the agents and action teams in your group to go to the Middle East immediately to rescue Tony Stark. No matter what, Tony Stark must be rescued. Understood. Hearing James Duke's order, Linn Hall nodded immediately. Watching Linn get up and leave and walk to the door, James Duke suddenly said, after the success of this mission, your level should also be raised. In addition, Richie is old. Thank you, Mr. Director. You're welcome. When you come back from the Middle East, I will introduce you to some members of the Brotherhood. Hearing James Duke's promise, Linn Hall thanked him again without any expression. After Linn left completely, James Duke leaned back in his chair and thought, if you want to become the next director of the FBI, you will not be able to do without excellent achievements. Especially within the FBI, there are also factions. And there are many people who are eyeing that position. So, if Linn Hall can really save Tony Stark from the Middle East, then the stepping stone you are stepping on will undoubtedly be 1 point higher. As for Tony Stark himself, in the eyes of James Duke, or in the eyes of most Hydras, it is actually not that important. Even though he is called a genius, he has developed many high-performance weapons. But compared to his dad, Howard Stark, he was just a playboy. So James Duke doesn't mind turning Tony Stark into his own merit. But Linn Hall is very optimistic about this. Thinking of this, James Duke took out his private cell phone and dialed a number. An hour later, inside a Coon-style fighter flying towards the Middle East. Boss, this time there is such a big battle? What if Tony Stark is not in the hands of those terrorists? Will we be targeted by the director when we come back? Before Sean could finish his worries, a very capable female agent beside him scolded directly, Shut up, Sean. If you dare to say bad luck, I will sew your mouth. When Sean smiled and didn't care when he heard Alice's scolding. After all, this is the goddess in my heart. Don't be so nervous, it's all your own people, there's nothing to say. After taking a look at the cabin, the agents and members of the operation team who were all 6 to 7. Linn smiled, then looked at the Middle Eastern man who was sitting there with some nervousness. If you can lead me to successfully find the armed forces that kidnapped Tony Stark, then I will allow one of you two to return to your hometown. After receiving Linn's promise, the eyes of the two Middle Easterners lit up instantly. 1 day later, in the Middle East, in a desert. Push, push, push. Standing outside the temporary tent, Sean spitted out a mouthful of sand with disgust. This damn sand and heat wave. Next time I would rather go to the Arctic to carry out a mission than come here again. Faced with Sean's complaint, Linn Hall, who was sitting in a tent playing with his phone, smiled and said, Okay, after I go back, I will increase your level 1 level and then send you to the Arctic to catch polar bears with bare hands. If you can't get enough of 100 bear skins for me, you won't come back in your life." When Sean heard Boss Linn's words, he didn't worry. He knew that the boss was joking with him. After a smile, Sean walked into the tent and said, "Boss, it's been a day. Is that Middle Eastern man not coming back? Can the armed forces behind him really cooperate with us?" Looking at Sean's somewhat worried look, the senior agent Alice walked up to hand Linn Hall a cup of coffee. At the same time, looking at Sean, "They will definitely come." According to the confession of the Middle Eastern man, the armed forces using Stark's industrial weapons not only annexed other forces, but also drove them out of their homes. Now, they have the opportunity to get home, and with us providing them with help, they will not refuse if they are smarter. And they also know that the reason why our FBI came to them is to use them to rescue Tony Stark, not to plot here. Hearing Alice say this, Sean nodded and said, "To put it bluntly, just use each other." "Nonsense, you're glad that you're following the boss. If you follow other commanders, you might be directly ordered to attack the armed forces that kidnapped Tony Stark." Speaking of this, Alice sneered, "We agents plus the brothers of the operation team, there are only a few dozen people. Although the equipment is equipped enough to launch a small war, even if you can successfully rescue Tony Stark, you will have to lose half of it. After all, this is not the United States." Take the coffee from Alice, and Sean smiled and stopped talking. Yes, Linn Hall never thought of taking dozens of people under his command to directly attack the armed forces. So when it took off from New York, Linn Hall formulated the plan to drive the tiger and swallow the wolf. Use the armed forces behind the two Middle Eastern people he was caught to fight against the armed forces who kidnapped Tony Stark. No matter who destroys whom in the end, I can take advantage of the chaos to save Tony Stark. Linn Hall never thought of taking this opportunity to secretly support terrorist organizations in the Middle East and bring benefits to the United States. After all, my soul is not an American. What he really cares about is the subordinates who are favorites of Seven who can constantly provide him with gifts. "Boss, that group of people are here." Listening to the news from the headset, Linn Hall said, "It's time to do this serious business." "Receive." Hearing Linn Hall's order, he hiding under his disguised uniform, as well as various weapons of high destruction, aimed at the armed forces driving in worn-out vehicles. As long as there is something wrong with these militants, they will be baptized by bullets and explosions. At the same time, in a cave in the Middle East, the spoon in his hand kept stirring the sticky food in the bowl, and Tony Stark had no appetite at all at this time. "I miss the taste of cheeseburgers so much now, so even if someone sells me for $100,000 now, I will buy 10. Ethan smiled after hearing Tony Stark say this. He picked up the spoon and ate a bite of mashed potatoes, then said to Tony, "Chicken burger? I haven't eaten it in a long time. However, you'd better figure out how to escape here, and you should know that even if you create the Jericho missile, they will never let you go." "Of course I know this." I glanced at the car battery that placed it on the table and provided myself with life guarantee. Tony Stark endured the discomfort and dug a spoonful of food to force himself to eat it. "That's right. Only by filling your stomach can you find a way to escape from here. In fact, I've already figured out how to escape from here." Holding his breath and eating up all the sticky food in the bowl, Tony Stark casually put the bowl on the table and said, "Ethan, we can make a big guy." After glanced at the monitor at the door, Tony Stark stood up and took out the drawings and spread them on the table. Seeing Tony's actions, Ethan also put down the bowl and walked over curiously. "Isn't this a drawing to build the Jericho missile?" "Yes, on the surface, this is a drawing of the Jericho missile. But Ethan, vision can deceive people." As he said that, Tony Stark stacked several drawings together and then pulled the table lamp to shine it in the center of the drawing. Soon, an armor pattern appeared in Ethan's sight. "I no longer expect that the military or other forces can find this place and rescue me, so I have been thinking about how to escape during this period." After disrupting the drawings again, Tony Stark looked at Ethan and said excitedly, "Ethan, I need your help. Believe me, I will definitely be able to take the two of us away from here." Looking at the excitement flashing in Tony's eyes, Ethan was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, "Of course, I'm tired of living here. Maybe after your big guy is made and escapes from here, I can go see my wife and children. I miss them very much." Tony Stark did not notice the slight depression in Ethan's tone when he mentioned his wife and children. At this moment, his mind was full of how to make this big guy. "By the way, in addition to the military, don't you have the CIA and the FBI in the United States? Do you think you can find this place?" Perhaps worried that Tony would find his low voice, Ethan took the initiative to change the subject. "Kai, FBI? Oh, don't be fooled by the movies. Those idiots are not that powerful. If they could find this place, I wouldn't have been locked up here for 2.5 months." Tony looked at the car battery. "Ethan, we have to find a way to replace this thing first. FUXX, it's ridiculous to think that I was harmed by the weapon I developed." After that, Tony Stark picked up the worn-out car battery and prepared to knock on the door to play tricks with these terrorists. The desert heat was rolling during the day, and at night it seemed to freeze the rocks. Outside the cave, several armed men in charge of security patrols gathered around a campfire, warming themselves by the fire and chatting. "Do you think Tony Stark can really make that missile?" "I don't know. Anyway, whether he can make it or not, he's dead. I heard that this guy has gathered all the cover girls of the monthly magazine. How many women do you think he has slept with? It's really enviable. When he was unconscious and I changed his clothes, I took a special look at him." This group of men surrounded the campfire with guns on their backs, constantly making obscene laughter, not knowing that the sniper rifles were aimed at their heads. "Report, this is F1. The target has been locked, and you can shoot at any time." Lying under the camouflage net, a sniper aimed at the head of one of the guys by the campfire and reported. "Report, F2 is in position. The valley lighting equipment has been locked." "Report, F3 is in position." The sniper's report kept coming from the headset, and the fully armed Linn also put on the night vision goggles. "Boss, the drone bombs are ready and can be dropped at any time." Listening to Alice's report, Linn nodded. "Everyone pay attention. This time our goal is to save Tony Stark. Once the battle begins, the armed forces in the cave will inevitably be attracted out. After the armed forces of both sides fight, we will take advantage of the chaos to rescue Tony Stark. Protect yourself and don't fight." "Received. Received." Hearing the answer in the headset, Linn glanced at his watch and then ordered, "Start the action." With Linn order, several snipers fired at the same time the next moment. In the valley, the members of the armed forces surrounding the campfire were killed in an instant, and the lighting equipment erected in the valley was also shattered in the first time. Drones flew in the sky, and microbombs were dropped one after another. The weapons printed with the words Stark Industries placed on the open space exploded violently in an instant. "Go, destroy those damn bastards and take back our territory. For our homeland, kill these bastards." As Linn gave the order, the next second, the militants holding AKs, submachine guns, and rocket launchers rushed into the valley without hesitation. In the cave. "Damn, what happened? Who attacked us?" Seeing the surveillance being destroyed, hearing the continuous explosions and gunshots outside, the leading strong man ordered his men to rush out to fight, while taking out a pistol and loading it to go to the room where Tony Stark was imprisoned. "Chief, it's the Herseg Armed Forces. They launched an attack on us." A thin guy ran in a panic and said to the leader in a panic, "Herseg Armed Forces? Are you sure it's them, not those damned Americans?" Hearing the report from his men, the sturdy man stopped going to the room where Tony Stark was imprisoned. "Are you sure?" "Sure, Chief, I know them." "Damn it, I would have wiped them out if I had known. Originally, I thought it was those Americans who came to save Tony Stark." So the chief was still planning to hold Tony Stark hostage. If he couldn't move in time, he would use Tony Stark as a hostage to force those Americans to leave. But now, after hearing that it was the Herseg Armed Forces that attacked his territory, the chief immediately returned to the room and picked up a submachine gun. Since it wasn't those damned Americans, there was no point in holding Tony Stark hostage. Send a few more people to guard Tony Stark's room. Remember, no one can sneak in and take him away. Without waiting for his men to answer, The chief led the rest of the people and rushed out. Outside, seeing the fierce battle between the two armed forces, Linn, who was fully armed and wearing night vision goggles, immediately led his men to sneak into the valley from the other side. Bang! Da-da-da. After dealing with some armed members who blocked the way along the way, Linn led his men to the cave entrance. Gotcha. One of the agents cut off the power supply as planned, and the entire cave was dark in an instant. In the room where Tony Stark was imprisoned. Damn it, who turned off the power? Damn it, go and fix the power supply quickly. Holding the car battery, he and Ethan hid in the corner, listening to the group of armed men talking in a lot of incomprehensible languages. At this moment, Tony Stark's expression was full of fear. He was very worried that the terrorists who attacked and kidnapped him would accidentally kill him. He was even more worried that those who attacked here would break in and give him a burst of bullets without saying anything. Listening to the fierce gunfire and fighting sounds coming from outside, Tony Stark tried to curl up in the corner. Ethan, do fighting often happen here? In the dark. Hearing Tony Stark's trembling voice, Ethan was not so scared. In the past, fighting often happened here, and many forces attacked each other for territory. But since these people have weapons made by Stark Industries, few people can beat them. Hearing that there was no panic in Ethan's tone, Tony Stark, who was originally full of worries, was relieved a little. Just when he was about to say something to ease his inner fear. But he heard bursts of gunfire outside the door. Gudoo. Hearing the gunshots getting closer, Tony Stark swallowed his saliva subconsciously. Holding the car battery in his arms, he tried to open his eyes wide, as if he wanted to see clearly what was happening in the dark. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see anything in the dark environment. Bang! Puff! Bang, bang, bang! Bursts of gunfire and flames from the muzzles bloomed in the dark night, and the militants guarding the room were killed in an instant. Hearing the gunshots in the room, Tony Stark subconsciously curled up and closed his eyes. A thumping heart seemed to be about to jump out of his throat at any time. Just when Tony Stark was extremely nervous and kept praying to God in his heart. The gunshots in the room suddenly stopped, and then a gentle voice with a hint of laughter sounded beside him. Tony Stark. Hearing someone calling his name, Tony Stark didn't know whether he should answer for a moment. Don't worry, I'm Linn from the New York branch of the FBI, and I'm here to save you. Can you still move? If you can, I think we need to leave here immediately. Bring a night vision device and following Linn with a worn-out car battery. Tony Stark was very excited at this time. Finally saved. I was finally fucking saved. From the beginning of being attacked and kidnapped here, Tony Stark has been looking forward to roads leading the military to save himself. But in just 2.5 months, this hope has long turned into despair. When I tried hard to find a way to prepare for self-rescue, I encountered a melee between armed forces. Listening to the sound of explosions and fighting in the valley, this despair and fear have reached its peak in my heart. He was afraid that the group of terrorists who kidnapped him would kill him because of defeat, and he was also afraid that another group of armed forces would rush in and directly beat him into a sieve. But when gunfire sounded inside, when the terrorists who were guarding themselves were shot dead. This sentence, Linn of the FBI's New York branch, is tantamount to Tony Stark. God testified that this voice is more exciting to Tony Stark at this moment than the cry of the cover girl on the December issue. Take Tony Stark and Ethan toward the outside of the valley. Whenever there is danger, the members of the action team led by Sean will solve the obstacles as soon as possible. Members of these armed forces are very powerful in the Middle East, but in front of FBI agents armed to the teeth led by Linn, they are simply vulnerable. Bang. Da-da-da-da. He simply and neatly dealt with the militants blocking the way, and under the double cover of Alice's drone and sniper, Linn successfully evacuated the valley with Tony Stark and Ethan. It was not until the moment he took off in the Quinn-type fighter plane that Tony Stark was truly relieved. Saved. This is not a dream, I am really saved. Seeing Tony Stark so excited that he couldn't help himself, Linn smiled and handed him a bottle of soda. Thanks. After taking the soda, Tony Stark's excited hands trembled. I really thank you for taking someone to save me from hell. Oh my God, this is simply so popular. To be honest, I have thought that roads would bring people to me in the past 2.5 months, and that the military would rescue me in various ways. But I just didn't think that the person who saved you would be the FBI, right? I checked Tony Stark's favorability at this time, and it has reached 6 points. Linn Hall then gave Tony Stark a good rest. Then he walked aside and took out his cell phone and called the director James Duke. On the other end of the phone. It was already past midnight, but James Duke did not go to bed, but was talking about something with a middle-aged man. A ringtone interrupted the call between the two people. James Duke picked up his phone and glanced at it, then smiled and said, "I hope this is good news." Hearing James Duke say this, Phoebe Byrne was about to get up and leave. But he saw James Duke pressing his hands and signaling him not to avoid it. Seeing this, Phoebe Byrne sat down again, picked up the coffee on the table and drank it quietly. But his eyes were paying attention to the changes in his Hydra's superior expression. Obviously, there was good news coming from the other end of the phone. His old boss's smile became brighter with his naked eyes. After hanging up the phone, James Duke put down his phone and said to Phoebe Byrne, "Do you remember Linn Hall I mentioned with you?" "Remember, sir, you were very optimistic about him." "Yes, he has rescued Tony Stark from the Middle East terrorists." He picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip, and James Duke smiled and said, "So, I'm going to hold a grand press conference tomorrow. I have been coveting the position of the FBI director for many years." Speaking of this, James Duke suddenly said, "The military, Congress, the court, the CIA, and the business community have our people. Phoebe, you pick some places from them and form a fraternity." "You mean, are you going to include Linn Hall, a young man, into our Hydra?" Hearing James Duke's instructions, Phoebe Byrne said, "Don't worry, I know what to do. Don't take extreme measures and guide slowly. As long as he takes the first step, he will not be able to turn back." "Yes, sir." As he said that, Phoebe Byrne stood up from the sofa. "Sir, you have a break early. I'll go pick the list to prepare." "Good." Watching Phoebe Byrne leave, James Duke poured out the coffee casually, then got up and walked towards the bedroom. Inside the Cohen-style fighter. After hanging up the phone, Linn Hall looked at the people in the cabin and said, "Everyone, this time the operation went very smoothly. I will declare after I go back, and the funding for this mission will increase by 30%. At the same time, after I go back, I will advise the director that everyone should improve their level by 1 level, and I will be responsible for finding the supervisor and the director to sign." Hearing the reward announced by Linn Hall, everyone in the cabin, whether it was the agents or the operation team, cheered excitedly. "The boss is wise. Boss, we love you so much. Haha, I'm finally going to be promoted to S12. Boss, if you are willing, I will immediately offer you my chrysanthemum. Get lost." Linn Hall raised his middle finger to the guy who said he would offer his chrysanthemum to him, and then turned to another Middle Eastern man. In fact, this was the reward he gave as the director when he just reported to James Duke. But how could Linn leave the task of winning people's hearts to the director? Of course, he had to do it himself. Sitting opposite the Middle Eastern man, Linn Hall said, "Do you believe in my promise now?" Before coming to the Middle East, Linn Hall promised to let one of them stay in the Middle East. So when they were in action, Linn Hall left him in the fighter plane and asked someone to watch him. "You are an honest and trustworthy person." In response to Linn Hall's inquiry, the Middle Eastern man said without hesitation, it's not that he didn't think about asking his companions to tell the armed forces behind him about what happened so that he could be rescued. But a fighter plane was always hovering in the air, and even if his companions wanted to save him, they couldn't. The most important thing is that compared to him, the armed forces behind him care more about destroying the opponent and taking back their homeland. "So, after I go back this time, I will give you freedom. You can continue to live in New York, and I will ask someone to get you a legal identity document." "What do you want me to do?" Hearing Linn Hall say that he will not only let himself go after returning to New York this time, he will also provide himself with a legal identification document. Draco Mohammed was silent for a while and said, "I can only make bombs and terrorist attacks." I didn't let you create a terrorist attack. The reason I helped you this time is to one day if I get your place, then I hope you can help me. Looking into Linn Hall's eyes, Draco Mohammed nodded slightly. Draco Mohammed's favorability level is 6. Hearing the system's prompt sound, Linn patted the guy on the shoulder, then returned to his position to close his eyes and rest. For this Middle Easterner, Linn Hall is naturally useful. No one is pure waste, he just hasn't found a suitable location. Like this guy who can make bombs, maybe it will come in handy in the future. This is not the first time Linn has done this. Of course, after returning to New York, Linn Hall would arrange for Alice to pick up 2 prisoners who look almost the same from the prison, and then kill them and hand in the office. After returning to New York, the Kuan-type fighter jet did not land at the airport, but landed directly on the roof of the FBI building in New York. Walking down from the fighter plane, Tony Stark looked around. After not seeing the person he was thinking about, Tony Stark's eyes unconsciously showed a trace of disappointment. I thought you would inform Stark Industries people to come and pick me up. After all, my private secretary has not been working for 2.5 months. Turning his head to look at Linn, Tony Stark spoke. You mean Miss Pepper Potts? Listening to the faint disappointment in Tony's tone, Linn Hall smiled. Are you sure you want her to see you? Forehead. Looking at the car battery he was holding with a disgust, Tony Stark shrugged. I think what you said makes sense. If Pepper sees me like this, then my image will be all ruined. By the way, can you help me prepare something? I want to completely replace this thing. Don't worry, I will pay. Also, thank you very much for saving me. If you need anything in the future, then. As they were talking, everyone saw James Duke coming from not far away. Tell the logistics after what needs to be done. The FBI will help you prepare. As for the words of thanks, the director thinks you should say it to the media. Hearing Linn say this, Tony Stark glanced at James Duke who was walking over. Then he nodded and said, well, for the sake of you saving me from hell. As smart as Tony Stark after seeing James Duke walk towards this side. Then I immediately understood the meaning of Linn Hall's words. Tony Stark doesn't care about the so-called director of the New York FBI. But Tony Stark raised an eyebrow to the guy who saved his life, and then a bold idea popped up. Of course, Linn didn't know what Tony was thinking, walked to James Duke and said, Chief, I've already negotiated with Mr. Stark. He will cooperate with you at the press conference. Well done. He raised his hand and patted Linn Hall on the shoulder, and James Duke then walked towards Tony Stark with a smile on his face. Inside the building. After letting everyone disband, Linn Hall returned to the office. According to James Duke's intention, the press conference will be held in 3 days. After all, in the past 3 days, Tony Stark needed to create an arc reactor to replace the onboard battery on his chest. Of course, his embarrassing look in his car's battery was photographed by Duke. After all, the more embarrassed this billionaire playboy is, the more he can prove the capabilities of the FBI in New York. Just as Linn Hall was thinking, the office door was knocked. Soon, Jessica Myers, the head of the Interior Department, walked in with 2 subordinates. Seeing Jessica Myers coming in with his subordinates, Linn Hall asked with a smile, Super Jessica, is there anything you need to ask me? When he came across from Linn, Jessica Myers frowned and said, Mr. Linn Hall, the reason I looked for you this time is because of an operation 3 months ago, the proportion of the tasks you reported. Is that right? I remember that this matter has been concluded and Superintendent Ritchie Hood has reported it to the director and has been archived. But we have some new clues. As he said, Jessica placed the documents on the table and looked at Linn and said, according to our FBI regulations, archives will not be reshaped and investigated, but we have the right to investigate the funds you will report next. I want to have a good talk with you about the content you reported this New York bombing and the Middle East mission. Hearing Jessica say this, Linn Hall leaned against the office chair and smiled. Of course it's okay, but whether it's the Brooklyn bombing or the Middle East mission, it was all dispatched by the director, so it needs to. Are you pressing me with the director? Of course not. Everyone knows Ms. Jessica. Your father is the deputy director of the FBI headquarters. Seeing Linn leaning against the chair, his expression a little tired, Jessica suddenly looked at her 2 subordinates and said, You guys go out first. Yes. Hearing Jessica's orders, the two subordinates nodded, then turned and left Linn Hall's office. After the two left, Jessica sat directly in Lynn's arms. After pinching Jessica's elastic buttocks hard, Linn Hall whispered, "Senior sister, has anyone taken the route of the Ministry of Internal Affairs?" Jessica Myers is Linn Hall's senior at Yale University and the daughter of the FBI Deputy Director. This is why she became the director of the FBI's Interior Department at the age of 26. Of course, people from the Tongmenghui of the same university will naturally help each other. Even on the surface, it's tit for tat. Rich Hood submitted a report to the director, preparing to step down as supervisor next year, and the fact that he was a consultant could not be concealed. So at this time, everyone's eyes naturally set their sights on him. As he said that, Jessica Myers kissed Linn on the cheek. You have to know that not only has many factions at the headquarters, but the New York branch naturally has factions. On the Ministry of Internal Affairs, I will use my authority to help you eliminate some unfavorable things. As for others, I cannot give you too much help for the time being. Oh, by the way, next 6th is my engagement ceremony. Don't forget to attend. You are getting engaged on the 6th of next month? Hearing Jessica Myers' words, Linn Hall hugged her off her body. Pressing Jessica's head gently and making her kneel in front of her, Linn asked curiously, "Is it the son of Andrew Wayne, one of the 9 justices? He doesn't seem to be a member of our university alliance." "I remember you said before that you would choose your husband from the people of our university alliance in the future." Kneeling on the ground with Linn pressing her shoulders, Jessica tied her red hair behind her head and then stammered, "Political marriage. My father. Don't talk, concentrate on work." Tisk. Giving Linn a cold look, Jessica Myers started working seriously. Leaning back in the chair, Linn Hall thought about what he would face next. James Duke, the director of the New York branch of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, has obviously set his sights on the position of FBI director. Before he went to the Middle East, he also said that he would introduce some so-called Brotherhood members to him after he came back. Obviously, he wanted to win him over to Hydra. In fact, Linn Hall was not opposed to joining Hydra. As long as it can bring benefits to himself, then join Hydra. When the end of Hydra comes, at worst, he will sell Hydra back. Well, looking at the look she gave him before she left, Linn Hall understood that everyone has a bright future. 3 days later, at the press conference, no suspicious persons were found. The reporters who entered the hall did not carry any weapons. Listening to the report from his subordinates in the headphones, Linn Hall turned his head and looked at Pepper Potts, who was helping Tony Stark touch up his makeup. Then he asked Tony Stark, "Mr. Stark, are you familiar with the speech for the press conference?" "Just call me Tony. I think we are already friends, right?" Listening to Linn Hall calling him Mr. Stark, Tony Stark shrugged and said casually, "As for the speech, don't worry, because your FBI has pulled me out of hell. This time I promise that there will be very little improvisation." Speaking of this, Tony Stark suddenly suggested, "By the way, do you have time after the press conference? I'm holding a grand party with the theme of returning to New York tonight. Oh, by the way, this time I invited many popular Hollywood actresses. Maybe you can tonight." Giving Linn a look that you know, Tony Stark invited Linn. "Sorry, Tony Stark first, I have an appointment tonight." Well, James Duke had already told himself in advance that he would introduce some fraternity members to him tonight. So Linn Hall could only refuse Tony's invitation. Well, it looks like tonight is another happy day for me alone. Maybe Rhodes can help me share some of the burden. Looking at Tony Stark's unreliable appearance, Linn Hall smiled. After Linn left, Pepper asked curiously, "Is there a party tonight? But according to the schedule, you don't seem to have arranged it." "It doesn't matter." Hearing Pepper's words, Tony Stark said nonchalantly, "If Linn agrees, then I can get those actresses with just one phone call." "So, you held this party specifically for Mr. Linn Hall?" Looking at Pepper's puzzled eyes, Tony's face was a little solemn, but he soon returned to his usual appearance. In fact, this party was really held for Linn Hall. Tony Stark wanted to use Linn Hall's identity and ability to investigate the Black Hand behind the terrorists who attacked and kidnapped him. In any case, Tony Stark didn't believe that the guys who attacked and kidnapped him would know his whereabouts through coincidence. Besides, when did Stark Industries sell weapons to terrorists in the Middle East? However, looking at Pepper, Tony returned to his usual self. Forget it, just take a good rest tonight, but you should be busy. After all, you have been resting for 2.5 months. Hearing Tony say this, Pepper shook her head and continued to tidy up his clothes. Arriving at the venue, Linn Hall looked around and then waved to Sean. After Sean came over, Linn Hall said, "Check a few more times. There are many people coming to the press conference this time. Not only are there hundreds of media, but the director has also used his connections to invite many people of great status." Hearing Linn's order, Sean patted his chest and assured, "Don't worry, boss, I have checked it several times with my brothers. And our people are deployed in all key positions to ensure that there will be no accidents. It's always right to be careful, otherwise if there is a problem, then I will lose face." "Yes." Hearing Linn's order, Sean nodded immediately. But when he saw a guy in a suit with an FBI ID hanging on his chest coming over, Sean immediately said, "Boss, the vultures that specialize in eating carrion are coming. Go." Seeing Millerfield coming over, Linn signaled Sean to check it out again. "Linn, you're so lucky." "Come to Linn Hall," Millerfield said. "You have rescued the guys that have not been found by the military or SGLD." This time the director's face was very bright. When he was chatting with the mayor, the director smiled very happily. "I guess after today, your level will be upgraded to D3. Millerfield likeness, 1. Looking at Millerfield's congratulations on the surface, they were actually almost gritting their teeth. Linn Hall stared at him with a smile and said, "What, don't you agree? How could it be? You are the youngest D2 assistant agent supervisor in the FBI. Who would not be convinced?" He was almost 40 years old and became an assistant agent supervisor at the New York branch, his eyes always staring at the supervisor's position. But since Linn Hall appeared, his goal of becoming a supervisor has been at stake. After all, Linn Hall is not only favored by the supervisor agent Rich Hood. He was also highly valued by director James Duke. This made him feel a sense of crisis. "Do you know that Mr. Rich is going to retire next year and take up a consultant position?" Looking at Millerfield, Linn Hall suddenly asked, "Have you heard about it too?" "Of course, it's a pity that I'm only 24 years old. Otherwise, I would definitely fight for the position of supervisor." Millerfield didn't believe Linn Hall's words. "She's too young. Whoever believes Linn Hall's words is an idiot." However, when he saw Jessica Myers, the director of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, walking towards this side with an expressionless face, Millerfield said, "It seems that the group of hyenas in the Ministry of Internal Affairs are still unwilling to let you go easily." Giving Linn Hall a look of good luck, Miller walked not far away. "What were you talking about just now?" When she came to Linn Hall, Jessica's expression was still cold. To outsiders, it seemed that she was targeting Linn Hall, especially when he saw Millerfield's eyes frequently looking here, as if he was watching a good show. Jessica continued to maintain a cold expression and said, "He wants to make trouble for you? Don't worry, the Ministry of Internal Affairs has secretly launched an investigation on him. At most half a month, I will be able to get some evidence against him." Hearing what Jessica said, Linn Hall also said with a serious expression, "Are you wearing black stockings under your suit pants?" "Yes. Don't you like me to wear it like this the most? Do you want to go to the bathroom and try it?" As a senior, Jessica is very clear about Linn Hall's preferences. Her long legs have been carried by him countless times. It's not the right occasion. "I'd rather try it before your engagement next month. Then it's settled. I'll wear my wedding dress then. Don't forget to bring your engagement ring. It's a pity that we don't have wedding photos." "Hee, that's easy. If you like, I'll take a few photos with him before the engagement ceremony next month. Maybe my proposal will make him think how much I love him." No matter how rebellious the two people said, their expressions were always very serious and even a little tit-for-tat. This made Millerfield, who was always glancing at this side not far away, very happy. Even if the guy targeted by the Ministry of Internal Affairs wanted to compete with him for the position of supervisor, he didn't have much chance. After all, The group of hyenas in the Ministry of Internal Affairs might catch him and kill him at any time. TSK. They're obviously from the same university, but they don't get along. It started from Linn Hall joining the FBI. This is definitely not pretending to be incompatible. Many people in the New York FBI know this. It seems that his chance of becoming a supervisor next year has increased by 1 point. Thinking about how to let the Ministry of Internal Affairs keep a close eye on Linn Hall, Miller looked at the other two competitors. Glancing at Miller over there, Linn Hall said to Jessica, "Senior sister, don't touch him for the time being. The knife can only kill the enemy when it is stabbed at the critical moment. In addition, what a good candidate to take the blame. I want to use him to do something. Okay, I will give you a copy of his investigation results, just like my boyfriend who was expelled from college by you." "How can you say that?" "Senior sister, you know that I have always been kind to others." "Hee, just like when you FUXX me, you insisted that I answer the phone call from my boyfriend? Let's go, don't forget to come next month." After that, Jessica turned around and left with a cold expression. Half an hour later, when all the media rushed in, the press conference officially began. Director James Duke was saying something on the stage, but Linn Hall didn't pay attention. His eyes were always on these reporters and the security around him. But when Tony Stark took the speech on stage, Linn Hall's expression did not change, but his heart was numb. In the speech of thousands of words, Linn Hall heard Tony Stark mention his name no less than 10 times. Is this what he said, without much improvisation? Damn, if Linn Hall didn't know that this speech was written by the staff of director James Duke for Tony Stark. Maybe Linn Hall would think that Tony Stark was trying to deceive him, especially when he saw Miller Field, the idiot, looking at him with envy. Linn Hall's expression did not change, but he had already given Tony Stark several middle fingers in his heart. Linn was very sure that Tony Stark definitely didn't understand the twists and turns in the workplace. After all, he didn't need to know. From the way Pepper looked at him, it was clear that Tony just wanted to take this opportunity to express his gratitude to him. He just wanted to make himself more important in the heart of director James Duke. Although, this is not a bad thing. Just as Linn Hall was always looking at the surroundings of the scene, a middle-aged man with a bald head came over with a gentle smile. "Hello, Mr. Linn Hall. I am Phil Coulson from the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. I want to talk to you about Mr. Tony Stark." Looking at Phil Coulson, who is known as the good old man of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the mayor of Marvel Novice Village, Linn Hall said, "I don't think this occasion is suitable for talking about these things. I'm sorry, I'm a little abrupt. Mr. Hall, what do you think tonight?" "I have an appointment tonight, sorry, the director is calling me." Nodding to Coulson, Linn Hall walked towards James Duke, who was waving to him. "He is unwilling to cooperate?" Listening to the sound from the headphones, Coulson looked at Linn Hall and walked onto the stage of the press conference. A gentle smile always appeared on his face. "That's right, but the FBI has argued with us and even had frictions more than once. If Secretary General Pierce hadn't been dealing with him all the time, I'm afraid the two sides would have had a terrible quarrel. So it's normal for Linn Hall to be unwilling to cooperate. By the way, Hill, what do you think after reading his information?" Inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Looking through Linn Hall's information, Hill said expressionlessly, "A very good guy. No wonder he was promoted to D2 at the age of 24. I have reported to Director Fury. If necessary, let him see the other side of the world." "So, do you think he meets our solicitation requirements?" Looking at Linn Hall, who was photographed by the media, Coulson smiled and said, "I like this young man." Tony Stark would not speak honestly according to the content of the speech, and James Duke had been prepared for this. After all, it would be rare for this arrogant guy to cooperate obediently. So he mentioned Linn Hall more than 10 times in just a few minutes. James Duke did not care. After all, he also valued Linn Hall very much and was guiding him to join Hydra. Secondly, the purpose of holding this grand press conference was not to promote himself to the media and the public, but the heavyweight guests invited to the scene. They are James Duke's main target. But when Tony Stark threw the speech out casually and announced to the media without hesitation that Stark Industries would permanently close the weapons manufacturing department from this moment on, The entire press conference was in an uproar. Even James Duke was shocked by Tony Stark's operation. Seeing those reporters frantically raising their microphones to ask questions, James Duke immediately gave Linn a look. After receiving Duke's look, Linn Hall immediately had someone announce the end of the press conference. At the same time, he protected Tony Stark and walked backstage. As for Tony's plan to close the weapons manufacturing department, Linn Hall actually had a plan in mind. So just as he took Tony Stark back to the backstage, Sean took people to control the riot scene. Tony, are you crazy? As soon as he returned to the lounge, Obadiah Stane immediately stepped forward and asked, "Do you know what kind of disastrous consequences your speech just now will bring to Stark Industries? You should have discussed such a big thing with me in advance." Listening to Obadiah Stane's angry questioning, Tony Stark looked indifferent. "Of course I know what the consequences will be, but this is my decision." "Damn it, your brain must have been blown up in the Middle East. We need to have a good talk." As he said, Obadiah Stane turned his head and looked at Linn and said, "Mr. Hall, since the press conference is over, can we take Tony away from here now?" "Of course." As he said, Linn gently pressed the headset, and then Alice walked in from outside. At this moment, all the reporters are blocked in the hall, so Alice will take you out through the back door. "Thank you." After shaking hands with Linn Hall to express his gratitude, Obadiah Stane immediately took Tony and others away. Obadiah Stane favorability -7. Linn Hall was certainly aware of Obadiah Stane's favorability. After all, it was Obadiah Stane who planned the attack on Tony Stark. But he didn't expect that the group of Middle Easterners didn't kill Tony directly as planned, and he didn't expect that he would bring Tony back from the Middle East. However, -7 favorability. Maybe he should snatch the head from Tony, and then see what kind of gift and inheritance he can get after killing Obadiah Stane. The screen in the lounge was playing in real time, the reporters' reports on this big news. Linn Hall took out his mobile phone and called an unmarked number. In a securities company in New Jersey. Seeing the caller ID on his phone, the securities manager immediately closed the door, then picked up the phone and asked carefully, "Hello, Mr. Hall. Daniel, I need your help with something." Hearing what Linn Hall said on the other end of the phone, Daniel asked with a somewhat nervous expression, "Okay, Mr. Hall, I wonder what kind of help I can provide you?" "Don't be nervous." Picked up the coffee pot and poured himself a cup of coffee, Linn Hall smiled and said, "In 10 minutes, a sum of $500,000 will be transferred to your account. Please help me open an account. This money is used to buy Stark Industrial stocks. Once Stark Industries stock price drops by 70%, buy it immediately." Hearing that Linn Hall's request was so simple, Daniel's expression relaxed immediately. "No problem, Mr. Hall. I promise that no one will check this account." "No, this private account must withstand anyone's inspection." "Don't worry, this money is what I have saved from working for these years, not bribes or anything like that." "No problem, Mr. Hall, but I'm sorry about Stark Industries on TV. I'm too talkative." "I understand." After hanging up the phone, Daniel wiped the sweat from his forehead due to nervousness and then immediately started to operate. This money is indeed what Linn Hall has earned over the years. To be precise, there are $670,000 in Linn Hall's account. Although part of it is additional mission funds, it can definitely withstand any inspection. As for the other $170,000, Linn ordered a red Audi R8. After all, this weekend is Gwen's birthday and gifts must be prepared. In addition, Daniel from this securities company is actually similar to Draco Muhammad, the Middle Eastern man who made bombs. After transferring the funds, Linn Hall left the lounge. In the evening, at James Duke's cocktail party. There were many people attending this cocktail party tonight, including military, Congress, courts, CIA, business celebrities, and others. All these people were invited by James Duke. According to him, they were all members of the fraternity. When following Duke and listening to him introduce these people to him, Linn Hall discovered a small detail. That is, including Duke, these people all wore a very delicate brooch on the chest of their suits. The moment he saw this brooch, Linn Hall finally confirmed that these so-called fraternity members in front of him were actually all Hydra. Why is he so sure? Because this brooch once appeared in Captain America 2 when Senator Stern met with S.H.I.E.L.D. Sitwell. Linn Hall kept smiling while holding champagne and talking enthusiastically with these people. After the cocktail party, James Duke said to Linn, these are all members of the fraternity. The purpose of the fraternity was to enable everyone to help each other. You should know that whether it is within our FBI or in the political and military sectors, there are factions everywhere. If we don't unite, sooner or later we will be swallowed up by others. Hearing Duke's heartfelt words, Linn Hall said gratefully, I understand, Mr. Director. Thank you for your appreciation. Haha, don't worry about this. Take out the brooch and put it in front of Linn Hall, James Duke said with a smile. It's difficult to join this fraternity. Only those who are recommended by our internal members are eligible to enter the probation period. Speaking, Duke handed Linn Hall a stack of information. I am very optimistic about you, Linn. I believe you can show your ability and role so as to pass the internal assessment of the fraternity and become a formal member. The next morning, sitting in his office, Linn Hall flipped through the piece of information Duke handed to him last night. The guy on the profile is a mutant named Kevin Robert. He was once a member of the Variety Brotherhood, but since Magneto was caught and put in a special prison, the Mutant Brotherhood was completely disbanded. Linn Hall had met mutants twice when dealing with cases before. It's just that because of the low favorability and not as low as -5, even if you kill, you will have to die of dozens of experience. In addition, some departments must be captured alive, so Linn has never obtained it from mutants. Any gifts? After taking a closer look at the information introduction, Kevin Roberts' ability has extraordinary power. According to the information, he can easily lift something weighing 20 tons, and he also has extremely rich fighting skills. After closing the information, Linn Hall began to think. As James Duke said last night, this Kevin Robert destroyed the industry of some members of the fraternity. He even almost killed the members of the Brotherhood, so this guy became the assessment of his joining the Brotherhood. However, Linn sneered at this statement. After all, according to the identities of those who appeared last night, it is easier to press Kevin Robert to death than to press Ann to death. Thinking of this, Linn Hall took out his cell phone and called. Soon, Alice came to Linn Hall's office. Boss, is there anything you want to ask me for? Handing Alice the photo and name on the profile, Linn Hall said, let the intelligence department investigate this guy. Yes. Hearing Linn Hall's order, Alice nodded immediately, but did not leave directly. Is there anything else? Seeing Alice, who had not left, Linn Hall asked with a smile, did you encounter any trouble? They are all your own people, and I will naturally help me if I can do it. Hee boss, do you have time this weekend? Pulling a chair open and sitting across from Linn Hall, Alice smiled and said, my parents are going to introduce me to my boyfriend again, and then I lied to them that I have a boyfriend. So if you have time this weekend, I would like to ask you to cooperate with me in the show. Speaking of this, Alice folded her hands and said pitifully, please, please. I remember you didn't like women? Hearing Alice's request, Linn leaned on the chair and smiled. Is it okay to just tell your parents directly? It's not that easy. She sighed helplessly, and Alice said, I like the secret of women, only you know the boss. My parents are very old-fashioned. If they knew that I like a soft and fragrant woman, I guess they would break my legs directly. You can let Sean accompany you. Looking at Alice's request, Linn Hall picked up the coffee and smiled. Hasn't he been pursuing you all the time? I'll have to go back to the family party this weekend. What's more, this weekend is Gwen's 17th birthday. Come on, if I let that idiot Sean follow me, he might mistakenly think that I'm giving him a chance. Getting up from the chair, Alice said, if it really doesn't work, I'll go to Broadway to hire a male actor. I lied to my parents first. After that, I will say that this male actor cheated on me. Then I was heartbroken, and then my sexual orientation changed. Boss, what do you think of this method? Looking at Alice, who was getting brighter and brighter the more she spoke, Linn Hall raised a thumb and said, don't say it. It's a good excuse. Haha, then do it. After saying that, Alice left excitedly for the intelligence department. 2 days later, late at night in Brooklyn. Tactical Team Number 1 is in place. Tactical Team Number 2 is in place. The electromagnetic device has been activated. The sniper is in place. Listening to the constant signals from the team members coming from the headset, Linn sat on the black Chevrolet, looking quietly at the street ahead. According to information from the intelligence department, the mutant Kevin Robert lives here and returns home late every night. So Linn directly formulated an arrest plan. Since this mutant is very powerful and has extremely rich fighting skills, then let him try the FBI's technological strength. Boss, the target has appeared. Just as Linn was waiting, Sean's voice suddenly came from the headset. Everyone is ready to start the arrest operation immediately once the target enters the predetermined location. Yes, everyone in the headset responded in unison and then returned to silence. On the street, walking home with a hood, Kevin Robert always felt that the streets were too deserted tonight. But when I think about the two gangs here just had a gunfight last night because of snatching territory, Kevin Robert felt that it was normal for the streets to be deserted. After all, those weak ordinary people will of course be afraid of those gang members. Robert casually lit a cigarette and recalled that when he went out to rob tonight, the man wanted to protect his wife and children before he died. When he thought of this, Kevin Robert sneered in his heart. Ordinary people should be enslaved by mutants. Unfortunately, Magneto's action failed last time, causing the mutant brotherhood to disperse. This failed guy. When he came to the street entrance, Kevin Robert threw the cigarette in his hand to the ground casually and was about to cross the street to return to his home. But suddenly he found that the color of the street lamp standing there seemed to be something wrong. The originally bright street lamp became a little dim, and it was crackling as if it was leaking electricity. Before he could react, a beam of current hit his body directly in the next second, and then 4 electromagnetic devices rose around him to release current and directly control him. At the same time, the sniper who was ambushing in the night also quickly opened fire. Before Kevin Robert could struggle, the bullet directly penetrated his limbs and disabled him. The intense pain made Kevin Robert scream in an instant, and the paralyzing effect of the electric current made his body twitch continuously. 2 fully armed action team members rushed out from the side and raised the black muzzle of the gun without hesitation and pointed it at him. If it were an ordinary person, he would have fainted long ago after being pierced by the sniper rifle and the electric current. But Kevin Roberts' whole body was twitching, but his eyes were still fixed on the group of fully armed guys. FUXX, you damn ordinary people, only you maggots would use such dirty means. Professor X, that idiot, actually wants mutants to live in peace with humans? You despicable humans should be enslaved by us. FUXX, you're the maggots in the dry toilet, that is. Kevin Robert, whose limbs were pierced by bullets and whose body was paralyzed by electric current, kept cursing loudly. The vicious curse made Sean even want to kill him on the spot. TSK, he is worthy of being a mutant with extraordinary power. He has fallen to this point, and he can still curse loudly. A teasing voice came from not far away, and Kevin Robert raised his head with effort. When he saw the FBI agent team surrounding him make way, a tall and handsome young man walked towards him. Kevin Robert asked angrily, "You damn, wha?" Before Kevin Robert could curse Linn loudly, Sean kicked him hard in the mouth the next moment. Looking at the mutant whose teeth were kicked out by him and whose mouth was full of blood, Sean stepped on his cheek and said, "You answer whatever our boss asks. If you dare to speak rudely to our boss, I will break all your teeth." Kevin Roberts' eyes were full of resentment when Sean stepped on his head. This reminded him of the ordinary person who was stepped on his head but still shouted for his wife to run away. Kevin Roberts' favorability -8. Looking at the prompt given by the system, Linn gave Sean an appreciative look. TSK, he is really worthy of being his most capable subordinate, and he is really good at pulling hatred. Squatting down and taking out a gun to point at Kevin Roberts' head, Linn said, "I have read your file. Since the disbandment of the Brotherhood of Mutants, your hands are stained with the blood of ordinary people. Even for a few $dozen, you killed a family of 4. You ordinary people should." Before Kevin Robert finished speaking, Linn hit him with a gun, and his head was broken and bleeding. Ha ha. After being broken on the head by Linn Hall, Kevin Robert not only did not cry out in pain, but laughed out loud. Spitting out a mouthful of blood foam, Kevin Robert stared at Linn Hall instead of blood flowing out of his eyes. It's all Magneto's fault, that stupid loser. If he hadn't failed, America would have been controlled and ruled by us. If we mutants controlled America, we could use force and nuclear bombs to build a real mutant nation. By then, you ordinary people who are as lowly as maggots will only be worthy of being our slaves. Kevin Roberts' words made Sean Alice and others furious. But Linn Hall didn't care. He didn't care who overthrew or ruled America, as long as he could satisfy his own interests. Even if aliens wanted to destroy America, he would become a firm guide. One butt of a gun hit Kevin Roberts' face after another. But seeing his head bleeding, his favorability was always -8, and it never dropped again. Linn Hall stood up with some regret, and then pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! A gunshot broke the silence of the night sky, and then a hole appeared in Kevin Roberts' head. Just after Kevin Robert was killed, the system's prompt sounded. Kevin Roberts' favorability -8, kill him, get a gift, superpower LV1. Listening to the prompt sound given by the system, Linn Hall did not check it immediately, but asked Sean to take people to deal with the scene. After returning to the car, Linn Hall opened the system to check. Name, Linn Hall. Intelligence, 3. Strength, 4. Speed, 2. Endurance, 3. Energy emission, 0. Combat skills, 6. Skills, Israeli Krav Maga LV10 Max, Hot Weapon Mastery LV9, 2574/11000, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu LV7, 755/2100, Muay Thai LV7, 125/2100, Cold Weapon Mastery LV6, 740/2600, Super Strength LV1, 0/1500. Experience, 780. Looking at the system display, there is a super strength in his skill column, and the strength attribute has also increased from 3 to 4. After Linn Hall turned off the system, he leaned on the seat and breathed a sigh of relief. He finally got the first extraordinary ability and got rid of the identity of an ordinary person. The reason why he kept beating and angering Kevin Robert just now was to make his favorability towards him reach -9, so that he could get a better gift when he killed him. Unfortunately, his favorability is always -8. Although his super strength is only LV1, it also increases his strength attribute from 3 to 4. His strength is also higher than that of ordinary people, with a strength range of 800 lbs, 25t. After taking a look inside the car, he found no testing tools, so Linn Hall prepared to test it again after returning to the apartment. Unfortunately, his current experience is only 780, which is not enough to increase his super strength to LV2. I still have to work hard. Uncle George Stacy and his wife and Gwen have a favorability of 9 for me, and they can refresh gifts for me every week, totaling 150 experience points. Thinking of this, Linn Hall started the car and felt a little disgusted with Sean and others. The favorability of these guys is 7, and they only refresh gifts once a year, with only 5 experience points each time. TSK. 10 years of gifts are equivalent to Gwen's gifts for a week. After returning to the apartment, Linn Hall picked up a dumbbell and tried it. The 20-kilogram dumbbell was light in his hand at this moment, and he didn't feel anything. It seems that the specific strength data still needs to be tested more professionally. But Linn is not going to test it in the FBI. After all, super strength is his biggest trump card at present. Only by hiding the trump card can he take it out as a killer at a critical moment. After a simple wash, Linn Hall lay on the bed to rest. James Duke's assessment was considered passed. Starting tomorrow, he would be able to get the brooch and become a member of the Brotherhood. I just don't know how Duke is going to use him to drag him down, so that he can join Hydra step by step. Well, Hydra is now at its peak, and they can be found in all walks of life. Although Hydra will be eliminated by Steve Rogers in a few years, before that, it will be enough for Linn Hall to get enough benefits for himself. In addition, the business card Phil Coulson gave him can also be used in the future. When Steve Rogers thaws from the ice and finds Hydra in S.H.I.E.L.D. and is ready to eliminate them, he can also play the image of a prodigal son who has been forced into a wrong path and turned back. So Coulson is the most critical step in his plan to ensure that he will turn against Hydra in the future. Linn Hall habitually reviewed what happened today in his mind, and after making sure that there was nothing missing, he went to sleep peacefully. In a luxurious villa in Washington. Is Kevin Robert dead? Hearing the news from her companion, a fair-skinned and beautiful woman frowned and asked, "Damn, how did he die?" Faced with the woman's questioning, the companion immediately replied, "He was killed by the FBI, Raven. I guess Robert may have acted too ostentatiously, so he attracted the attention of the FBI. You also know that the shadow of his childhood and his previous experiences made him have a deep hatred for ordinary people. As far as I know, he killed many ordinary people during this period. Fuxx, this idiot." Hearing the explanation of her companion, Raven Darhome lowered her head. He cursed loudly. "I told him a long time ago that he must keep a low profile during this period. At least we have to wait until we find out where Eric is imprisoned and find a way to rescue him before we can plan the U.S. At this point, Mystique Raven leaned back in her chair and said to her companions, "Tell other members of the Brotherhood of Mutants to hide during this period." "That's fine, but Kevin's murder is revenge." That's his own fault. No one else can be blamed." After thinking for a moment, Raven looked at her companions and said, "The military has never given up tracking us, especially Stryker's family. The guys have been looking for trouble with us. We'd better not provoke the FBI during this period. Smith, notify everyone to hide, and everything will be discussed after I rescue Eric." "Okay, but many members have already accepted tasks on the black market for their livelihoods. I will notify them to pay attention." Said, Smith stood up and prepared to leave, but just as he walked to the door, Smith suddenly turned back and said, "Raven, the real Lena. You haven't forgotten her yet? Don't forget, her husband is one of the executioners who firmly killed us mutants." Faced with Raven's cold tone, Smith was silent. After a moment, he said, "She was the only one who was kind to me and willing to play with me when I was a child. Although my goal is to build a country for mutants, she is the only light in my heart." Looking at Smith's serious eyes, Raven smiled and said, "Don't worry, Lena was just locked up by me. I just want to use her identity to do something. For your sake, I won't do anything to her, but I won't let her husband, the Congressman Terrence who harmed us, go." Nodding to Raven, who looked like Lena, Smith turned and left. FBI. Repeating the name softly, Raven's eyes flashed a glimmer. The next morning. "Well done." Looking at Linn Hall, who was reporting to him, James Duke said with a smile, "I knew you could pass the Brotherhood's assessment, but I didn't expect it to be so straightforward." As he said that, James Duke pushed the small box on the desk in front of Linn. Inside was the exquisite brooch that symbolized Hydra's identity. "From now on, you will officially become a member of our fraternity." Looking at the system prompt, James Duke's favorability towards him increased to 7, and at the same time, he received 10 experience points. Linn Hall smiled calmly and said, "Thank you, Director." As he said that, Linn Hall put it away. Sure enough, after passing the so-called assessment and being believed by Duke that he would sooner or later become a member of Hydra, even his favorability changed. Director, Kevin Robert was once a member of the Brotherhood of Mutants. According to the Intelligence Department's investigation of his recent call records, he has always kept in touch with other members of the Brotherhood of Mutants, so if it is necessary. Don't worry about other mutants for now. Faced with Linn's inquiry, James Duke smiled and waved his hand. "Linn, you have to understand that some people can still be knives in our hands despite their different positions. Obedient dogs will have bones to eat, and those who want to bite back should be killed and skinned. And we are the ones who decide whether to reward them with bones to eat." Listen to James Duke. After hearing these meaningful words, Linn nodded gently and said, "I understand." "Haha, go get some work done, Linn. When I take the position of director of the headquarters, this office will be yours." I said last time that after you bring Tony Stark back from the Middle East, your level should be raised. As he spoke, James Duke handed the document to Linn Hall. I have filed the information. From now on, your level will be adjusted to D3. Next year, when Richie is no longer a nominal consultant, you will take over his position. Thank you for the trust of the director. After saying thank you to Duke, Linn Hall got up and left. After returning to the office, the smile on Linn Hall's face gradually disappeared. According to the news just revealed by James Duke, Hydra still has connections with mutants. The disobedient dog obviously refers to Kevin Robert. What about the obedient dog? Is it someone from the Brotherhood of Mutants? And it is obvious that James Duke did not put himself or Hydra in a position to cooperate with mutants. So can it be understood that the Hydra group headed by James Duke actually controls and commands a group of mutants? After leaning back in his chair and thinking for a while, Linn Hall shook his head. His current status is still too low, whether in the FBI or the Brotherhood he just joined. Otherwise, he can use this dual identity to maximize the favorability of mutants, whether it is positive or negative. Thinking of this, Linn Hall's eyes lit up. James Duke did provide him with some ideas. With his current identity, the favorability of members of the Brotherhood of Mutants cannot be easily brushed. But what about the X-Men? There is a lot of room for operation here. Maybe he can find a way to make those X-Men take the initiative to lick him. After all, according to their current embarrassing situation, they also need some support from friends with status. Just thinking about it, the phone suddenly rang. Looking at the caller ID, Linn Hall's mouth curled up, and then he answered the phone. Linn, tomorrow is the weekend. You promised me that you would come back this week, and I'm on summer vacation. What about the promises you made to me? Listening to Gwen's voice on the other end of the phone, Linn laughed. Number 1 Stacy, this is your home forever. Friday evening. Parking the Chevrolet at the place where he had lived for 11 years, Linn Hall got out of the car with red wine and gifts. Looking at the red Audi R8 parked not far away, Linn Hall nodded with satisfaction. This was sent by someone before he came back. He came to the door with the things in his arms, and before Linn Hall knocked on the door, a burst of hurried footsteps came from the house. As the door opened, the tall and youthful Gwen rushed up. Linn, you finally came back? Looking at Gwen, who jumped on him and smiled brightly, Linn Hall smiled and said, "It's busy this month." Cut. What? Without your FBI, the United States will be finished? I think you are just too lazy to come back. Said in a coquettish tone, Gwen sniffed at Linn Hall like a puppy. After making sure there was no smell of other women, he was satisfied to take the red wine and gift from Linn. Do you remember what day tomorrow is? Seeing Gwen blinking her eyes with anticipation, Linn Hall pretended to think, well, what day is it? Aunt Helen's birthday has passed, right? Linn Hall. Haha. Raising his hand and pinching Gwen's angry face, Linn Hall laughed very happily. This made Gwen angrily pinch Linn's arm. Half an hour later, at the dining table. Every time you go home, you buy so many things. There is no shortage of red wine at home, and I don't lack skincare products and bags. The bags you bought for me in the past few years are almost hanging on the wall. Helen was nagging while adding dinner to Linn Hall. For Linn, Helen has always treated him as a son. George Stacy smiled and tasted the red wine that Linn brought back and said, "Is this the red wine produced by California Pinewood Winery?" Yes. Hearing Uncle George's question, Linn Hall smiled and said, "Director Duke knew that I would come back this weekend to attend a family gathering. So he specially selected a bottle of red wine that has been collected for nearly 20 years from his wine cellar and asked me to bring it back for you to taste." It seems that James Duke thinks highly of you, but Linn, you have to be careful about James Duke. I have been in contact with him before, and I always feel that he... Before George Stacy finished speaking, Helen whispered, knocking on the table. He interrupted. "It's dinner time now, dear. You can't talk to the child about work after he comes back. And the child has grown up. You can't use a preaching tone anymore." Looking at his wife's unkind eyes, George Stacy smiled and said, "Okay, my fault, in my heart. Linn is still that little kid. But who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, the little kid who pulled my arm to play with a gun is now 24 years old?" With a tone full of emotion, George Stacy looked at Linn with loving eyes. The atmosphere of the dinner was very harmonious, and even Gwen, who didn't receive a gift, looked very happy. Under the table, a foot kept stepping on Linn Hall's instep, as if in revenge. After dinner, Linn Hall smiled and took out the car keys from his pocket and placed them in front of Gwen. "What is this?" Looking at the car key in front of her, Gwen's eyes were full of surprise. "Is this for me?" In the United States, you can take a driver's license at the age of 16, so Gwen already had a driver's license last year. And Uncle George has given her a second-hand Ford. So Linn is not worried that Gwen can't drive. "What do you think?" Raising his hand and pinching Gwen's face, Linn Hall deliberately looked at his feet and said, "If some people's birthday gifts are not taken out, I'm worried that I will have to use crutches tomorrow." Hee. The car key, looking at the Audi logo on it. Gwen asked with surprise, "When I just came back, I saw a red Audi R8 parked outside the house. Linn, that car won't be my birthday present." "No, your birthday present is a heavy truck." Heh. After rolling his eyes at Linn, Gwen ran out excitedly. After walking around the smooth body of the car, Gwen sat in the car excitedly, stroking the steering wheel lovingly. "Why don't you go for a walk?" Looking at Gwen's excitement, Linn Hall asked with a smile. Jumping out of the car, Gwen threw herself on Linn. Then she held Linn's head and kissed him several times in succession, then ran back into the car, started the car, and drove carefully into the garage. "I thought you were going to test drive the car." Seeing Gwen coming out of the car, Linn said with a smile, "Anyway, the car is mine, and there are many opportunities to test drive it." As she spoke, Gwen took Linn's arm and returned home. Beside the fireplace, Linn Hall and George Stacy sat face to face. The light blue smoke kept floating in the air, and George Stacy asked Linn, "You got promoted again?" "Currently D3. My boss is going to be a consultant next year, and when the position of agent chief is vacant, I will most likely take it." As he said, Linn took a sip from the wine glass. "Uncle George, don't you want to go into politics?" "Me?" Taking a sip from the red wine in the glass, George Stacy smiled and shook his head and said, "Forget it. I have been a policeman for most of my life, and I don't want to get involved in that dirty quagmire. But you, Linn, have been different from other children since you were young. When other children are still playing and rebellious, you are always smart and sensible. I know you always know what you want in your heart, but, my child, such a life will be very tiring. I always hope to see you rebellious when you are young, and hope to see you enjoy your life enthusiastically and happily like a real young man." Hearing Uncle George's words, Linn Hall lit a cigarette for himself. After a long while, he whispered, "I enjoy my life now, Uncle George. There are some things that even family members cannot tell. And his current identity makes it easier for him to get everything he wants. As long as you like it." Putting out his cigarette in the ashtray, George Stacy picked up his glass and clinked it with Linn. "My child, I just want you to know that when you are tired one day, the door of my home will always be open for you. This will always be your home." In the evening, after returning to the room and washing up, Linn was ready to rest, but soon she heard a faint sound of footsteps coming from outside the door. The footsteps were very light, as if they were afraid of waking others, but Linn Hall immediately recognized that it was Gwen's footsteps. Sure enough, as the door opened, Gwen, wearing a bare nightgown, poked her head in. "It's so late, aren't you asleep yet?" "Shoo." Gwen made a shushing gesture to Linn Hall and quietly walked into the room and closed the door. Then she threw herself on Linn's bed. She lifted the quilt and crawled in, and then pulled Linn's arm to rest on her. "Aren't you afraid of being discovered by Uncle George and Aunt Helen?" Looking at Gwen, who was smiling and crawling into her quilt, Linn pinched her cheek and said, "What are you afraid of?" "I'm not a child anymore, Linn. I'll be 17 tomorrow." As she spoke, Gwen crawled into Linn's arms. Gwen's golden hair spread on the pillow, and she raised her head and kissed Linn on the mouth. "Hee. So happy." "Nothing." Looking at Gwen's beautifully raised lips under the moonlight, Linn lowered her head and kissed her. Before Linn's lips left, Gwen hooked her hand around Linn's neck and greedily asked for it. A moment later, Feeling Gwen starting to use the Emperor to control the princes, Linn patted Gwen's butt and said helplessly, "Who did you learn it from? It's already been taught in the physiology class, and if you didn't insist on waiting until I was 18 years old." Gwen rolled her eyes and then leaned close to Linn's ear and whispered, "My best friends laughed at me." "Laughed at you?" "Yes, because they said I will be 17 years old tomorrow and still have a virginity. In school, many girls have already fallen in love and even Mary Jane even. Oh, by the way, Linn, I didn't invite so many people to tomorrow's birthday party. Only Mary Jane and her boyfriend Peter Parker and Harry will come." Listening to Gwen's words, Linn nodded. "Just be happy." "By the way, did you just say that Mary Jane and Peter Parker are together?" "Yes." When Gwen mentioned this, her eyes were full of gossip. After Mary Jane broke up with the captain of the baseball team, she got together with Peter Parker. But Peter Parker's best friend Harry Osborn also likes Mary Jane. Anyway, the relationship between these three people is a bit messy, but they are best friends. "Is there no one pursuing you in school?" "Of course, please, you know I am the school belle." After kissing the corner of Linn's mouth, Gwen looked at the handsome face in front of her and then smiled happily. "But I don't like them." As she spoke, Gwen's hands began to speed up. "That's right, Gwen is so young and beautiful, and don't look at her always acting like a spoiled child in front of her. But in front of her classmates, Gwen is always very ladylike. It would be strange if no one pursued her. By the way, Linn, did you get the concert tickets? You promised me that you would accompany me to the concert." "Of course, I will accompany you to the concert of that female rock band on Sunday." Thinking of the unequal treaties proposed by Gwen, Linn smiled and shook his head. "Hey, I've made an appointment with Mary Jane and Peter Parker this summer to go to Osborne Industries for an internship. In addition, we are going to visit the Science and Technology Museum next week. You know, I like biology. I heard that there are many rare animals and insects in the Science and Technology Museum. Also, I plan to go to New York University next year. In this way, I can go home if I want to, and I can go to your place if I don't want to go home." At this point, Gwen raised her head and looked at Linn with shining eyes. "I won't have to live with my parents when I go to college." "At that time, hee hee." Looking at Gwen with shining eyes, Linn lowered her head and whispered in her ear, "It's okay now. Do you need me to tell you away?" Give Linn a coquettish look, and then Gwen buried her head in the quilt and acted like an ostrich. When it comes to eloquence, compared with Jessica, a senior from the New York FBI, Gwen still looks very immature. After all, Jessica is the head of the Internal Affairs Department, although she always has a hard time speaking to herself. But her skills in talking are far better than that of Gwen, who is still young. And every time Jessica fails in her verbal battle, she will sigh deeply, unlike Gwen, who can only use her hands and mouth and is a little clumsy. Gently stroking Gwen's golden hair, watching Gwen raise her head and look at her with wet eyes like a little animal. Linn smiled and then thought about what she said, that she had an appointment with Peter Parker and others to go to the Science and Technology Exhibition Hall next weekend. If the world line does not change, Peter Parker will be bitten by a spider there and then mutate into Spider-Man. However, in the initial stage, Peter Parker did not understand the meaning of Spider-Man. It was not until the death of Uncle Ben that he truly understood what it meant that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Hiss. After taking a breath, Linn put his arms behind his head. Perhaps, during Peter Parker's first time as Spider-Man, I can accidentally act as his life mentor and improve my favorability. Cough, cough, cough. Gwen coughed twice with her mouth covered and looked at Linn with some resentment. She was afraid of being discovered by her parents if she ran out, so she could only pick up the water cup on the table and drink it. After drinking half a cup of water in one breath, Gwen lay down again. After chatting with Linn for a long time, Gwen returned to her room carefully in slippers. Just after coming out of Linn's room, she saw her mother also came out of the room. "Did you go to chat with Linn again?" Looking at Gwen coming out of Linn's room, Helen asked with a calm smile. "Yeah, he hasn't been back for almost a month. I have a lot to say to him." As she spoke, Gwen looked at the clock on the wall and said, "Oh, it's already midnight. I'm so sleepy. Good night, Mom." After that, Gwen ran back to her room. Looking at her daughter's light steps, Helen returned to her room with a smile. "If you ask me, you're just thinking too much." Looking at his wife coming back, George Stacy closed the newspaper in his hand and said, "Linn and Gwen are both good children. You don't need to worry too much." Hearing her husband say this, Helen returned to the bed and whispered, "Don't you know our daughter's little thoughts yet?" "I know, I've known since she was 14, so I said, both of them are good children." After that, George Stacy turned off the bedside lamp. "I hope our daughter can get together with Linn. With Lynn's doting on Gwen, I don't worry at all that Gwen will suffer any grievances in the future." Gwen's birthday party on the weekend. "Happy birthday, Gwen. This is your birthday present." "Gwen, happy birthday." Peter Parker and 3 others came to Gwen's house with Gwen's bestie to celebrate her birthday, and everyone gave her a beautifully wrapped gift. "Long time no see, Mr. Hall." Seeing Linn Hall, Peter Parker greeted her politely. As one of Gwen's friends, Peter Parker certainly knew Linn. "Long time no see, Peter. Just call me Linn." Handing Peter Parker a glass of juice, Linn Hall smiled and said, "Although today is Gwen's birthday party, you are not yet 21 years old and cannot drink." As a result, Peter Parker thanked Linn very politely for the juice she handed over. Harry, on the other hand, looked at the beer in Lynn's hand with envy and seemed to want to have a drink. Peter Parker Favorability 3. Harry Osborn Favorability 3. Mary Jane Favorability 5. Linn checked the favorability of several people towards her and suddenly found that Mary Jane's favorability towards her was 5. It was normal for Peter Parker and Harry Osborn to have a favorability of 3. After all, they only knew each other, but they were not that familiar with each other. They only knew Lynn's identity, and they always heard Gwen say how much Linn doted on her. So naturally, they had a good impression of Linn. But what's the matter with Mary Jane's favorability of 5? He drank beer and looked over to Gwen calmly. "I saw a group of girls chattering over there." And Mary Jane and Gwen's girlfriends always looked over here from time to time. Especially Mary Jane, who seemed to have a good impression of Linn. As a top agent, Linn could naturally see the girls' little thoughts at a glance. It turns out that the reason why Mary Jane's favorability towards me reached 5 directly is because she is a fangirl. "Hey, Gwen, the red Audi R8 parked outside is the birthday gift that Linn gave you? God, he really dotes on you. That car is so beautiful. How about we go out for a drive after the party? Haha, when school starts, you will drive that car to school, and those bitches will be jealous to death." Listening to the envious voices of her best friends around her, the smile on Gwen's face never disappeared. The girls were talking over there, while Linn Hall was chatting with Peter Parker and Harry. "Linn, I heard from Gwen that you're an FBI agent? This is so cool." Boys have a fascination with identities like agents. Especially when they are under the age of 18, they always think it is a very cool thing. Seeing that Peter Parker and Harry were very curious about their work, Linn told them some details that the media had not disclosed when saving Stark. Harry and Peter Parker were amazed by these secrets. The look they gave Linn was full of longing. In addition, Linn was always very kind and treated them as adults, with respect without any airs. This made Peter Parker and Harry Osborn's favorability towards Linn rise. In just over half an hour, the two people's favorability towards Linn increased from 3 to 5. When Aunt Helen pushed the cake out, Linn Hall clapped her hands and said, "Okay, boys, the birthday party has begun. I am not the protagonist today." Hearing Linn Hall say this, although Peter Parker and Harry were a little reluctant, they still sent their blessings to Gwen. When the party was over, Linn and Gwen watched them leave. Watching the group leave, Linn Hall kept a calm smile. Peter Parker's favorability towards him has now increased to 5, and he will become Spider-Man next. The identity of life mentor can be slowly opened. In the car, "Peter, Linn is so cool." Driving the car, Harry excitedly said to Peter Parker, "Peter, I didn't expect so many things to happen when Linn led people to rescue Tony Stark." Leading a team to the Middle East, using the armed forces in the Middle East to attack each other, and then taking advantage of the chaos to rescue Tony Stark. This is so cool. I want to join the FBI and fight side by side with Linn. Looking at Harry's excitement, Peter Parker nodded and said, "It's amazing to save Mr. Stark from the armed forces at the cost of 0 casualties." But Harry, didn't Mr. Osborn want you to take over your family's company after graduating from college? So you shouldn't have a chance to join the FBI. What about you? Hearing Peter Parker mention his father, Harry shook his head helplessly. But soon he asked Peter Parker, "Have you ever thought about becoming a cool person like Mr. Linn?" "Me?" After a moment of silence, Peter Parker spread his hands. "I'm still thinking about which university to go to next year." "Peter, why don't we go to Yale University?" Turning his head to look at Peter Parker, Harry's eyes flashed with a gleam. "Even if we can't be as cool as Linn, we can be his schoolmates. In this way, even if there is no chance to work together in the future, there may be opportunities to get in touch." "Harry, do you regard Mr. Linn Hall as your idol?" "I remember your idol is boxing champion Morrison." Mary Jane, who had been sitting in the back row and listening to the conversation between the two people without saying a word, suddenly asked, "Yes, I declare that from today on, Linn Hall is my idol." Harry nodded excitedly and unconsciously stepped on the accelerator a little harder. "I also think Mr. Linn Hall is very mature and has a good temperament." Thinking of Linn Hall's handsome face, Mary Jane nodded, then looked at Peter and asked, "Peter, what about you? If both of you go to Yale University, then I will definitely go too. After all, one of you is my girlfriend and the other is my best friend." Looking at the street scene that is constantly receding outside the car window, Peter Parker thought about the future. Compared to Yale University, I actually want to stay in New York instead of going to New Haven, Connecticut. But Harry and Mary Jane, forget it anyway. Going to college is next year, and I am not in a hurry to make a choice for the time being. Maybe this time next year, Mary Jane and Harry will change their minds. Thinking of this, Peter Parker looked out the window again. Recalling Lynn's kind attitude towards him and some cool experiences he said. Peter Parker's eyes flashed with envy. If I can become someone like Linn, it may be a good choice. Among the various unequal treaties signed by Gwen forced Linn, accompanying her to watch a women's band concert, is just one of them. Concert scene. The female singers on the stage sang to the fullest, while the venues of 10,000 people were almost full. Holding Lynn's arm, Gwen kept waving his other arm excitedly and was extremely devoted. However, Phil Coulson, who was sitting on the other side of Linn, only felt the music was a little noisy. He prefers symphony, after all. His girlfriend is a cellist in the symphony orchestra. "Don't always look at me, Mr. Coulson. I won't lend you another arm." Linn joked at Phil Coulson, who always wanted to find a chance to talk to him. "Don't worry, I won't do this. Otherwise my girlfriend will know that I'm holding a man's arm to watch the concert, and I think she will definitely break up with me." Coulson didn't mind Lynn's joke. "And you can call me Phil or call me Coulson. Do you know? The lead singer of this pure girl band has an extraordinary identity." "Oh." Hearing Coulson say this, Linn glanced at the lead singer, who was constantly swaying on the stage with some curiosity. "She has other identities?" "Of course, Linn. Do you know the Dark World?" "Dark World? I haven't heard of it." "Oh, sorry. This is our exclusive name for S.H.I.E.L.D., and it is normal that you haven't heard of it. I deliberately mentioned the exclusive title of S.H.I.E.L.D. with the purpose of attracting Linn Hall's interest and paving the way for the next conversation. As the name suggests, the Dark World is contrary to the normal world we see, and is a world composed of a group of creatures and forces that only exist in the legend. For example, vampires, werewolves, demons, etc. As she said, Coulson looked at the swaying lead singer on the stage and then said to Linn Hall, "Like this lead singer, she is a member of the Gusler family." The Gersler family was once the most famous hunter family in the Middle Ages, a family that specialized in hunting vampires and werewolves. It's a pity that after entering the new century, the Gersler family members gradually withered, and even the extraordinary power in their bloodlines has disappeared. Now, only the Bloodstone family is left to abide by the agreement, but the number of vampires, werewolves, and demons is gradually increasing. Speaking of this, Coulson looked at Linn and smiled. We SHIELD have always been secretly protecting the security of this world and always monitoring these forces in the dark world. How is it, Linn? Do you want to see the other side of this world? You are actually very suitable for SGLD. You want to recruit me? Looking at Coulson, who has a five-sided love for himself, Linn smiled and said, you should know that our FBI and you SHIELD often have friction. Everyone is just for work. Looking at Linn, Coulson shrugged, and our responsibilities are actually similar. They are all for protection. As soon as he was halfway through his words, Linn and Coulson's eyes were locked on the stage at the same time. On the stage, a man wearing a red jacket and a long scar on his face suddenly appeared beside the female singer who was singing enthusiastically. The guy was holding a submachine gun in his hand and shot the female singer without hesitation. Da-da-da-da. A series of bullets left more than a dozen holes on the female singer's body, and the dance styles on the stage were so scared that they collapsed on the ground. Almost at the same time, Linn Hall pressed Gwen down and protected him without hesitation. And after the guy who suddenly appeared shot the female singer, he was crazy and shot at the audience without any difference. The sudden scene was so scared that the audience members screamed and ran away outside. For a moment, riots, screams, stampedements, and other incidents occurred in the venues of 10,000 people. The ruthless bullet pierced the bodies of ordinary people after another, and the spreading fear gradually escalated the chaos. Holding Gwen under his body, Linn could even clearly feel the bullets flying over his back. Linn and Gwen's seats are in the third row in the venue, so Linn can easily protect Gwen and hide under the seat. The audience, who had no time to escape, were beaten into a sieve, and blood flowed down the seat towards him. Looking at Gwen, who was trembling with fear, Linn kept comforting her softly, while pulling out his pistol to attack at any time. Coulson, who was standing beside him, was also hiding under the seat, and his weapon had already been aimed at the man in the red jacket on the stage. But Coulson had just fired the gun, and the next second the guy on the stage teleported to the other side. Supernatural abilities. Mutant. Seeing the scene, Linn Hall and Coulson raised their guns at the guy teleported to the other side at the same time. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots, and the bullets instantly attacked the guy. The man in the red jacket used teleportation to avoid the bullets of the 2 people, and at the same time, the submachine gun in his hand was aimed at this side and kept firing. Da-da-da-da. The seat was smashed and splashed everywhere by bullets. Seeing this, the 2 of them could only bury their bodies under the seat. I've called for support, and the agents of SHIELD will arrive soon, but Linn, we have to find a way to get him out, otherwise more people will definitely die on the scene. Dodging the bullets of the submachine gun, Coulson looked at the people who kept running out because of fear. At this moment, trampling accidents occurred frequently. Then he immediately said to Linn Hall, "This guy can teleport, it's not that easy to kill him." Comforting Gwen, who was lying under the seat, was trembling constantly, Linn glanced at the position of the man in the red jacket. Then he said to Coulson, "We don't know his teleportation law and range yet. Coulson, if we don't want to be a living target, we have to find a way to figure out his teleportation law." Hearing Linn say this, Coulson immediately understood what he meant. After giving Linn a look, Coulson immediately stood up and shot the man in the red jacket. Seeing the guy who shot himself, the man in red jacket teleported again. At the same time, the submachine gun in his hand kept fighting back, which forced Coulson to shuttle and dodge in a very embarrassing manner. But even so, Coulson could always find an opportunity to fight back. Watching the man in red jacket teleporting continuously on the stage, on the right side, outside the box, Linn silently calculated his teleportation rules and range in his mind. When the man in the red jacket teleported to the edge of the stage again, Linn stood up in an instant and shot several times at the man in the red jacket. Bang, bang, bang. After a few gunshots, the man in the red jacket was directly hit by the right arm, and the submachine gun in his hand also fell to the ground. The man in red jacket was hit with pain in his right arm and looked at Linn Hall with fierce eyes, then covered his right arm and teleported directly into the crowd behind him. After several teleportations, the man in the red jacket disappeared directly. Watching the man in red jacket disappear, Linn pulled the frightened Gwen up after seeing that there was no danger around him. Seeing Gwen holding herself tremblingly, Linn checked carefully and confirmed that Gwen was not injured. Then he turned his head and looked at Coulson and said, "Are you okay? But you just reacted a little slowly, otherwise we would attack him at an angle, and then he would have become a corpse now." Hearing Linn say this, Coulson shook the weapon in his hand and said, when he just forced out of his teleportation range, "The bullets were exhausted. But it doesn't matter, we'll find him. In Hell's Kitchen, in a black clinic. Shot 3 times? That's not easy." Looking at the 3 blood holes on his left shoulder, the doctor asked while giving him anesthesia, "Adam, I remember you can teleport, right? How could someone shoot you?" Faced with the doctor's question, Adam gritted his teeth, with endless hatred in his eyes. "Those 2 damn guys are definitely not ordinary people. One kept shooting and forcing me to teleport, and the other was studying my teleportation route. In the end, they not only guessed where I would appear, but also shot and wounded me. If it weren't for my good luck, the guy facing me had no bullets in his gun, and I would even die there." As he said that, Adam's eyelids twitched as he watched the doctor roughly dig out the bullet with tweezers. "Don't look at me like that. This is just a small clinic in Hell's Kitchen. We don't have those professional equipment. If you are not satisfied, go to a regular hospital." Hearing the doctor say this, Adam snorted and said nothing. Although there was anesthesia, Adam could still feel the forceps taking out the bullets from the flesh after the wound was cut open. As the 3 bullets on his left shoulder were taken out, the doctor sutured the wound and took out a blood bag to give him a blood transfusion. "You are lucky. The last time you came here for treatment, you left a blood type record, otherwise the bleeding alone would turn you into a mummy. I am more afraid of dying from wound infection. There is not even a sterile operating room for surgery." "Shut up. It's good to have a clinic that treats mutants, and there is also a sterile operating room. Do you believe it? It's him." Before the doctor finished speaking, Adam suddenly saw the TV hanging on the wall, which was playing the news of Tony Stark's interview at the FBI building in New York after he was rescued. When he saw Linn appear in the camera, Adam's teeth were clattering. "Who?" Hearing Adam's angry tone, the doctor turned his head and glanced at Linn on TV, and then lost his voice and said, "Damn it, your mission target this time is actually someone from the FBI? FUXX, are you fucking crazy? How dare you take such an order? Get out of here quickly, don't get me involved." While saying this, the doctor was about to take off the blood transfusion equipment. "My target is not him." Seeing the doctor's angry look, Adam hurriedly said, "It's just that there were some accidents in the middle." As he said that, Adam recounted what happened. "Damn it, you idiot, after killing the target, you didn't leave immediately, but actually attacked the audience below indiscriminately? What's the difference between this behavior and terrorists? Do you know that even if the FBI is not at the scene, this level of terrorist attacks will still be targeted by them?" Faced with the doctor's angry questioning, Adam was silent for a moment, and then said with an unwilling look, "I just feel unbalanced. Why can ordinary people like them have such a rich life? Why can they do whatever they want? Go to a cafe if they want to drink coffee, and go to a concert if they want to watch it go to the concert. And we mutants can only hide here and there every day, even in the dark sewers. For a living, we have to take such damn tasks? Why? We mutants are God's favorites." Looking at Adam's face full of anger, the doctor took a deep breath and said, "Leave immediately after the blood transfusion. Don't tell me where you are going, and don't think about revenge. Maybe it won't be long before the hyenas will find this place. I can only do so much." Hearing the doctor say this, the unwillingness on Adam's face gradually disappeared, and then nodded silently. "Thank you." At the same time, Uncle George, Gwen is fine, just a little frightened. Seeing that the New York Police Department rushed over as soon as possible, Linn brought the terrified Gwen to George Stacy. Thank God. Seeing that Gwen and Linn were fine, George Stacy was relieved. He just looked at the corpses and wounded on the ground, and then asked Linn, what happened? "It's related to mutants." After simply telling George Stacy what happened, Linn and Rue waved to Sean, who came over. Uncle George, the mutant carried out indiscriminate attacks, which can be regarded as terrorist attacks, so our FBI will take over this matter. Hearing what Linn said, George Stacy looked at the wounded who were wailing and groaning everywhere, and then nodded. This matter is too big to be concealed, so if the New York Police Department is responsible for investigating, it will definitely cause great trouble for him as the director. And if the FBI takes over, then perhaps it won't take long before the case will be declared solved. Are you sure it won't cause you trouble? Looking at Linn, George Stacy asked with some concern. Don't worry, Uncle George. We have a lot of experience in this kind of thing. Besides me, there are people from S.H.I.E.L.D. on the scene, if necessary. The words were not said explicitly, but George Stacy understood what Linn meant. Watching Linn directly let his subordinates take over the scene, George Stacy asked the police to help while preparing to take Gwen back. Looking at Gwen, who was shaking with fear and holding onto her sleeves tightly, Linn said, Uncle George, let Gwen stay with me for the time being. I have asked the psychologist in the FBI to wait at my place. Don't let this incident leave a psychological shadow on Gwen. Listening to Linn's arrangement, George Stacy glanced at his daughter, who was always in fear, and then nodded and said, Okay, then Gwen will be in your hands. Don't worry, Uncle George. After saying that, Linn gave Sean a few instructions, and then drove away with Gwen in the Chevrolet. In the car. Don't pretend. Looking at Gwen, who was sitting in the passenger seat and was terrified, Linn said while driving, Your acting skills are good. How did you find out? Hearing Linn's words, Gwen, who was still terrified, slowly calmed down and then asked curiously, I taught you how to shoot for the first time, but you said you were scared that night and insisted on sleeping with me. You may be scared this time, but you won't be so scared that your whole body is shaking. Didn't my dad see that? Hearing what Linn said, Gwen said a little frustrated, I thought I was pretending well, but I was really scared when the gun went off just now. Looking at Gwen's relaxed face, Linn smiled and said nothing. But he could easily find that under Gwen's pretending to be relaxed, her hands were shaking. Inside the apartment, Linn sat on the couch, watching the news reporting the incident. In addition to the dead lead singer, there were 79 deaths, 23 of whom died in the shooting of a man in red jacket. The remaining 56 people died of stampede incidents. After all, in the venue where the concert of 10,000 people was in panic and running out, the stampede was simply inevitable. As for the injured, there are as many as 1,000 people. Looking at the reports on TV, Linn picked up his phone and dialed it to Sean. As soon as the phone was connected, Linn asked, How is the situation? On the other end of the phone, looking at the frightened members of the band, Sean walked to the side and said, Boss, Alice and I interrogated the members of the band. According to their confessions, the deceased had no grudges with anyone during his lifetime. And her identity experience is very clean and simple, and she has never even entered the police station. In addition, her agency background is also very simple, so the possibility of revenge can be ruled out. Hearing Sean say this, Linn said, I shot that mutant and injured. Sean, let the intelligence department monitor all the gunshot wounded patients received by the hospital at all times. When he was shot 3 times, even if he could teleport, he would not be able to leave New York and go to other cities for treatment. So, focus on those irregular black clinics. Clear. Sean nodded immediately after hearing Linn's order. As soon as the call was hung up, Coulson called in. Linn, we found some news from S.H.I.E.L.D. Looking at the information in his hand, Coulson said, Do you remember what I told you about the identity of the lead singer? The Gersler family, one of the 4 major hunter families? Faced with Coulson's inquiry, Linn said, You mean, is this revenge from those vampires in the dark world or something else? That's right. Nodding, Coulson closed the information in his hand and said, Since the establishment of the 4 major hunter families, they have been hunting vampires, werewolves, and demons in the dark world. They once caused a heavy blow to these forces. Now that the blood of the Gersler family has withered, revenge is naturally coming. According to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s informative information in the dark world, The Blood Clan has offered high rewards to the people of the 4 major families. If nothing unexpected happens, this time the mutant took the reward task. Hearing Coulson say this, Linn picked up the remote and turned off the TV. Do you want to say, "This time we want our FBI in New York to work with you, SGLD?" That's what Director Fury means, and I think it's a good opportunity too. It seems you really want to pull me into SGLD. Linn signaled to her as the psychologist walked out of her room. Then he continued, "Then let me see the strength of your shield." After hanging up the phone, Linn looked at the psychologist and asked, "Kelly, is Gwen okay?" "It's okay, she's already asleep." Pushing the gold-rimmed glasses on his face, psychologist Kelly smiled and said, "A very strong girl may be related to her father being the director of the New York Police Department and you are working for the FBI. So despite the fear in my heart, it was not a big problem. I prescribed some medicines for her that would help her sleep. Don't worry, her strength is beyond your imagination." Linn nodded when he heard Kelly say this. He stretched out his hand and looked at Kelly and said, "Thank you. You're welcome. In addition, I suggest you call her mother over to accompany her. A familiar sense of relatives will make her feel safe to the greatest extent. And mothers are always irreplaceable to others, and you may be very busy if you want to investigate this matter next." Linn nodded when he heard what Kelly said. "Aunt Helen is already on the way, and I will transfer your son to the FBI. It's better to be under your command. After all, his identity, and under your command, I think his safety and future can be guaranteed to the greatest extent." "No problem. A newly grown mutant, and hasn't done anything. I can still cover it." "Thanks." Nodding to Linn, Dr. Kelly turned and left. After seeing her off, Linn walked to the bedroom. At the same time, Xavier Genius Academy. Watching TV, the host reported in front of the camera that the mutants were terrorist attacks on the New York concert, causing major casualties. Professor X was sitting in a wheelchair with a serious expression. "Ordinary people have always been afraid of us mutants. This terrorist attack at a New York concert may once again push mutants to the forefront. This is extremely unfavorable to the proposals we are going to put forward in Congress for peaceful coexistence between mutants and ordinary people." Speaking of this, Professor X turned around in control of the wheelchair, looking at Jean Grey and Cyclops and said, "Jean, Scott, this time you represent the X-Men to assist the FBI and S.H.I.E.L.D. in investigating this matter. No matter what, we must change the image of our mutants in the eyes of the public. I will ask my friends in the FBI to let you join this action." Hearing Professor X's words, Jean Grey and Cyclops nodded. The next morning, in the FBI building in New York. On the TV news, the newly appointed mayor of New York was holding a morning event. Countless citizens spontaneously came to New York Square and joined in the morning. After listening to the new mayor's silence for the deceased, he promised the media that he would definitely bring the murderer to justice. James Duke turned off the TV, then threw a cigar to Linn and said, "Look, the new mayor has put all the pressure on our FBI. Linn, I don't care what method you use. I only have one request, that is, to completely solve this matter within a week." "Understood." Hearing the director's order, Linn nodded. After finishing the business, James Duke continued with a smile. "This new mayor is also a member of our brotherhood, so naturally we have to help each other. I know this matter involves mutants, and S.H.I.E.L.D. must also be involved, which will constrain you a little. But don't worry, I have already communicated with S.H.I.E.L.D., and you are responsible for leading this operation. So Linn, don't let me down." "Don't worry, Director." Listening to Duke's words, Linn smiled and said, "Within a week, I will completely solve this matter." Manhattan, Columbia University. Parking the Chevrolet at the entrance of the university campus, Linn put one hand on the car window and quietly watched the students coming in and out of the campus. Not long after, a thin young man who always lowered his head when walking, as if he didn't want to attract any attention, walked out of the campus. Linn has been observing him since the moment he appeared. Judging from his behavior and the information in his hands, this young man is full of inferiority and anxiety. Because he is a mutant, he thinks he is incompatible with others. And coupled with the fear and disgust of ordinary people towards mutants, he has been cautious over the years, fearing that others will discover his identity as a mutant. Looking at the young man's actions, Linn Hall shook his head, pressed the cigarette into the ashtray, and then pressed the horn. The sudden sound of the car horn startled the young man. He looked at the black Chevrolet in front of him with vigilance and began to retreat subconsciously, as if he would run away immediately if there was any danger. Looking at the young man who was like a young animal, Linn Hall stretched out his hand from the car window and waved to him. Linn did not expect that as the top psychologist in the New York FBI, Kelly's son would have such a personality. Seeing that there was no danger around, the young man hesitated for a moment and then came to Linn Hall's car. "Sir, what do you want to see me for?" "Dennis Johnson, Kelly Johnson's son, right? You and your mother have the same surname." "Yes, sir. Do you know my mother?" Listening to the handsome young man in the car directly stating his identity, Dennis asked with a little vigilance. "Linn Hall, I am your mother's colleague. She should have told you that someone would invite you to join the FBI." Hearing Linn Hall say this, Dennis's somewhat tense mood slowly relaxed. But he still didn't get in the car, but looked at Linn without saying anything. Seeing that Dennis was still alert, Linn Hall smiled, then took out his mobile phone and called Kelly. After the call was connected, Linn handed the phone to Dennis. He took the phone and talked to his mother, confirming that Linn Hall did not deceive him. Dennis returned the phone to Linn, then opened the car door and sat in the co-pilot. "I'm sorry, sir, you should know my true identity, so I have to be more vigilant. After all, ordinary people are very sensitive to mutants like me." "I understand." Looking at Dennis, who was anxious to explain as soon as he got in the car, Linn Hall smiled and signaled him to relax. After starting the car and leaving here, Linn Hall asked, "Did Kelly teach you to call me sir?" "Yes, sir. My mother said that I will be your agent in the future. With you here, I don't have to worry about my mutant identity." Speaking of this, Dennis hesitated for a moment. "Sir, I don't know the knowledge of professional agents, but don't worry, I will definitely study hard." Hearing a hint of uneasiness in Dennis's tone, Linn Hall said, "Don't be nervous, I don't eat people. I have always been kind to others, and your mother has helped me, so you can work under me with peace of mind. As for the professional knowledge of agents, you can learn it slowly. By the way, what is your ability?" "Oh, as for ability, I call it the power of nature." Looking at the gentle attitude of Linn Hall in front of him, Dennis relaxed a little some. This ability cannot pose a threat to others, but it is a good life-saving ability. Whether in the desert or underwater, or even in an extremely cold environment, I can survive and adapt. And when I am extremely tired, I can quickly recover my physical condition by absorbing natural energy. At this point, Dennis whispered, "Sir, I used to hate my identity as a mutant and had thoughts of suicide. So I secretly tried to use drugs to end my life, but no matter how toxic the substance I took, it would be decomposed and excreted. After jumping into the water, the lungs will absorb oxygen in the water through the skin, and the skin can automatically absorb heat in an extremely cold environment. I even used a plastic bag on my head, but I can still form a self-circulating respiratory system in my body." Hearing what Dennis said, Linn Hall raised his eyebrows. This is a very practical ability. Although this ability is not very useful for combat. But for survival, this ability is no different from one of the best means of saving lives. Looking at Dennis Johnson, who habitually lowered his head after speaking, Linn nodded gently. It seems that he must get this life-saving ability. Thinking of this, Linn Hall took a look at his favorability towards him. Dennis Johnson, Favorability 3. Linn Hall continued to drive calmly. This is a young man who is a little introverted and inferior, has never been exposed to society, and has a relatively simple mind. With Kelly's assistance, it should not be too difficult to improve Dennis' favorability. Driving back to the FBI building in New York, I just walked in and saw Sean jogging over. "Boss, we found out that the mutant who committed the terrorist attack at the concert is called Adam Morris, and he was once a member of the Brotherhood of Mutants. According to the records, he is a second-level mutant and has no other abilities except teleportation." Taking the information from Sean and taking a look at it, Linn Hall asked as he walked. Another member of the Brotherhood of Mutants? The power mutant I killed some time ago was a member of the Brotherhood of Mutants. I didn't expect that this time it was them again. Boss, since Magneto was imprisoned and the Brotherhood of Mutants was disbanded, a small number of mutants have started to take bounty missions on the black market for their livelihood. This is consistent with the information sent by S.H.I.E.L.D., but the Intelligence Department has not found any trace of him so far. What about the other members of the Brotherhood of Mutants? Start with them. Hearing Linn's instructions, Sean's face looked a little strange. After taking a look around, he whispered to Linn, "Boss, some members of the Brotherhood of Mutants disappeared after being captured by the military striker. And another group is detained by S.H.I.E.L.D., and as for the members scattered outside, it seems that someone deliberately erased the traces of their existence." Hearing Sean say that the identity information of mutants was deliberately erased, Linn Hall stopped and frowned. "Can't our FBI find them?" "Yes, boss. The brothers from the Information Department and the Intelligence Department have repeatedly confirmed that we can't find anyone." Speaking of this, Sean suddenly said, "In addition, those irregular black clinics have not found any trace of Adam Morris." Hearing Sean's answer, Linn Hall frowned. He suddenly remembered what Duke said after giving him the brooch when he completed the Brotherhood assessment task given by James Duke last time. Duke said that he didn't need to care about these mutants and said that only obedient dogs can eat bones and disobedient ones can only be skinned and eaten. So, those mutants whose identities were deliberately erased, could they be absorbed by Hydra? This possibility cannot be ruled out. After all, Magneto was captured and the Mutant Brotherhood suffered a heavy blow. In this panic situation, most mutants will not refuse Hydra's recruitment. Thinking of this, Linn Hall turned to Sean and said, "Since we can't find other members of the Brotherhood of Mutants, let's change our thinking. There should be connections between the members of the Brotherhood of Mutants. Since there are members of the Brotherhood of Mutants imprisoned in S.H.I.E.L.D., we will go there after lunch." "Boss, will S.H.I.E.L.D. cooperate with us?" "Don't worry, this incident is led by me, so S.H.I.E.L.D. will cooperate with us." "Understood." Hearing Linn's instructions, Sean nodded. Turning his head to look at Dennis Johnson, who was following Linn and always kept silent, Sean asked curiously, "Boss, is this the new recruit you personally recruited?" "Well, Kelly's son. It's just right, you take him to handle the identity, and after lunch, we will start the action." "Yes." Hearing Linn Hall's instructions, Sean nodded and then took Dennis to the third floor. Back to his office, Linn Hall poured himself a cup of coffee and then asked Alice to deliver lunch to his office. Flipping through the information about Adam Morris in his hand, the phone on the table suddenly rang. Pick up the phone and take a look and find that it is Tony Stark calling, so he picked up the phone. The other end of the phone. Tony Stark, who was directing Jarvis to assemble the armor, said in an exaggerated tone after the call was connected, "Wow, man, I heard you are in some trouble. TSK, there was a terrorist attack on the New York 10,000-person concert hall yesterday, and the new mayor held a mourning ceremony early this morning. TSK. This is the first time I know that the government is so efficient. How is it? Is all the pressure on you now?" Listening to Tony's funny tone on the other end of the phone, Linn Hall put down the information in his hand and said, "It is indeed a bit stressful." "What? Are you going to join the New York FBI and come to help me?" Faced with Linn Hall's ridicule, Tony Stark took a sip of the dark green vegetable juice. "Your FBI can't afford my salary." Tony Stark looked at the vegetable juice in his hand with some disdain and said, "But since we are friends, I can lend you my private satellite. I have asked Jarvis to send you the login URL and account password, and the authority is the highest." "Thanks, Tony." Looking at the account and password received on the phone, although Linn Hall can't use it for the time being, he still expressed his gratitude. "You're welcome. Who makes us friends?" "I'm researching a cool thing. When I research it out, I guarantee that it will scare you." "That's it for now." Tony Stark hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Tony Stark looked at the holographic projection of the Mark armor in front of him and then began to disassemble it. "Sir, I thought you would ask Mr. Linn Hall to help you investigate the attack and kidnapping." Hearing Jarvis say this, Tony Stark spread his hands. "I want him to help, but looking at his current situation, I think it's better to forget it for now. Wait until he solves this terrorist attack. By the way, Jarvis, was Ethan's journey home smooth? Of course, your private plane took him directly to his destination. That's good, Jarvis. Let's continue to assemble the armor. After that, Tony Stark continued to work. 2 o'clock in the afternoon inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Seeing Linn Hall coming with a group of people, Phil Coulson smiled and walked forward and said, I have prepared the prisoners you want to interrogate, and I am waiting for you to interrogate them at any time. Thank you. You're welcome. After all, this time the cooperation between the FBI and S.H.I.E.L.D. is led by you. While leading Linn Hall and others to the inside of S.H.I.E.L.D., Coulson asked with a smile, By the way, what do you think of my proposal? If I join you, I will have to quit the FBI. I think this is not worth it for me. Coulson didn't care about Lynn's refusal again. He guessed that Linn would refuse. But the more this happened, the more he wanted to pull Linn Hall into S.H.I.E.L.D. Outside the interrogation room, looking through the one-way glass at the man wearing a restraint collar, with his hands tied on the interrogation table and a nonchalant look on his face, Coulson introduced, This is a level 3 mutant. His methods are very bloody and cruel, and the number of ordinary people and mutants who died in his hands is as high as hundreds. At the same time, he is also a guy that Magneto values very much. In order to catch him, S.H.I.E.L.D. lost a member of the elite action team. Hearing what Coulson said, Linn Hall walked in directly with Alice. Watching Linn Hall walk in, Dennis, who was following Sean, whispered, Sir, aren't we going in? Just admire the boss's interrogation methods here, Dennis. This is your first lesson in joining the FBI. That is, absolutely obey the boss's orders. When you follow the boss out in the future, you do whatever the boss tells you to do. Without the boss's order, even if the enemy points a gun at your head, you are not allowed to shoot back. Hearing Sean's words, Dennis nodded gently. Hearing this, Coulson nodded on the side, and just as he was about to ask Sean something, his cell phone suddenly rang. He took out his cell phone and took a look, and found that it was a call from the X-Men, so he turned around and left the interrogation room. Inside the interrogation room, Chris Black was tied to the interrogation table with his hands tied up with a collar that suppressed the mutant's abilities. But even so, this guy still looked at Linn Hall and Alice, who were walking in unruly. His eyes were filled with contempt and said, The two of the interrogators have changed. You S.H.I.E.L.D. have the only ability. Where's the woman who likes to talk about cliches? Faced with Chris' disdainful tone, Linn Hall pulled out the chair and sat opposite him. I'll introduce myself. My name is Linn Hall, and I'm from the FBI. I don't know the methods of interrogation from S.H.I.E.L.D., but I like hard bones like you. The same is true for the last guy, but he took everything I wanted to know before he could hold on for 5 minutes, so I hope you can break his record. Chris Black likeness, too. Linn Hall hopes that his favorability can be reduced even more by introducing himself to the mutant in front of him. It is best to be able to lower than -7, so that after killing him, you can get the gift of inheritance. Even if this guy is currently locked up in S.H.I.E.L.D. Oh. Hearing Linn Hall say this, Chris Black disdained. What can I do in itself? I want to see your FBI's interrogation methods. As you wish. After saying that, Linn looked at Alice. Alice took out a needle from the black suitcase. After extracting some white liquid with the needle, he pierced Chris Black's arm without hesitation. Damn it, what did you inject me? Watching Alice inject some unknown liquid into her body, Chris immediately questioned Linn angrily. Don't worry, this is not a poison. Take out 2 daggers from behind and turn them gently. Linn Hall looked at Chris and introduced, This is the drug that a doctor of neurobiology in our FBI has developed. Its function can amplify a person's sensory experience 10 times, whether it is joy or pain. After the words came to an end, Linn Hall turned the dagger in his hand and then pierced Chris's bound hands without hesitation, nailing them firmly to the interrogation table. The intense pain made Chris howl loudly. The original contempt and disdainful expression was also replaced by pain. I want to know all about Adam Morris and where he will go to treat him after he is injured. Linn asked, looking at Chris Black, who was trembling all over his body due to the pain. FUXX, your violent interrogation and are against human rights. Human rights? Ho! Light a cigarette and the light blue smoke rings spit on Chris' twisted face. Looking at his hatred eyes, Linn Hall mocked, then you go and sue me. Chris Black likeness. 3. Seeing that the favorability had only dropped a little, Linn Hall was a little disappointed. Holding the dagger inserted on the back of Chris's hand, he slowly began to turn around. The intense pain made Chris continue to wail. The next second, Linn held his head with one hand and pressed it heavily on the table. A good weekend. I was watching the concert happily with Gwen, but I was interrupted by the damn Adam Morris. Not only that, he even shot us, and until now, my Gwen is still in fear. In this case, are you fucking worthy of telling me about human rights? Bang, bang, bang. Holding Chris' head and slamming it hard on the interrogation table a few times, Linn Hall staring at Chris with anger. Now, tell me where that damn bastard Adam Morris will go? Looking at Linn Hall at this moment, he was full of tyranny as if he was a man-loving tiger. Chris Black's trembling body is not sure whether it is because of fear or pain. Inside Nick Fury's office. Looking at the way Linn Hall interrogated in the holographic projection. After Alexander Pierce lit a cigar, he smiled and said to Nick Fury, "Nick, I like this young man from the FBI. His style is very similar to you back then. When you were in Europe, you even blew up to complete your mission." Before Pierce finished speaking, Nick Fury interrupted. "Don't mention the past. Pierce, although many innocent people died in that explosion, they also saved more lives. As for this guy named Linn Hall, he has rejected SGLD twice in a row." Hee. After taking a cigar and slowly spitting out the smoke, Alexander Pierce said, "I met him at a cocktail party. The president's staff, the newly appointed mayor of New York, the chief justice, etc. Wait. It was James Duke who brought him to that cocktail party, which is enough to show how much James Duke values him. So I'm not surprised at all about his refusal to recruit SGLD. According to James Duke, Linn Hall has become a member of the Brotherhood at this moment. All he needs to do next is to guide him slowly, and he will naturally become one of them. Just like the mutants who have been in a state of panic since Magneto was captured. Compared to letting Linn Hall join S.H.I.E.L.D., Alexander Pierce would rather have him stay in the FBI. After all, the director of the FBI will retire in 2 years, and James Duke believes that he is confident that he will become the next director of the FBI. In this case, why not let Linn Hall take over from Duke and become the director of the New York FBI? Let's not talk about this, Nick. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s funding application for the next quarter was rejected by the World Security Council. Pierce knocked the cigar shavings into the ashtray and looked at Nick Fury and said, "You have to tell me why the funding application for the next quarter is nearly doubled. Only in this way can I continue to argue with the group of people in the World Security Council." Faced with Pierce's inquiry, Nick Fury was silent for a moment, looking at the mutants who were in a very embarrassed state under the interrogation of Linn Hall in the holographic projection on the desktop. Then he shook his head and said, "Just find a reason, Pierce. I believe you can convince them. You strongly recommended me to be the director." Seeing that Nick Fury was unwilling to reveal the reason, Pierce shook his head with a smile. "Well, for the sake of our friendship, I, the Secretary General of S.H.I.E.L.D., will once again put aside my old face and continue to argue with those guys." Alexander Pierce didn't seem to care about Nick Fury's reluctance to reveal the purpose of the funds. But when he left Nick Fury's office and entered the elevator, his expression gradually became serious. With such a large sum of money, what exactly is Nick Fury going to do with it? Alexander Pierce felt that he had to find out. This is likely to affect Hydra's next plan. Thinking of this, Alexander Pierce picked up the phone and dialed it. Soon, James Duke's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Outside S.H.I.E.L.D. Long time no see, Jean. Mr. Scott, thank you very much for coming to help." Looking at the X-Men led by Jean Grey, Phil Coulson smiled and stretched out his hand. It's just that this time the incident is not led by S.H.I.E.L.D. After shaking hands with Coulson, Jean Grey asked curiously, "Coulson, is there anyone who can take the leading role of the case from S.H.I.E.L.D.? This is America after all." Faced with Jean Grey's inquiry, Coulson shrugged and said, "In the United States, the FBI is indeed more convenient than S.H.I.E.L.D. FBI. Hearing Coulson say this, Cyclops Scott frowned and looked at Jean Grey. Scott thought he could rest assured about the cooperation with S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, they have dealt with S.H.I.E.L.D. more than once. Even the battle with Magneto was involved. In addition, they are friends with Coulson, so they can trust Coulson. But Scott was full of vigilance when cooperating with other official organizations, whether it was the military, CI, or FBI. In his impression, these official organizations were full of hostility towards mutants. Even the military headed by Colonel Stryker had captured mutants for experiments more than once. Seeing what Scott was thinking, Coulson took them to the inside of S.H.I.E.L.D. and said with a smile, "Don't worry, the leader of the New York FBI this time is a very easy-to-get-along-with person. Not only is he very capable, but he also likes to be kind to others." Listening to the subtext in Coulson's words, Jean Grey looked at him and asked, "Coulson, what do you mean? At least I haven't heard that he is hostile to mutants or discriminates against them." At this point, Coulson smiled and stopped talking. For these mutants trained by Professor X, Coulson is happy to show goodwill. A group of powerful but just people who always adhere to Professor X's ideals and let mutants live in peace with ordinary people. So under this premise, Coulson felt that he could show some goodwill to the X-Men who had repeatedly hit a wall at the hearing. And S.H.I.E.L.D. also needs them. Hearing Coulson's introduction, Jean Grey nodded gently. Before arriving at the interrogation room, Linn came out with Sean and the others. It seems that the interrogation has already produced results. Seeing Linn and his men come out, Coulson smiled and stepped forward and said, "Let me introduce you. This is Ms. Jean Grey and Mr. Scott. They are members of the X-Men. This time they are here to help us." Then, Coulson introduced Linn to Jean Grey and the others. Jean Grey's favorability, 3. Scott Summers' favorability, 2. Ororo Monroe's favorability, 3. Looking at the favorability of the X-Men members in front of him, Linn nodded to them calmly. Generally speaking, the first time you meet someone, the favorability is usually 1. If it reaches 2, it means that the other party has a good impression of you when you first meet, just like Cyclops' favorability now. But at this moment, Phoenix and Storm's favorability of me can reach 3, which is a bit strange. Linn doesn't believe that they are just like Mary Jane because of her love affair. However, this is not important for the time being. After solving this matter, we will slowly cultivate their favorability. According to the results of the interrogation, the Brotherhood of Mutants will go to a black clinic in Hell's Kitchen for treatment after being injured. And the Brotherhood of Mutants members want to leave New York silently, and only the mutant nicknamed Stowaway can do it. Stowaway. Hearing Linn mention the nickname of Stowaway, Coulson thought for a moment and shook his head. "I have never heard of such a mutant in New York." "I haven't heard of it either." According to this guy's confession, the identity of the Stowaway is very secretive, and only the Black Doctor in Hell's Kitchen knows his identity. I have sent someone to Hell's Kitchen according to this guy's confession. "Coulson, do you want to see it?" Faced with Linn's inquiry, Coulson smiled and said, "Of course, after all, S.H.I.E.L.D. is also involved in this case. By the way, S.H.I.E.L.D. has already captured the Dark World creatures in Europe. Who let them issue the bounty mission? Would you like to see it after S.H.I.E.L.D. catches those guys back?" Walking side by side with Coulson, Linn smiled. "Do you want to say next that if I am willing to join S.H.I.E.L.D., I can hand over vampires and other creatures to me?" "Coulson, it seems you haven't given up on recruiting me yet. How can you give up? I'm very much looking forward to working with me after you join S.H.I.E.L.D. Jean Grey followed the two, but her eyes were always on Linn. According to Coulson's introduction to him, if he can give him enough favorable feelings for mutants. So, can he stand up to support the mutants at the next hearing? What do you think? Looking at Jean's eyes were always on Linn. The storm girl beside her asked in a low voice. "Nothing." Shaking his head gently, Jean Grey did not mention his thoughts to Ororo. Inside the car. "Go to the car in Hell's Kitchen." "Boss, the mutant named Jean Grey just now was peeking at you. I think she must be attracted by your handsome appearance," Sean said, while raising his eyebrows in a lewd manner. Alice, who was standing by, took out a lighter and lit a cigarette for Linn Hall. Then she glanced at Sean with some disgust. Sean, if you don't use your brain, donate it. Jean Grey obviously values his identity more, and the mutant's current situation is very difficult. So I think she should want to do some work with our boss. Speaking of this, Alice shook her head. I really don't know how the boss liked you back then. If there was no boss, you would probably be S12 in your life, so don't think about going up any further. Listening to the two of them bickering, Linn smiled and said nothing. But his eyes were on Dennis, who had just joined. The violent interrogation just now in the interrogation room is to know the intelligence they want from that mutant. On the other hand, it was deliberately made to Dennis, who was also a mutant. Linn knew very well how he should gain favorability from this young man who had just grown up and was immature inside. So the next thing is the speech. Linn is very coveted by Dennis' ability. What's wrong? Linn Hall asked, looking at Dennis, who was sitting in the car without saying anything. Boss, this kid was shocked by your interrogation method. It was obvious that Kelly protected him so well, so he had never seen such a bloody scene before. Sean, who was standing beside him, looked at Dennis Johnson, who was habitually lowered his head and was a little dazed, and then said jokingly, "Yeah?" Linn Hall asked as she looked at Dennis Johnson as she listened to Sean's teasing. Seeing Lynn's gaze look at him, Dennis hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. You can say anything you have in your mind. Dennis, from the moment you got on the bus at the entrance of the university, you have been an agent under my command. Work under my command. You can tell me any ideas if you have. Don't worry about saying the wrong thing. Hearing Lynn's gentle voice, Dennis subconsciously raised his head and looked at Linn. Don't worry, the boss has always been very good to us subordinates. He will not only take the initiative to help us get more funds, but also help us solve some problems we encounter in life. It can be said that the boss is the best boss I have ever met since joining the FBI. Alice said with a smile as she patted Dennis on the shoulder. Actually, nothing. Looking at the very friendly atmosphere in the car, Dennis gradually plucked up the courage and said, I just think, sir, your interrogation method is a bit. Of course, I either say you are wrong, or I think it is a bit contrary to the law and human rights. Oh. All the FBI members in the car laughed when they heard Dennis muster up the courage to say what they thought. What am I talking about? Sean laughed and said, but Linn Hall whispered, Dennis, you think my interrogation method is too cruel and violates the law and human rights. But have you ever thought about who are those innocent ordinary people he killed to talk about laws and human rights? This type of interrogation seems a bit cruel, but trust me, if you know what he did, then you will feel that I'm restrained. While saying that, Linn took out his handheld computer and transferred the crimes committed by Chris and handed them to Dennis. At the same time, he also told him the tragedy and casualties caused by Adam Morris at the concert. Looking at the outrageous sinful acts recorded on the handheld computer, Dennis Johnson fell silent again. Seeing the expression on his face gradually becoming solemn, Linn Hall patted his shoulder and said, You have to know that if we can't know Adam Morris' clues from him in time, then there will be more innocent people were murdered. I can understand that you still maintain the normal mindset of college students. But Dennis, you have to be clear that the guys we come into contact with are more of the vicious criminals. So whether it is for our own safety or for those who are cruelly killed by them, we must become crueler. Speaking of this, Linn stared at Dennis's eyes and said seriously, I don't want to see the result of your kindness in the future that you hugged your companion's body and cried. Facing Linn Hall's earnest teaching like an elder, he looked at the miserable information of the dead in his handheld computer. Dennis Johnson took a deep breath, then nodded solemnly. I understand, sir. That's good. Goodley patted Dennis on the shoulder, and Linn Hall leaned on the seat and started to sleep. Seeing the high-ranking and powerful superiors attach importance to himself so much, he even solves doubts for himself. Dennis turned off the handheld computer, and a feeling of flattery arose in his heart. Dennis Johnson's favorability, 5. Linn Hall, who pretended to be sleeping, looked at the system, and Dennis Johnson's favorability increased by 2 points at this moment. Then he nodded with satisfaction in his heart, and he was only 2 points away from being favorable. As expected, He was still a young man. He didn't look like Sean, but after his favorability level was 7, he could not be promoted. Sean didn't know that Linn was slandering him in his heart. He looked at him with a serious expression, looking like Dennis, who seemed willing to sacrifice for his boss at any time. He turned his head quietly and looked out the window and curled his lips. That's not what the boss and I said at the beginning. At that time, he questioned a little, and the head kicked himself in the butt with his big foot. TSK. Subconsciously touched his butt, and Sean cracked his mouth and smiled. When will the boss start kicking Dennis in the butt? Then when will Dennis be the real person? If you don't believe it, go and ask, except for women, who was not kicked by the head in the butt. Alice, who was beside her, glanced at Sean with some disgust and subconsciously moved slowly towards Linn Hall. What's this idiot's going on? After a look at Dennis, this guy Sean showed a slutty smile while touching his butt? Hell, this guy wasn't, because he had rejected him more often, changed his sexual orientation, and then fell in love with Dennis. He looked at Dennis, who looked pretty and like a cub, and then looked at the strong and vulgar Sean. Alice blinked her eyes and suddenly felt that it seemed quite interesting. When the car drove to the Black Clinic in Hell's Kitchen, the Black Clinic was surrounded by the FBI. Seeing Linn Hall get out of the car, the leading federal agent immediately came to him and reported, "Boss, the scene has been controlled by us." After the doctor of this Black Clinic learned our identity, he directly told us everything he knew, including the fact that the mutant Adam Morris was treated here. Hearing the report from his subordinates, Linn Hall nodded. After hearing the report, Phil Coulson, who got out of another car, smiled at Linn and said, "Linn, your people are very capable. It seems that I basically don't have to do anything this time. I can get credit by following you. Then you still want to win me over to join SHIELD? How about it? Do you have any idea of joining the FBI? Forget about joining the FBI, but the more powerful you are, the more I want you to join SHIELD." The two walked into the clinic while talking and laughing. As for Jean Grey, who was following behind, she felt that Linn Hall's ability was really strong. Others didn't know, but as an X-Men, Jean Grey knew very well how difficult the Brotherhood of Mutants was. But now, for such a complicated case, Linn Hall actually found a way to crack it so quickly. In this way, it seems that the participation of the X-Men will not show any effect. Thinking of this, Jean Grey took a deep breath. It seems that I have to find a way to make Mr. Linn Hall like the X-Men. Inside the clinic, surrounded by a group of armed FBI members, the Black Doctor was squatting on the ground with his head in his hands. When he saw Linn Hall and Coulson come in, the Black Doctor immediately said, "Mr. Linn Hall, I really told you everything I know. Although Adam Morris, that bastard, received simple treatment from me. But I really don't know where he went in the end. I never get involved in mutant affairs." Seeing that the doctor called out his name at the first time, Linn Hall pulled a stool and sat in front of him. "Do you know me? Of course, I saw you on TV at the press conference of Tony Stark. Mr. Linn Hall, please believe that I am really not an accomplice of Adam Morris. I also saw it on TV. I only found out that he actually committed the attack after watching the report on TV." Looking at the sincere doctor, Linn Hall laughed and said, "To be honest, I am willing to believe you. Doctor, it is normal to save the dying and the wounded, but after you knew about Adam Morris's crime, you not only did not call the police, but also helped him escape from New York. This is a crime of harboring, and you can even be treated as an accomplice. Of course, this matter can be big or small for us FBI, so whether to send you to prison or let you go depends on whether you cooperate. I have always been kind to others, so you have 3 chances." After that, Linn Hall stopped talking and just looked at him quietly. The doctor was of course very clear about Linn Hall's psychological offensive, which was even one of the interrogation methods commonly used by official organizations. But he was not sure how much Linn Hall in front of him knew. Thinking of the prison that specifically holds mutants, the doctor was silent for a moment, then tentatively said, "I really don't know where Adam went. He didn't tell me, but I know that the reason he attacked the concert was because he accepted a bounty on the black market. I have investigated everything you said, so you still have 2 chances. I heard from Adam that the person who issued the bounty mission is not ordinary. I know this too. You only have one last chance. Looking at the doctor, Linn Hall smiled gently and said, "You'd better think it over. As far as I know, Colonel Stryker of the military likes mutants like you very much." Hearing Linn Hall say this, the doctor's face turned pale in an instant. It would be better to be locked up in a mutant prison than to fall into the hands of that guy Stryker. But the smuggler. Gritting his teeth and persisting, the doctor's face was sweating. Just as Linn shook his head and was about to get up, a crisp woman's voice suddenly appeared. "You were looking for me, right? I am Barbara Kent, nicknamed the Stowaway." Looking at Barbara, who appeared out of nowhere, the doctor, who was squatting on the ground, stood up immediately. "Barbara, you. Dad, you can't escape. It's obvious that the FBI already knows me, so they came directly to you." Saying that, Barbara Kent looked at Linn Hall and said, "Mr. Hall, I can tell you where Adam was sent by me, and I can even take you there in person. But can you promise not to continue the responsibility of me and my father?" Looking at Barbara, who was not very old, at most only 18 or 19 years old, Linn Hall smiled and said, "No wonder no other mutant knows your identity as a stowaway except the doctor. So you're father and daughter, but can you tell me what your ability is?" "Teleportation." Faced with Lynn's question, Barbara was a little nervous, but she said truthfully, "I can teleport people to any place on the Earth. If there are precise coordinates, it can even reach zero error, but the longer the teleportation distance, the greater the consumption of me." "Mr. Hall, you haven't answered me yet. Can you stop pursuing the matter between me and my father?" Hearing Barbara's introduction, Linn Hall glanced at the doctor, who was a little anxious. Then he smiled and said, "Yes, if you can do what you said, then I can decide not to pursue the responsibility of you and your father." "Really? Don't worry, I have always been kind to others. Although you are mutants, I have never discriminated against mutants." Speaking, Linn Hall waved to Dennis and waited for Dennis to come over. Linn Hall continued, "Did you see him? He is also an agent under my command, but he is also a mutant." After hearing Linn say that Dennis was also a mutant, Barbara was relieved. Even Jean Grey, Storm, and Cyclops had a little more favorable impression of Linn Hall. They knew very well that the admiration in Dennis' eyes when he looked at Linn Hall could not be faked. If Linn was full of discrimination against mutants, how could Dennis admire him so much? Well, this sentence was not said to Barbara, but to all the mutants present. After easily gaining the favor of Phoenix Girl and others, Linn had another idea, which was to recruit Barbara in front of him to his own team. After all, the teleportation ability, Linn was also a little envious. What is the difference between this and the magic portals of those secret magicians? "I believe you won't cheat on me, Mr. Hall." Looking at Linn Hall, Barbara said seriously, "Adam Morris was teleported to Europe by me, Mr. Hall. I will take you with these people to find him. But can you allow me to rest for one night? After I sent him to Europe last time, my mental power has not yet recovered." Seeing Barbara being very sincere and not as if she was lying to herself, Linn Hall nodded and said, "Of course. But before that, you and your father need to be locked up alone for a while, and I will let you go after we catch Adam. But to prevent you from taking your father to escape secretly, I will lock you in different places." "This is okay." Hearing Linn say this, Barbara nodded. "Thank you, Mr. Hall." Motivating Alice to take Barbara into the car, Linn Hall glanced at the time. "It's time to get off work, Coulson. This doctor will be handed over to you." "No problem, but you want to recruit this girl named Barbara?" "With this idea. Why do you have an idea too?" "Certainly." Faced with Lynn's inquiry, Coulson did not hide it. "S.H.I.E.L.D. needs such talents." "That depends on whether you have the ability to steal people from me." After saying that, Linn Hall turned around and left with a smile. Parking the car in the apartment's parking lot, Linn Hall walked out of the car with Barbara. Looking at Barbara's vigilant look at herself, Linn Hall smiled and said, "Don't worry, my family is in the apartment, so don't worry about what I'll do to you." Barbara was a little relieved after hearing Linn Hall say this. While walking into the apartment with Linn Hall, Barbara asked curiously, "Mr. Hall, do you want to recruit me?" "I do have this idea." Looking at Barbara, who was still a little cramped by her side, Linn Hall smiled and said, "Your abilities are very practical. If you join the FBI in New York, it will be of great help to us. Of course, everything depends on your own thinking, and I never force anyone to make a choice." Barbara Kent Favorability 4. Barbara's favorability increased by another point when he heard that Linn Hall was not prepared to force himself to join the FBI. While in the clinic, Linn did not use force to coerce their father and daughter and also agreed to her conditions. This made Barbara feel that Linn Hall is one of the few people in all official organizations who are willing to reason with mutants. In addition, Dennis, a mutant, also works under Linn Hall, which makes Barbara, a mutant, have a good impression of Linn. Now, seeing that he clearly sees his ability, he is still willing to respect his choice as a criminal. How could this make Barbara not full of gratitude to Linn Hall? Actually, that's okay. Following Linn Hall, Barbara whispered in a red ponytail, "I've lived enough to hide in Tibet every day. After ordinary people knew that I was a mutant, the look full of fear and discrimination. No. Of course, I don't like seeing my dad be threatened by members of the Mutant Brotherhood, having to help them heal and then having to let me help them run away. So, if I join the FBI in New York, can you protect me and my dad from threats?" These words were full of scheming, and they directly placed her and her father's doctor in a coerced position. Listening to Barbara's scheming words, Linn didn't care. "If you become my subordinate, then even the military will not dare to attack you." Really? Stryker is a colonel of the military. Haha, we are the FBI, and this is the United States. Not to mention a mere military colonel. Even if we suspect the president's treason, we can take him away for investigation at any time. Although it was a bit exaggerated, Linn Hall did not brag. If the president really betrayed the country, then the FBI did have the right to take him away for investigation. This is also one of Linn Hall's dreams. After all, who can refuse to lead a beautiful woman army to capture the White House and trample the president under his feet to announce his dream of disbanding the United States? Back to the apartment. Linn. Seeing Linn come back, Gwen stepped on the carpet barefoot and rushed over to hug her. But when I saw the tall, pure and beautiful woman behind Linn, I was stunned. I looked at the beautiful girl behind Linn, especially when I discovered Barbara's slender legs. Gwen knew that Linn liked it, was very sure that the beautiful girl in front of him was his strong rival. Immediately, something was wrong when looking at Linn. The look seemed to be saying, "I've used my mouth to help you, and you actually brought the vixen outside home? I'll introduce it. This is Gwen, my sister." "Gwen, this is Barbara Kent, one of the helpers in investigating this concert attack." Hearing Linn's introduction, Gwen knew that he had misunderstood, but did not relax his vigilance, but smiled and stretched out his hand to Barbara. "Hello, I am Gwen Stacy, Linn's woman. Friend." "Hello." He reached out and shook hands with Gwen, listening to Gwen's title of girlfriend very heavily. Barbara just smiled and said nothing. However, Aunt Helen's voice came out in the kitchen. "Linn is back. Go and wash up. Dinner will be ready soon." Hearing his mother's voice, Gwen stuck out his tongue at Linn. "I forgot just now, and my mother came to accompany me." In the evening, the balcony. The light blue smoke was blown away by the wind and Linn Hall hung up his phone. I learned from Kelly that Gwen was in a very normal state at this time. Perhaps it was because Gwen herself was very strong-minded, and her 2 consecutive days of psychological counseling had already allowed her to get out of the concert attack. So in the next week, Kelly basically doesn't need to come to do psychological counseling every day. After putting the phone back in his pocket and washing, Linn Hall returned to the room in his shorts. But he found Gwen lying on his bed and looking at him. After seeing Linn come back, Gwen poked out his white jade arm from the duvet and patted the bed. It seemed as if I wanted Linn to come to serve the bed. Looking at Gwen's appearance, Linn was not polite, so he went to the bed and picked her up and placed her on his knees. Then he slapped his tight and perky butt with both hands. "Oh, hate it." Struggling to get up from Linn's knees, Gwen said angrily, "Linn, I'm no longer the disobedient child who needs to be spanked." "Oh, I've grown up." Linn turned over and lay on the bed and said, "I've grown up, but don't I still need Aunt Helen to coax me to sleep at night?" TSK, I don't want to, but my mother always thinks that the concert incident scared me, so I need her to coax me. As she spoke, Gwen sat astride Linn's body. The scallion-white fingertips flicked lightly, and seeing Linn looking at her angrily, she immediately giggled. Puh. Gwen was slapped on the face again, and Gwen sniffed, then smiled and lay on Linn's body. Today I want to ride a horse. Lying on Linn's body and constantly pupa, Gwen's face became more and more rosy. She doesn't look like she was frightened by the concert attack, but more like a succubus from hell. Hee hee. After humming twice, Gwen suddenly leaned over and looked at Linn and said, "What's going on with that Barbara? You said she's also an investigator for the concert attack? But if she was an ordinary investigator, you definitely wouldn't take her home." Looking at Gwen, who still had the energy to ask about Barbara, Linn Hall smiled and told her what happened. The next morning, watching Barbara use her mutant power to tear a gap in the peaceful space in front of her, Coulson said to Linn Hall, "This ability is quite enviable. To be honest, Linn, this ability to teleport people to any place on the Earth at any time is really very suitable for S.H.I.E.L.D. So you want to snatch people from me?" Linn Hall asked after hearing Coulson's words. "After all, your FBI is more concerned with domestic affairs, unlike S.H.I.E.L.D. Speaking of this, Coulson glanced at the agent behind Linn and then smiled. "Why don't we make a deal? Give Barbara to our S.H.I.E.L.D., and in return, S.H.I.E.L.D. can provide you with 20 Quinjet fighters for the New York FBI." Seeing Coulson open his mouth and ask for 20 Quinjet fighters, Linn Hall ignored him, but turned to look at Jean Grey and started chatting. Seeing this, Coulson shrugged, then took out his mobile phone and told Nick Fury about Lynn's refusal. The proposal to exchange 20 Quinjet fighters for Barbara was proposed by Nick Fury. If Linn Hall was not from the FBI, then Fury would have wanted to snatch her away. However, when Nick Fury proposed this idea, Coulson had already expected Linn to refuse. "You mean, you want to take over the task of arresting Adam Morris this time?" Facing Jean Grey's request, Linn asked. "Yes, Mr. Hall, Adam Morris is a member of the Brotherhood of Mutants after all, and he has an extreme personality and very cruel methods. In addition, he can teleport, so it is very difficult to arrest him. Although I believe that the agents you lead are elites and can catch him." Looking at Linn Hall, Jean Grey smiled and said, "But this process may cause some casualties, so Mr. Hall, please let our X-Men take action this time." When Jean Grey got off work yesterday, she talked with Coulson and learned about Linn Hall's position in the New York FBI, as well as his connections and potential. Therefore, Jean Grey wanted to gain Lynn's favor even more. Therefore, she thought that this action to capture Adam Morris was a good opportunity. Of course, no problem. Faced with Jean Grey's request, Linn Hall had no reason not to agree. Anyway, even if the X-Men caught Adam Morris, they would still have to deal with him in the end. As several people were talking, the space crack that Barbara Kent tore open with her ability gradually expanded into a portal. Across the portal was a very quaint manor. Huh. After a long sigh of relief, Barbara Kent wiped the sweat from her forehead, then turned to everyone and said, "This is a castle in Europe, and Adam Morris forced me to teleport him here." Hearing Barbara's words, Linn Hall opened the submachine gun safety and then said to Sean and others, "Get ready for battle." As Linn Hall's order was issued, dozens of fully armed FBI agents pulled the bolts in an instant in the next second. Then Sean led the team through the portal and entered in a tactical team. This manor is very large, with 3 gardens alone. There are also dozens of security personnel in the manor, patrolling with weapons 24 hours a day. Damn, this is the territory of the Nathaniel family. When Phil Coulson saw the family emblem hanging in the manor, he immediately held a pistol and said to Linn, "The Nathaniel family is one of the 13 vampire families in Europe, and they have a blood feud with the Hunter family. It seems that they should be the culprit who hired Adam Morris to commit the attack. In addition, these security personnel are also the armed forces kept by the Nathaniel family. I heard that they often capture some civilians for the vampires in the family to suck." Speaking of this, Coulson looked at Linn and said, "Linn, I think we should sneak in and catch them off guard." Faced with Coulson's proposal, Linn Hall smiled and said, "Coulson, it seems that you don't fight in the field very often." As he said, Linn Hall made a tactical gesture. Seeing Linn's gesture, Sean immediately led the members of the action team to start distributing in a fan-shaped tactic. After the tactical team was in place, Linn Hall stood up and pulled the trigger of the submachine gun without hesitation at the security guards in front. Da-da-da. A burst of dense bullets was fired, and the security guards in front were instantly penetrated by bullets. The next moment, the tactical team launched an attack at the same time, and for a moment, the bullets covered every security guard like a rain of fire. As the fierce gunshots resounded throughout the manor, bursts of piercing alarms also continued to sound. After the alarm sounded, the surrounding security guards immediately rushed over with guns. But before they could see the invading enemy clearly, they were hit by countless bullets and became a hornet's nest. In the dark study of the manor, Adam Morris, with layers of gauze wrapped on his left shoulder, was talking to the patriarch of the Nathaniel family at this moment. When he heard the gunshots from the manor, he immediately stood up and looked outside vigilantly. Unfortunately, the windows were wrapped in thick layers of black curtains, and even a trace of sunlight could not be shined in. So he couldn't see what was going on outside. "Don't worry, Adam, this is Europe, the territory of our Nathaniel family. Those FBI hyenas cannot track it here." Comforting Adam Morris, Nathaniel III picked up the wine glass and gently shaking the bright red liquid in the glass, and the armed forces in the manor have all been baptized by the battlefield. No matter who comes, you have to pay the price of blood. Although that's the case, Nathaniel III looked at Adam Morris more like looking at goods that could be abandoned at any time. But Adam did not notice his expression, but sat back on the chair with a little peace of mind. Within a few breaths, the gunshots in the manor gradually stopped. Listening to the stop of gunfire outside, Nathaniel III raised his glass and smiled. "Look, this is the armed force of our Nathaniel family. You should know it now." Before he could finish his words, a laser beam instantly penetrated the wall and shone into the study. As the walls were pierced, dazzling masculinity also shone into the house. The burning sensation brought by masculinity made Nathaniel III scream in pain. The wine glass containing bright red liquid in his hand fell to the ground and broke, and bursts of white smoke emerged from his whole body. Yiguru hid under the table, and Nathaniel III's body instantly turned into a huge bat. And Adam Morris looked outside through the broken wall. Then his eyes fell tightly on the Linn Hall, who shot himself 3 times. Linn Hall's eyes lit up when he saw the prompts given by the system. "This is the first time I have met a guy who has a good impression of himself of -9. After killing him, the gifts you receive will definitely be very satisfying. Ms. Jean Grey, it's up to you X-Men." Looking at Adam Morris, who was full of hatred for himself in his eyes, Linn Hall said to Jean Grey, "I want to live." "No problem, Mr. Hall." Hearing Linn's request, Jean Grey took the lead in launching an attack on Adam Morris. The battle between mutants is full of coolness. Adam Morris tried to teleport and escape several times, but was limited by the ability of the Phoenix Girl. The Cyclops on the side released energy to attack Adam Morris, while the Storm Girl flew in the air and thunder kept landing under the clouds. It's not that ordinary people are full of fear of mutants. To be honest, Linn, although he knows that the X-Men belongs to the faction that is willing to live in peace with ordinary people. But looking at this extraordinary battle, I still feel frightened. Seeing a thunder slashing, Adam Morris used his teleportation ability to dodge the attack, but the century-old tree next to him was directly shattered by the thunder. Coulson spoke to Linn Hall. "Just a second-level mutant. If Mr. Hall hadn't necessarily captured alive, Adam Morris would have been dead long ago." Hearing Coulson's words, Barbara, who always stood beside Linn, said to Coulson, "And although mutants are very strong, we are the ones who are discriminated against than ordinary people." Listening to Barbara's rebuttal, Coulson smiled, but Linn Hall took his eyes off the battlefield. Then he said to Coulson, "You keep feeling scared. I'll see those vampires. Posting a reward on my territory to create terrorist attacks is just an Adam Morris, not enough." As he said that, Linn Hall took Sean and the others toward the manor. I walked through the broken walls and came to the study. At this moment, the dark room was covered with the sun's light. A huge bat still has nowhere to hide at this moment and can only hang on the dark corner above to avoid the violent sunshine around. Is this the legendary vampire? Looking at the huge bat hanging in the corner, Sean held the submachine gun in his hand, and a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. What do you think? Do you think that vampires are like those in movies, with a beautiful figure? He raised his hand and knocked Sean on the head. Alice turned her head and looked at Linn and asked, "Boss, what should I do with this guy?" "Open-air barbecue." As he said that, Linn Hall took out a pistol from his waist and shot at the bat without hesitation. The bullet flew in the air and instantly disintegrated into a giant net, directly binding the bat tightly. The bats caught by the giant net fell to the ground, and bursts of smoke emerged directly under the sunlight. Just as Linn was about to drag him out to expose the sun, the bat actually opened his mouth and made a human sound. "Please wait, Mr. Linn Hall, I have something to say." Listening to the giant bat with smoke all over his body speak, Linn Hall smiled and walked forward. "I don't think there is anything to do with you vampires." Before Linn Hall could finish speaking, there was a burst of rapid knocks outside the study. "Mr. Linn Hall, there is a call that you need to answer in person." Linn Hall felt something was wrong when he heard the sound from outside the study. These European vampires not only know themselves, but also think that they can be let go as long as they answer the phone. What gave them such great confidence that would give them this understanding? Unless... Looking at the big bat screaming in pain in the giant net, Linn Hall pulled off the black curtain and covered him. After changing the gun bullets in his hand to special sterling silver bullets, Linn Hall then came to the door of the study and opened the door. As the door opened, a beam of sunlight shone through the door towards the corridor. The vampire standing at the door stepped back and avoided the sunshine, and then handed a cell phone to Linn very respectfully. He took the phone and put it in his ear, but his other hand was always on the trigger, as long as the vampire had any abnormal movements. Then what greeted him was a sterling silver bullet. "Linn, it's me." Linn Hall frowned as he heard James Duke's voice coming from his phone. "My guess just now is indeed correct. These European vampires are actually closely related to Hydra." Without hesitation, Linn Hall threw away his phone and took out his phone and called again. It was not until the phone was connected that I heard James Duke say, "Linn, catch that mutant and come back." Someone just called me and asked me, but I couldn't refuse this person's request. In addition, the water in Europe is a bit deep, so our FBI is not good at participating. Clear. After hearing Director Duke say this, Linn Hall answered and hung up the phone directly. "I'm sorry, Mr. Hall. We didn't expect Adam Morris to shoot you at that concert. So Adam has been asking us to send him to a safer place these days, but we have always refused. Of course, in addition to this, our Nathaniel family is willing to compensate you. Please don't refuse." As he said this, the vampire handed over a black card. Looking at the black card handed over by the vampire in front of him, Linn Hall did not accept it. "Please rest assured, this is just some compensation from us to our own people. I believe Director Duke will be very happy to see it." Hearing the vampire say this, Linn Hall frowned. The words, "our own people," and Director Duke clearly told Linn that this matter was not a simple revenge of the vampire family against the Hunter family. And Director Duke is also happy to see it? Does that mean that Duke actually knew about the terrorist attack at the New York concert in advance and acquiesced to it? No wonder James Duke, the director of the New York Federal Bureau of Investigation, did not feel any anger after learning about the terrorist attack. And he asked me to investigate the matter at all costs. And the newly elected mayor of New York actually held a grand and complete mourning ceremony the day after the attack, as if it had been arranged in advance. Hey, after going around in circles, the ultimate goal of these people is still me, even if I have joined the Brotherhood. Perhaps this is their way of guiding, and they want to use this method to make themselves a real Hydra. This black card in front of me is one of their means of winning over. I have to admit that Hydra's guidance method does have some tricks. As long as I accept this black card as compensation, then the next step is probably the real wooing of Hydra. Even if I give the black card to James Duke after I go back. After all, Duke is also a member of Hydra. If I don't accept it, I'm afraid they will use other methods to guide me. By then, it will probably be even more troublesome. TSK, I didn't expect Hydra to attach so much importance to me. That's right, after all, James Duke has told me more than once. I hope that in 2 years, after he becomes the director of the FBI, I can take over his position and become the director of the New York FBI. Thinking of this, Linn Hall took the black card without hesitation and put it in his pocket. Why not accept this compensation? Isn't the reason why I am willing to join the Brotherhood to allow myself to gain greater benefits? So naturally, Linn would not refuse the benefits that were delivered to his door. Anyway, when it's time to sell Hydra in the future, he will not be soft-hearted. Maybe in a few years, he can personally report that his immediate boss, James Duke, who will become the director of the FBI in the future, is a Hydra. As for why he joined Hydra, Linn Hall has thought of the excuse. Isn't this a way to endure hardships? Moreover, who made you shield full of Hydra? I have no choice but to join Hydra and slowly collect their evidence? Putting the black card in his pocket, Linn Hall looked at the vampire in front of him and said, "Not enough. I brought more than 30 brothers with me this time." Hearing Linn Hall's words, the vampire smiled immediately. "Mr. Hall, please rest assured, this is not a problem." As he said, the vampire didn't care about the big bat covered by the black curtains in the study. Instead, he took Linn Hall directly to another room. In the room, a pile of gold bars was placed on the table at this moment. Each gold bar weighs about 1 kilogram. "Mr. Hall, we know that you are very considerate of your subordinates, so naturally you will not let your subordinates come for nothing. Please take it with confidence. We guarantee that no matter whether it is the investigation of the IRS or other departments, there will be no evidence against you and your subordinates." Well, the amount of information in this sentence is also huge, as if it is saying that the IRS also has its own people. The battle outside is coming to an end. At this moment, Adam Morris has been firmly bound by Jean Grey using the power of the Phoenix. Looking at Adam Morris, who is wearing a restraint collar and cursing at the X-Men at this moment, Coulson walked forward with a lingering look, and his expression seemed to say that he had not seen enough. When Linn Hall came out with people, Jean Grey, who was talking to Coulson, immediately stepped forward. "Mr. Hall, Adam Morris is now in your hands." Looking at Jean Grey's indifferent expression, it seems that she really wants to get her affirmation. Linn smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work. I know that this cooperation with you X-Men can save us the New York FBI a lot of trouble. If there is a chance in the future, I hope we can continue to cooperate." Hearing Linn say this, Jean Grey smiled even brighter. What she really wants is not the credit, but to gain Linn Hall's favor. Now that Linn Hall has affirmed and liked her, this is the best news for the X-Men. "Linn, where are the vampires of the Nathaniel family?" Coulson, who was standing aside, looked at Linn and the box Sean was carrying behind him and walked up to ask. "Escaped." Spreading his hands to Coulson, Linn said, helplessly, "I didn't expect these guys to transform into bats and escape through various secret passages. I have to admit that they are really a group of magical creatures. This is within my expectations. After all, the Nathaniel family has existed for hundreds of years, and it is normal for the family manor to have escape passages. We at S.H.I.E.L.D. have also tried to capture these vampires, but we can only capture some little guys every time. By the way, how are we going to go back now?" After Coulson's voice fell, everyone's eyes turned to Barbara Kent. "Don't look at me. My mental strength is not enough for me to open the portal again, unless you are willing to wait for a night. In that case, leave the return trip to me." Smiling at Linn, Coulson then picked up his phone and dialed the number. Listening to Coulson calling the Quinjet, Linn Hall asked Alice to take out the recorder and film the scene of Adam Morris being captured at this moment. "Just take this videotape back so that Duke and the new mayor can explain to the public. As for Adam Morris' life, it's better to end it with my own hands." After returning to New York in the Quinjet, the X-Men and S.H.I.E.L.D. went back separately. Inside the car, looking at Adam Morris staring at him with hatred in his eyes, Linn Hall said to Alice, "Have you finished filming?" There is enough video material for us to report back to the boss. Faced with Linn's question, Alice immediately said, Sean, VIP Lounge number 1. Got it. Hearing Linn's order, Sean, who was driving the car, immediately turned in a direction and drove towards the uninhabited area of the Hudson River. Alice, what is the VIP Lounge number 1 that the commander mentioned? Dennis sat next to Alice and looked at everyone in the car who was used to it, so he asked curiously in a low voice. You'll know when you get there. Seeing Dennis's curious look, Alice patted him on the shoulder and said, Were you scared by the battle in the Vampire Manor? No. Faced with Alice's question, Dennis Johnson shook his head gently. The commander just asked me to watch the whole process and didn't let me shoot. This is the boss's wish for you to see what we have to go through in our daily missions, and also to let you think about whether you really want to be a part of us. If you back down, the boss will transfer you to a civilian position. But don't worry, even if you are transferred to a civilian position, the boss will protect you. Hearing what Alice said, Dennis Johnson carefully glanced at Linn Hall, who was sitting not far away. After a moment of silence, Dennis slowly said, I want to be a part of you. Beside the Hudson River, in an abandoned factory, dragging Adam Morris off the car like dragging a dead dog, Sean directly carried his body and threw it into the warehouse. One agent started the meat grinder, and the other agents prepared the bone crusher and the iron bucket. Other agents closed the factory door and began to release drones, always watching if anyone was approaching. Seeing the agents on the scene doing their own things in a tacit understanding, both Dennis and Barbara were very curious about it. Alice, what are you going to do? Looking at Alice beside her, Barbara Kent asked curiously. You'll know in a while, don't be scared. Smiling at Barbara and Dennis, Alice pressed the communication headset and kept receiving the news sent back by the agents responsible for checking and monitoring outside. In the warehouse, Adam Morris knelt down uncontrollably after being kicked in the knee by Sean. Before he could struggle to stand up, Sean's hand pressed firmly on his shoulder. FUXX, what do you want to do by bringing me here, you damn hyenas? Staring fiercely at Linn Hall standing in front of him, Adam Morris gritted his teeth and said, Don't think about getting any useful information from me. I won't betray you. Before Adam finished speaking, he saw Linn Hall directly took out a pistol and pointed it at him. Looking at the black muzzle of the gun against his head, Adam Morris' eyes unconsciously flashed a trace of fear. But then he sneered, Want to scare me in this way? I don't believe that you people in official organizations will. Bang! Without giving Adam Morris a chance to continue speaking, Linn Hall pulled the trigger without hesitation. The bullet pierced Adam Morris's head like a meteor, and his body fell directly to the ground. Why would a dead man talk so much nonsense? Putting away his pistol, Linn Hall watched Sean skillfully carry the body aside, while several other agents began to deal with the body. Then he turned on the system. You killed Adam Morris, whose favorability was -9, and received a gift skill, Teleportation LV1. Name, Linn Hall. Intelligence, 3. Strength, 4. Speed, 2. Endurance, 3. Energy emission, 0. Combat skills, 6. Skills, Israeli Krav Maga LV10 Max, Hot Weapon Mastery LV9, 2574/11000, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu LV7, 755/2100, Muay Thai LV7, 125/2100, Cold Weapon Mastery LV6, 740/2600, Super Strength LV1 0/1500, Teleportation LV1 0/2000. Experience, 1080. Linn Hall breathed a sigh of relief, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Although according to the skill introduction, the teleportation range of LV1 is only 100 meters, it is enough to be a life-saving or even a one-hit kill at a critical moment. Unfortunately, his current experience is not enough to upgrade the two extraordinary abilities. After shutting down the system and taking a look at his subordinates who were dealing with the corpse, Linn Hall turned his head and looked at Dennis and Barbara, who were a little scared. Seeing the two people's confused looks, Linn Hall smiled and asked, Did you expect me to execute this criminal directly here? Dennis was better, after all. He had seen the style of his superior in the interrogation room of S.H.I.E.L.D. So it was barely acceptable. But Barbara frowned and looked at the group of agents who were very skilled in dealing with the corpse. After hesitating for a moment, Barbara looked at Linn and asked, "You? The reason for killing him directly is because he is a mutant." Barbara didn't want to believe that the superior in front of her was friendly to her and even respected her wishes. Just because Adam Morris is a mutant, they killed him directly after catching him. What is the difference between this and other official organizations that exclude mutants? But apart from this reason, Barbara couldn't think of any other possibility. There is indeed this factor. Seeing through Barbara's thoughts at a glance, Linn Hall smiled and said, "You know the mutant prison." "I know." Faced with Lynn's question, Barbara nodded slightly. "Since you know about the mutant prison, you should know that mutants escape from that prison every year. Although this guy is only a second-level mutant, his ability is the type that is most likely to escape from the mutant prison, and he has a grudge against me. I won't leave such a big hidden danger. Compared with the Avengers after the event, I prefer to be an executioner before the event." At this point, Linn looked at Barbara and asked, "If one day someone threatens to kill your father, what will you do?" "Kill him before he hurts my father." Thinking of the words that Adam Morris kept threatening Linn Hall on the way back from Europe, Barbara Kent's expression relaxed. "Boss, if one day a member of the Brotherhood of Mutants threatens my father, then can I do it without permission?" "Of course." He raised his hand and patted Barbara on his shoulder. Linn Hall smiled and said, "Since you call me head like Alice, Sean, and the others, then I will naturally cover you." "Thank you, boss." Hearing Lynn's promise, Barbara immediately smiled brightly. Barbara Kent Favorability 6. Seeing Barbara's favorability increase from 4 to 6, Linn Hall was very satisfied. However, Dennis Johnson's favorability is still 5. After Linn Hall decided to return to the FBI this time, he directly asked Sean to start devil training for him. Just kidding, it came earlier than Barbara, but Barbara overturned her favorability. Even if his mother is Kelly, he has to make him fully understand that it is not that simple to become an agent under his command. Ask Alice to open the box and look at the gold bars weighing 1 kilogram inside the box. Linn took out 2 pieces and threw them away, and then asked the others to come and get them by themselves. "Long live, boss." "Boss, please allow me to offer you my daisies again." "Get out." He kicked away the guy who was slid and knelt down and wanted to offer daisies to him, and then threw the 2 gold bars in his hand to Barbara and Dennis. "Do I have it too?" Barbara Kent was a little surprised to take the gold bar that Linn threw. She didn't expect that she, who had not officially joined the FBI in New York, could get gold bars. "Oh my god, this is a kilogram of gold bars. Hee, I have money." "Take it with confidence. As long as it's given by the boss, you don't have to worry about being tracked down by the IRS or the Ministry of Internal Affairs." Looking at Barbara with a happy face, Alice put her arm around her shoulders and said, "As long as we follow the boss wholeheartedly, the boss will never treat us unfairly. Remember, whether in life or work, the boss will protect us. Even if we accidentally commit something, the boss can help us solve it. This is why we follow the boss wholeheartedly." Hearing Alice say this, Barbara happily put the gold bars into her bag. "That's right." Pinching Barbara's pretty face, Alice smiled and said, "After I go back, I will take you to complete the entry procedures. When the network access is open for you, you will officially become a member of the FBI." Hearing Alice's words, Barbara nodded. Looking at Linn Hall's back, I felt that from this moment on, life was full of hope and security. Tisk. Looking at the look in Barbara's eyes as she looked at the boss, Alice smacked her lips. Then she walked quickly to Linn Hall's side without making a sound. "Boss, Barbara is really beautiful, and she exudes youthful vibes all over her body." Looking at Alice, who opened the car door for him attentively, Linn Hall said, "What do you want to say?" "Hey, boss, leave Barbara to me." Holding Linn Hall's arm to prevent him from getting in the car, Alice said expectantly, "It's been a long time since such a pure and beautiful girl joined our team." "You already have 3 girlfriends, and you're thinking about Barbara again?" "That's different, boss. I feel that Barbara's appearance alone can match my 3 girlfriends. Get out, I'm already D3, and I should have a secretary. Pushing Alice aside, Linn got into the Chevrolet, and then waved to Barbara, come here, take my car. Seeing Linn calling her, Barbara happily sat in the passenger seat. Watching the car go away, Alice shook her head with some regret. It seems that in less than a week, Barbara will lie down under her boss's desk and stammer. At the same time in Queens. After hanging up the phone, Mary Jane looked at Peter and Harry and said, I have called Gwen. She is in a good mood, so she will not miss the appointment to visit the science exhibition hall this weekend. Peter Parker and Harry were relieved to hear Mary Jane say this. When they heard that Gwen went to the concert that was attacked by terrorists, Peter Parker and Harry were both very worried. Although they knew that Gwen was not injured, they were also afraid that this incident would cause some psychological trauma to Gwen. So when they heard that Gwen was in a good mood, they were all relieved. By the way, will Linn go with Gwen? Looking at Mary Jane, Harry Osborn asked. I don't think so. Facing Harry, who was expecting, Mary Jane said, I heard from Gwen that she will go home with Aunt Helen tomorrow, so she won't go with Mr. Hall. When Harry heard Mary Jane say that Linn might not go, he immediately showed a disappointed expression. Since Gwen's birthday party, you always mention Mr. Hall, Harry. You don't really worship Mr. Hall. Of course it's true, Linn is so cool. Whenever Linn Hall is mentioned, Harry is excited. But soon, he said helplessly, unfortunately, my father doesn't allow me to join the FBI. Looking at his friend's disappointed expression, Peter Parker patted him on the shoulder. He also has a good impression of Linn. In the office of James Duke, Federal Bureau of Investigation, New York. Duke, I don't think it's time to tell him our true identity yet. In the video, Alexander Pierce put down his cigar and said, Linn Hall's character, means and ability are beyond doubt, but he is still very young after all. I am worried that he will be bewitched by the so-called justice. I am optimistic that he will take your place in the future, so it is best for us to slowly guide his future path. Hearing Pierce say this, Duke leaned back in his chair and laughed. I think so too. Young people always need more guidance. Power, beauty, money, status. After tasting these, I believe Linn Hall will be able to take over your position in the future. We'll make the right choice. By the way, the daughter of the deputy director of the FBI will be getting engaged on the 6th of next month. He will play a big role in whether I can take the position of the director of the FBI in 2 years. It's a good opportunity to let Linn experience the feeling of the upper class. Hearing James Duke say this, Pierce nodded. I will arrange this matter. By the way, S.H.I.E.L.D. has always wanted to recruit Linn. You can let Linn contact them. I really want to know where Nick Fury spent so much money. As the two were talking, Duke saw that the inconspicuous button on the table turned red. Then he said, let's do this for now. The little guy is back with the team. Okay. After hanging up the video call, Duke leaned back in his chair and waited quietly for Linn to knock on the door. 10 minutes later. Try it. This is the most authentic Cuban cigar, brought back to me by an old friend of the fraternity when he came back from Cuba. Throwing a cigar to Linn Hall, James Duke said with a smile. Taking the cigar, Linn Hall cut it, lit it, and took a puff. After the smoke spun around in his mouth and slowly exhaled, Linn smiled and said, maybe I don't smoke cigars often, so I always feel that the taste of cigars is almost the same. Haha. Raising his hand and smiling, he nodded to Linn and Duke said, you have to learn to taste cigars slowly. It's like life. In addition to work, we have to learn to enjoy it. Listening to what Duke said, Linn nodded and then put the black card given to him by the vampire on the table. Seeing this scene, Duke looked at Linn and asked with a smile, don't you want to know anything about this mission? No. Looking at Duke, Linn smiled and said, I think you must be very embarrassed for this mission, so I have asked someone to write the mission report. Don't worry, no one else will know. Well, Linn Hall's main one is that I am your Duke's loyal henchman. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, and don't know what you shouldn't know. I am so sensible. As the director, you, James Duke, as a Hydra, shouldn't you give me more expressions? Hearing Linn say this, James Duke was a little surprised, but nodded with satisfaction. He didn't expect Linn to be so sensible. Putting down the cigar in his hand, Duke pushed the black card back. Since it is a gift from the vampires to you, just accept it. Don't worry, you can use the money here at will, and no one will investigate it. Linn has been waiting for James Duke to reveal his identity and then coerce himself to join Hydra. After all, whether it is asking him to kill Kevin Robert or joining the Brotherhood, the exquisite brooch representing Hydra is given to him. Or this time, the corrosion incident of the vampire family black card is enough to prove that he has fallen into the trap of Hydra. But James Duke just doesn't reveal his identity. And he pretends to be very troubled, saying that there are a large number of ghosts in the government who want to extend their lifespans. When did the FBI need to give face to the government? You must know that the FBI is affiliated with the Department of Justice. In recent years, it has investigated and arrested many people in the government and the military, so this is simply nonsense. If Linn has the ability to read minds, he can know what James Duke is thinking. Then he would definitely tell Duke that he was his most loyal henchman, and he was not as righteous as they thought. Unfortunately, Linn did not have the ability to read minds, so he could only leave with the black card. After returning to his office, Linn opened his laptop and checked the account, and found that the amount in the black card was as much as $10 million. This amount of money was nothing for the long-standing vampire family. But for Linn, it was a huge windfall. Originally, I was thinking that after Stark Industries stock soared, I would buy the large flat in Central Park that I had been thinking about for a long time. Unexpectedly, the plan could be realized ahead of time, thanks to the generous Hydra. At the same time, in Malibu Beach, Tony Stark's Seaview Villa. Tony, I don't understand what you have been doing all this time. Looking at Tony Stark, who was drinking black and green vegetable juice in front of him, Pepper put down the document and said, although the stock price of Stark Industries has gradually stabilized during this period, it has fallen by 73% compared to before. During this period, Mr. Obadiah Stan has been trying to persuade the members of the board of directors to be patient with you. But the outside world's criticism of Stark Industries, especially your decision to permanently close the weapons manufacturing department, has never diminished. At this point, Pepper put the document in front of Tony Stark. Tony, if you can't come up with the corresponding. Pepper, are the weapons I make really just used to protect our country, protect innocent civilians, and maintain world peace? Before Pepper finished speaking, Tony Stark interrupted. Isn't it? Pepper didn't react to Tony's sudden question for a while. However, thinking of Tony's previous experience, Pepper's tone became softer. Tony, I know that you suffered a lot of inhuman torture during your time in the Middle East. But Stark Industries. Pepper, do you know how many innocent civilians died under the weapons I developed? Looking at Pepper, Tony Stark rarely looked serious. To be honest, I don't know, because no one has counted it, but I know very well that the number must be more than I thought. And they don't have such good luck as me. Even if they survive by chance, they can build an arc reactor to prevent shrapnel from flowing into the heart through the blood vessels. Tony, I have always thought that everything I did was just, but now it seems that this is not the case. Pick up the remote control and turn on the TV. At this moment, the TV screen shows the Middle Eastern people who were driven out of the village by armed forces and displaced. I don't know how many weapons made by Stark Industries have flowed into the hands of these armed forces over the years. But I know that every bullet and every bomb that Stark Industries flows into the Middle East is an accomplice of those armed forces. After hearing what Tony said, Pepper was silent for a moment. Tony, this is not your fault. Of course, this is certainly not my fault. Spreading his hands to Pepper, Tony Stark continued, but those weapons were developed by me. As Tony's personal assistant and secretary, Pepper knew very well that Tony Stark had gotten into a dead end at this moment. The more he told him that this was not his responsibility at this time, the more he would think that these weapons were developed by him, so he was one of the culprits of all this. Thinking of this, Pepper suddenly smiled and said, "What do you think of the cover girl in the latest issue of the entertainment magazine? Maybe I can help you throw a party and invite her in your name." Compared to the cover girl, Pepper, I want to do two things now. What? After hearing Tony Stark say this, Pepper asked curiously, First, I want to eat 2 cheeseburgers now. Of course you can. Second, I want to know through what channels the weapons made by Stark Industries flowed into the Middle East, and I was attacked and kidnapped in the Middle East. Things are definitely not that simple. I can't do anything about this. Looking at Tony Pepper, he said, "Do you need me to help you hire some private detectives to investigate?" Private detective? Pepper, I don't think they can find out anything. Tony Stark took out his cell phone while saying, "Remember the FBI agent who rescued me from the Middle East? Mr. Linn Hall?" Yes. Tony took out his cell phone and found Linn Hall's number. He looked at Pepper and said, "If he is willing to accept my employment request, I believe he can definitely find out the truth with his ability. Are you sure he will be willing to help? I really appreciate him from the bottom of my heart." That is to say, you recognize him very much, but it is far from the relationship with Rhodes, right? That can't be said. I think. Anyway, I'm going to invite him to dinner. As the person who knows Tony best, Pepper knows how difficult it is to make Tony regard someone as a true friend from the bottom of his heart. So after standing up from the sofa, Pepper looked at Tony and said, "Since you want to invite Mr. Hall to dinner, and you have something to ask of him, it would be too rude to have only 2 cheeseburgers on the table. I'll go arrange dinner now. By the way, I remember you have a few bottles of 20-year-old red wine in your wine cellar, right?" Pepper, that was my last few years. Halfway through his words, looking at Pepper's expression, Tony Stark spread his hands and said, "You know, being able to have dinner with a genius like me is something that many people can't even ask for." Looking at Tony's arrogant look, Pepper felt helpless and turned away. In the evening, Tony Stark's Seaview Villa. Linn Hall asked on the sofa, "Tony, you shouldn't be as simple as inviting me here." Belch. After burping, Tony Stark, who was sitting on the carpet, wanted to pick up the wine glass. Unfortunately, my hand trembled and the wine spilled directly on the carpet. Looking at the carpet soaked in the wine with some regret, Tony Stark spread his hands and said, "What a pity. This is a fine wine that has been stored in the cellar for more than 20 years. Will a billionaire like you care about a bottle of wine that has been around for 20 years? This is not an ordinary wine. It was when I went to Europe a few years ago. Forget it, let's not talk about it." Watching TV, facing media reporters, New York Mayor and James Duke announced in a high-profile manner that after 3 days of investigation, the FBI has caught the mutant from the concert attack and has also played the video taken by Alice. Looking at the 2 people in the picture, Tony Stark said to Linn, "You obviously captured it, but the limelight made the 2 guys come out. Are you not feeling at all uncomfortable?" Listening to Tony's inquiry, Linn tasted the red wine in his glass and said, "Tony, as a star, I hope everyone knows him, but as an agent, I hope everyone doesn't know me. Of course, if one day I became the director of the FBI in New York, you'll see me on TV a lot. Then you have to work harder and try to kick that old guy off the stage as soon as possible." As he said that, Tony Stark stood up from the carpet with his sofa. "By the way, come with me, believe me, what you see next will surely open your eyes." Eye-opening? Is there something about Nicole and the Navy moving? Nicole? Well, she is quite white and comfortable, but unfortunately she has a bad attitude. If you like her, I'll make an appointment for you. Come on, I don't like doing those things with people over teenagers. When I say it, I think she is playing with me, but there is someone named Anne Hathaway who looks pretty good. The Hollywood actress who played The Princess Diary? I haven't come into contact with her. When I have time, I will help you trick her into your bed. While talking slutty, the 2 of them walked to Tony Stark's private laboratory on the 1st floor. Luxury cars are parked here, with an antique classic car sprayed with gold and red flame patterns in the middle. When he arrived at the lab, Tony Stark clapped his hands. "Jarvis, show my latest work." Hearing Tony Stark's instructions, the originally smooth wall suddenly opened, and then a set of bright silver mark armor slowly rose from the ground. "How is it? It's cool." Looking at the armor rising from the mechanical stage, Tony Stark said to Linn proudly, "You are the 2nd person to see him, and even Pepper doesn't know what I'm studying during this period." Linn Hall's eyes also had a hint of amazement as he watched the bright silver mark prototype appear in front of him. Even before traveling through time, I have seen all kinds of Mark series armor in the movie. But when I saw the real armor, Linn still felt amazed in his eyes. Seeing that Linn's eyes were only stunning and appreciation, but not surprised. This made Tony Stark touch his nose. "You are not surprised at all? What's there to be surprised?" Shrugging, Linn said casually, "Didn't the media praise you for saying that you are the greatest genius of this century? Since they are all geniuses, it's normal to study this kind of thing. By the way, can you turn it into a bracelet or a necklace or something?" "Bracelet, necklace?" "That's right, it's the kind of person who usually carries on your body. When encountering danger, just touch the bracelet gently and the armor will immediately cover the whole body." Facing Linn's imagination, Tony Stark said helplessly, "I am armor, not fantasy nano toys. Can't you create it?" "That's all I can say is that you are just as good as a genius." He glanced at Linn speechlessly. Tony Stark felt that after he made the nano armor in the future, he must fly to the FBI building in New York every day to knock on the glass of Linn Hall's office. "By the way, now you can say what the hell is you inviting me here?" Linn Hall asked as he looked at Tony Stark. "Well, I want to ask for help." Tony Stark looked at Linn and asked, "Can you FBI personnel be hired to investigate something privately?" "In principle, it is absolutely not allowed. A member of the parliament once was stunned and wanted to help him investigate some things through us. Do you know how we did it? How did it be done? We checked all his underwear with our back hands. He still has 27 lawsuits waiting for the trial." Hearing Linn say this, a hint of disappointment flashed in Tony Stark's eyes. But he also knows the rules of the FBI, so there is nothing he can do about this kind of thing. But except for Linn, Tony Stark doesn't believe in any private detective. They can investigate these things for money, and maybe they will be bribed by the mastermind behind the scenes. Seeing Tony Stark's eyes, disappointment appeared, but he quickly covered it up. Linn Hall smiled and said, "However, since you provided me with your private satellite when I was hunting Adam Morris, I can help you with this." Hearing what Linn said, Tony Stark's eyes lit up. "Are you sure you can? I mean, if your boss finds out, then forget it." Looking at Tony, whose emotions were like a roller coaster, Linn said solemnly, "It will be very troublesome if my boss finds out, because it is likely that half of my bonus for the month will be deducted." Knowing that Linn was joking, Tony Stark rolled his eyes speechlessly. Then he turned on the computer. "This is all the details of the attack I recorded after returning to New York. I think someone must have leaked my whereabouts, or even secretly manipulated the armed forces in the Middle East to attack me. The best evidence is that the armed forces in the Middle East have weapons manufactured by Stark Industries, not one or two, but a whole batch." Tony Stark did not mention the reward for Linn Hall. He felt that his mention of reward was a humiliation to Linn Hall. After all, no matter how you look at it, Linn is not the kind of worm who is greedy for money and bribes. Linn took out the USB drive and copied all the information he prepared, as well as the expanded weapon information. "I will give you the results of the investigation within 3 days." Putting away the USB drive, Linn looked at Tony and said, "Well, for Obadiah Stan's favorability towards himself -7, Linn has long wanted to grab the head. Unexpectedly, the opportunity is now delivered to the door. Weekend, Information Department of the FBI building in New York. Joey, you should be able to hack into the Stark Group's network. I need you to help me investigate some information." Hearing Linn Hall's question, Joey shook her golden ponytail and said proudly, "Easy. Boss, don't forget that I hacked into the Pentagon's database because I was curious about the legend of Area 51. Even the security network of the Department of Defense can't stop me, a mere Stark Industry. It's too easy." Looking at Joey's proud look, Linn rolled his eyes and said, "Yes, if I hadn't brought people in time, you should be locked up in a military prison or a small dark room as a spy." Hee hee to Linn with a smile. Joey stepped forward and took Linn's arm and said coquettishly, "Boss, after I joined the FBI, didn't I help you solve many cases? Don't touch me." Pushing Joey's forehead and pushing her away, Linn laughed and scolded, "I don't want Alice to think that I want to steal her girlfriend. TSK, Alice told me last night that you are interested in Barbara." Sitting in front of the computer and starting to invade the network of Stark Industries, Joey complained, "She said you just like long legs." You didn't see her pitiful look. "If it weren't for the third brother stopping me, I would have spanked her." Listening to Joey's complaints, Linn smiled and said nothing. How come his subordinates know his preferences? It's a pity that Sean is still obsessed with pursuing Alice. But he doesn't know that Alice can fall asleep with 3 girlfriends every night. Boss, have you heard of the rising tide? The rising tide? Hearing Joey's question, Linn nodded and said, I've heard of it. It's a hacker organization that once advocated on the internet that the public should have the right to know and that the government's hidden secrets should be made public. Yes, that's the group of guys. 2 days ago, the rising tide wanted to invade our New York FBI system, but I repelled it. Unfortunately, I was just a little bit away from investigating them through the internet. At this point, Joey turned his head and looked at Linn and asked, by the way, boss, what do you want to find out by invading the Stark Group network? The truth about Tony Stark being kidnapped in the Middle East. Linn said, based on the principle of ultimate profit, I suspect that Tony Stark was attacked and kidnapped in the Middle East, and the mastermind behind it is Obadiah Stane. So you hack into his computer and copy all the data in his computer. Understood. Nodding, Joey continued to work. If Linn remembered correctly, Pepper discovered that Obadiah Stane had always been in contact with the Middle Eastern armed forces that kidnapped Tony through the computer in Obadiah Stane's office. Although Linn couldn't figure out how Obadiah Stane could have such secret and important evidence of a crime in his computer. But looking at the problem with the answer will make things much simpler. Patting Joey on the shoulder, Linn smiled and said, when you find useful content, just send me a copy. Okay, boss, I'll send it directly to your office after I find it. No, just send it to my email directly. Gwen and her classmates are going to the science exhibition this weekend, and I'm going to take a look. After that, Linn got up and left. Watching Linn walk out, Joey continued to hack into the Stark Group's network. Manhattan, Science Exhibition Hall. Click. Holding the camera and taking pictures continuously, Gwen looked at the creatures in the display cabinet with great interest. Peter Parker, who was not far away, was also like this. Mary Jane and Harry Osborn were talking to each other. Just as Gwen was watching the introduction of those creatures with great interest, a small spider landed on the back of her hand. The next second, the spider bit Gwen's wrist directly. The pain for a moment made Gwen subconsciously shake her hand, and the spider also flew through the bottom of the exhibition counter. It happened to crawl quickly in the direction of Peter Parker. Looking at the place on her wrist that was bitten by the spider, Gwen frowned. Just when she was a little worried, a very familiar voice sounded behind her. What's wrong? Hearing this familiar voice, Gwen turned her head subconsciously. When she saw Linn, Gwen smiled happily and said, Linn, why are you here? It's the weekend. Anyway, there's nothing to do. I just remembered that you said you were going to visit the Science Exhibition Hall, so I came to see it by the way. As he said, Linn took Gwen's hand and checked it. He saw Gwen's hand shaking action just now. On the smooth and delicate wrist, except for a small wound, there was no sign of redness or swelling around it. It's nothing, just a spider bite. Although the spider is a bit strange, it shouldn't be a poisonous spider like the Black Widow. As he said, Gwen happily told Linn and the differences between various species of spiders. Seeing that Gwen did not have any abnormalities, Linn nodded gently. But he was very surprised in his heart. Gwen was bitten by a strange spider, so wouldn't Spider-Man be Gwen in the future? Linn didn't know that the spider wouldn't kill people immediately after biting them. Just like the plot in the comics, the spider bit Peter Parker and turned him into Spider-Man. It also bit another girl named Cindy Moon. As the two were talking, Peter Parker and the others came over. When they saw Linn, Peter Parker and Mary Jane greeted them warmly. And Harry Osborn ran over excitedly. Linn, why are you here too? Sorry, I mean you're not busy? No, I mean. Looking at Harry Osborn, who was a little incoherent with excitement. Linn smiled and said, I'm taking a break this weekend. I was thinking of coming back for a family dinner. I just happened to hear that you were here, so I came to see you. Linn, let's go back now. Looking up at Linn, Gwen smiled and said, I've been visiting for almost an hour. I've seen many interesting creatures, and I feel a little tired. Hearing Gwen say this, Linn nodded. Looking at the other 3 people, Peter and the other two said they wanted to continue visiting for a while. After watching Linn take Gwen away, Harry said with some regret, "I was thinking of talking to Linn for a while and listening to him talk about the FBI." Hearing his friend's regretful tone, Peter Parker smiled and patted him on the shoulder. No one noticed that the little spider that bit Gwen was now climbing up Peter Parker's trouser leg. Linn Hall did not take Gwen home directly after leaving the science exhibition hall. Instead, I took her to check some of her body first. After all, Linn is not 100% sure. The spider that bit Gwen is the one that made Peter Parker Spider-Man. After doing a comprehensive inspection and confirming that Gwen had nothing to do, Linn felt relieved. The data and blood samples during the test were completely destroyed to prevent blood samples from leaking after Gwen became a Spider-Woman. Linn then drove Gwen back home. When he returned to his home in Queens, Uncle George was still working in the police station. Aunt Helen said that Uncle George was recently investigating a group of drug dealers from Mexico, so he was working even on weekends. However, after returning home, Gwen felt very sleepy, so he went back to the room to rest. While chatting with Aunt Helen, Linn's cell phone suddenly rang. I picked up my phone and looked at it and found that it was called by Agent Superintendent Rich Hood. Since he decided to retire next year and have a free job, he has rarely been exposed to cases. Many cases were handed by Linn Hall, and then either Linn led someone to investigate or handed over to other assistant agent supervisors. So when I saw the call from Richie, Linn returned to the room and answered it with curiosity. "Linn, if you have a task, you need to lead the team yourself." A major change occurred in a small town under Oswego. According to information, all 1,300 residents of this town became overnight the Walking Dead. The specific reason is unknown. The surrounding police have blocked the town. At the same time, someone spread the matter online, and the number of views has exceeded 1 million. Originally, Miller Field wanted to take people to investigate, but I think it's better for you to take over this case. You understand what I mean? Hearing Rich Hood say this, Linn smiled and said, "Felder is trying to show himself through this case. After you take up the position of consultant next year, you can take the position of agent supervisor." Haha, so Linn, you should take over this matter more. Speaking of this, Richie Hood's tone became more serious. The director also means that. Miller has the ability, but he is too serious. Tisk, more than 1,300 lives. If it is not handled properly, it will cause big trouble if it is not done well. Clear? Listening to the subtext in Rich Hood's words, Linn Hall smiled and said, "I'll take people here." After hanging up the phone, Linn Hall directly sent a message to Sean, Alice, and others. Richie Hood's meaning is already very obvious, and more than 1,300 people turned into Walking Dead overnight. And the matter was spread online, and the number of views reached 1 million. This kind of thing could not be hidden at all. So I must investigate the truth that the people want to know before the matter completely ferments. As for what the real truth is, it doesn't matter. After notifying Sean and Alice, Linn Hall left the room. Before leaving, I went to look at Gwen and found that she was sleeping soundly, and there was no sign of fever and poisoning. Linn then drove away. 2 hours later, under Oswego, outside a small town called Caramel. At this moment, the town has been completely blocked by the police, and viruses, disasters, and fire departments have arrived one after another. From the inside of the car, the town in front of me was very strange, as if it was divided into inside and outside by the police cordon. There was thick fog inside the cordon, and from time to time, 1 or 2 figures could be seen staggeringly walking in the thick fog. And outside the cordon, there is a clear area. Even if the breeze blows, the thick fog in the town will never float outward. What a strange town, boss. We won't have encountered any supernatural incident. Sean asked curiously as he looked at the clear scene in the town. I don't know, but you'll know if you go down and take a look. As he said that, he took off the gas mask and Linn Hall got out of the car first and then walked towards the blockade. Seeing that the head, Alice, and others took off their gas masks, Sean also got out of the car as if he were to do so. Following Linn, Sean whispered to Alice, "Alice, why did the boss take off the gas mask? If it's something weird, and it's transmitted by the air, Idiot, haven't you seen that the people from the cordon, the county police, fire disaster, and other departments are not wearing gas masks? If it were really an airborne virus, they would have been finished. Sean nodded after hearing Alice's explanation. After arriving at the blockade site, the county policeman Led immediately came over and signaled Linn and others to stop. After showing the FBI ID, Linn Hall looked at the sheriff and said, "I am Linn Hall of the FBI, and I will take over here from now on. Tell me more about what happened here." After looking at Linn's ID, the sheriff said, "This is Mr. Hall. There are about 1,300 permanent residents in this town. It was as usual before last night, but this morning there was a sudden fog in the town, and overnight, all the people in the town lost consciousness and were acting entirely on their instinct. But even if the people in the town were unconscious, they didn't step out of the town. We don't know the specific reason yet, so we can only block the town." After hearing the sheriff's story, Linn looked at the figures wandering in the thick fog in the town. Who was the first person to find the scene and call the police? "It's me, Mr. Agent." A tall county police officer came out and reported, "My sister's family lives in this town. Since last night, my sister's phone has been unreachable. I drove here overnight because I was worried about the accident, but when I got to a place 3 kilometers away from the town, I found that I couldn't find the way into the town anyway, so I kept." "Wait, you mean you drove last night, but couldn't find the way into the town?" Looking at the wide road in front of him, Linn Hall frowned. "Yes, Mr. Agent." Faced with Linn's question, the county police nodded and said, "I also feel very strange. After driving here, the road into the town seems to disappear out of thin air and becomes a wasteland. And the car is surrounded by thick fog, and the visibility is less than 2 meters. Because I am very familiar with this town, I can drive to my sister's house even with my eyes closed. In order to prevent any accidents from happening in my sister's house, I want to force my car into the town." But the car lost power in an instant. Speaking of this, the county police looked at the town in front of him with some fear and some weirdness. Seeing a trace of fear flashing in the county policeman's eyes, Linn Hall frowned and said, "What?" "After the car couldn't start, I thought about getting out of the car and walking into the town, but before the car door opened, I saw a pair of blood-red eyes staring at me." Speaking of this, the county policeman trembled unconsciously. "I was frightened at that time. The car could not start, the phone had no signal, and I didn't dare to get out of the car, so I could only hide in the car for a night. It was not until dawn that those blood-red eyes staring at me slowly disappeared." Listening to the county policeman's words, Sean whispered to Alice beside him, "Why does it feel like listening to a horror story? Is it really a supernatural event? This kind of thing should be handled by S.H.I.E.L.D." Hearing Sean's words, Alice shook her head. "It's not yet certain whether it's a supernatural event, or it may be a case created by mutants. You should know that mutants have many incredible abilities, so you must investigate these things first." Listening to the conversation between the two people around him, Dennis, who was silent on the side, whispered, "Actually, I know a mutant with the ability to sanctify, and she can make people see what they fear the most in their hearts. Maybe the blood-red eyes that the county policeman saw were hallucinations. You still know such mutants?" Looking at Dennis with some surprise, Alice frowned and said, "Your mother said you have never been in contact with any mutants, and your review information has not marked that you have been in contact with other mutants." Looking at Alice's solemn expression, Dennis was silent for a moment, then whispered, "When I first joined the FBI, I didn't know if I should trust you. But now..." And that little girl who can get others into a fantasy is only 13 years old. Hearing Dennis' words, Alice nodded softly. "When this matter is over, you will tell the boss yourself. Also, everyone has a private social networking, but when it comes to key issues, you shouldn't hide it from your boss. Or the boss will be unable to help you in the future." "I understand. I'm sorry." "No need to apologize." Give Sean a look, and Alice walked to Linn Hall. Watching Alice leave, Sean patted Dennis on the shoulder and said, "Alice is right. Everyone has personal social interactions, you are right. But any official organization attaches great importance to the issue of mutants, not to mention that your induction review data survey does not match what you just said. Once you know it, it will not only implicate your boss, but also your mother. Hearing Sean's explanation, Dennis nodded. I will explain the situation to the boss after the matter is over. By the way, Barbara, who is also a mutant. Looking at Dennis, Sean smiled and said, Barbara said all the mutants she knew, tisk, a big list. Front. What's next? Looking at the county policeman in front of him, Lynn Hall continued to ask, what after dawn? After dawn, I plucked up my courage to enter the town, but less than 20 meters walked in, the unreasonable residents in the town discovered me. After they saw me, they all rushed over. I thought I was dead at that time, but I didn't expect that they just lifted me up and threw it out. Speaking of this, the county trooper looked at Lynn Hall and said, Mr. Agent, they didn't hurt me, but the place they threw me out was at the edge of thick fog, and they seemed reluctant to step out of the thick fog. Lynn Hall nodded after hearing the county policeman tell the story. At this time, a subordinate ran over and said to Linn, Boss, the drone lost its signal as soon as it entered the mist town, and the scenes were all snowflakes. Looking at the computer in the agent's hand, it was covered with snowflake patterns without signal. Lynn Hall asked, What's the progress over the epidemic prevention side? They're still analyzing the ingredients of the thick fog that envelopes the town, but the only thing that can be confirmed at the moment is that the thick fog does not contain any toxic substances. The biopathologists who followed us also tested the plants around the town, and no abnormalities were found. In other words, everything around is normal. If you want to investigate the real reason, you need to enter this town, right? Yes, boss. Hearing Lynn's words, the agent under his command nodded. Let me lead the team in, boss. When he came to Lynn, Alice held a submachine gun and said to Lynn, I don't know if there is any danger in the town yet, so why don't you let me lead the team? I'll do it. When Sean, who also walked over, heard Alice was going to lead the team in, he laughed and said, When it comes to brain, Alice is more useful than me, but when it comes to skills, you know. In the entire FBI in New York, except for you, I am the strongest, so even if the people in the town become zombies in the movie, I can kill them all. Looking at Lin Nang and Alice's appearance, Lin Nung thought for a few seconds. Then he waved to Dennis. Dennis, go to the nearby farm and buy some live animals. Alice, ask the people in the information department to prepare some detectors that can be tied to the animals. Yes. Hearing Lynn's instructions, Dennis and Alice nodded immediately. Turning back to the car, Lynn Hall took out a cigarette and lit it, then quietly looked at the thick fog that enveloped the town in front of him. The county police officer did not lie, but Lynn always felt that this matter was definitely very tricky. The thick fog that could not be blown away by the wind, more than 1,300 people who lost consciousness overnight, drones with blocked signals, and pairs of blood-red eyes in the middle of the night. No matter from which aspect, this is related to supernatural events. Thinking of this, Lynn Hall took out his mobile phone and found Phil Coulson's number. S.H.I.E.L.D. pays much more attention to supernatural events than the FBI. So, maybe Coulson and the others know something. But after thinking about it, Lynn still put away his mobile phone. Let's take a look at the specific situation in the town first. At the same time, in the Magic Temple of New York. Teacher, do we really not need to take action in this matter? Looking at Master Ancient One who was sitting on the futon and making tea, Mordo frowned and asked, This is beyond the ability of the FBI, so teacher. Don't worry. In response to Mordo's doubts, Ancient One just smiled and said, Don't underestimate Lynn Hall, and someone will solve this matter. When he heard that there would be someone to solve this matter, Modu asked curiously, Teacher, who are you referring to? Are you one of the secret magicians? No. Looking at Modu, Gui smiled and said, It is a king who challenges every 3 years, but always fails in order to save his mother's soul. As for whether this time will be successful, it depends on his ability to overcome his heart. After saying that, Master Gui looked outside, then slowly stood up and said, However, some disobedient guys do need a warning. As he said that, the ancient wizard opened the magic portal and then disappeared into the magic temple. It was getting late and the sunset gradually sinking to the horizon. Inside the black Chevrolet, Gwen's excited voice kept coming from his phone. Linn, do you know? When I woke up, I suddenly realized that my strength was much greater. When I went to the bathroom, I accidentally broke off the door handle. And I found that my senses were much stronger, and even the flies turned into slow motion in front of me. Also, I can actually climb the wall. Oh my god, I can hang it upside down on the ceiling. Listening to the excited voice of Gwen on the phone, Linn asked with a smile, "Can you shoot spider silk?" Faced with Lynn's inquiry, Gwen on the other end of the phone was stunned. He raised his hand and tried to launch spider silk, but no spider silk or the like was launched. "It seems that I can't." Shaking his head, Gwen said, "Linn, what you mean is, the reason why I have these abilities is not because I awaken the mutant genes, but because I was bitten by a spider? In this world with mutants, any ordinary person suddenly gains superpowers. They will subconsciously think that they have awakened the mutant genes and become mutants. So Gwen also subconsciously thought that he had become a mutant. However, because his father is the director of the New York Police Department and Linn is the FBI, Gwen is not as worried as other mutants. But now I heard from Linn that his abilities are likely to be related to the spider that bites him." Gwen was still a little relieved. She does not reject mutants, but she does not want to be discriminated against for being a mutant. "Gwen, you just pretend that this matter has not happened for the time being. I will talk about it after I go back. Also, don't let anyone know your abilities. When the time comes, I will tell you about Uncle George and Aunt Helen." Faced with Lynn's persuasion, Gwen immediately agreed. She knew that Linn would never harm her. Watching Dennis drive back outside and bring back dozens of chickens, ducks, and geese. After Linn and Gwen said something, he hung up the phone and walked out of the car. "Ask your subordinates to wear positioning shooting devices on these chickens, ducks, and geese. Wait until the picture of the animal's camera is displayed on the notebook." So Sean drove the animals in. After dozens of chickens, ducks, and geese came to the edge of the thick fog wrapped around the town, they flapped their wings and refused to enter. It seemed as if there was something in the town that scared them, but Sean forced the animals into it. As the moment these chickens, ducks, and geese entered the thick fog, the picture displayed on the notebook came to an abrupt end, replaced by a pattern of snowflakes without signals. And in the thick fog, a series of low roars and animal screams came instantly. Hearing this horrifying low growl, everyone at the scene immediately became alert. The fully armed federal agents took the submachine gun and pointed it at the thick fog in front. Once a monster rushed out of it, they would immediately shoot. After the low growl continued for a moment, the town once again returned to peace. But the screams of the animals also stopped, and everything seemed to have nothing happened. Closed the laptop, Linn frowned and looked at the thick fog wrapped around the town. At this moment, the sky was getting darker, and I thought of what the county policeman said, there would be many blood-red eyes in the dark. Linn waved to Alice. "Boss, do you need me to rush in with my brothers and take a look?" When she came to Linn, Alice asked with her weapon. "Don't enter the town for the time being, wait until tomorrow during the day and tell your brothers to be more alert tonight. Once something pops up in the town, then kill it immediately. In addition, keep an eye on the vehicles and signals at any time. Once the surrounding signals are blocked, notify me immediately." "Yes." Upon hearing Lynn's order, Alice immediately conveyed it. I don't know if it's because of my heart, but Alice always feels that as the sun sets, there seems to be a pair of eyes staring at her around her. When the sun completely disappeared, the temporary camp outside the town was brightly lit. By the bonfire, Linn grilled chicken wings with an iron stick, while Dennis, who was sitting opposite him, lowered his head as if he had done something wrong. "That is, do you think that little girl with hallucination ability is very pitiful? That's why you want to protect her and not let anyone know her identity." Flipping the half-cooked chicken wings, Linn asked as he looked at Dennis. "Yes, boss, she and her companions have been hiding from the orphanage. If I hadn't met her and her companion by chance, the two girls might still be hiding under the bridge." At this point, Dennis looked at Linn and said, "Boss, I guarantee that these two little girls have never hurt any ordinary people." Laura is only 13 years old, and Polaris is only 14 years old. As far as I know, the most outrageous thing they have done is that Laura used her hallucinogenic ability to cheat 2 hamburgers from passersby. You just said that Laura's companion is called Polaris? Hearing Dennis mention this nickname, Linn looked at him. What is the real name of Polaris? I don't know. Shaked his head at Linn. Shaking his head, Dennis said, Boss, during the time I've known them, Polaris has never been willing to reveal her name. Even if I used all my pocket money to rent a house for them, Polaris was unwilling to reveal anything about her. Seeing that the boss was somewhat interested in the girl nicknamed Polaris, Dennis emphasized the introduction. Laura said that she met Polaris in the same orphanage. I don't know Polaris's mutant ability, and I've never seen her use it, but she has a somewhat melancholic personality and is a bit irritable when she encounters trouble. Oh, the most conspicuous thing about her is her dark green hair. The nickname is Polaris. His personality is a bit melancholy, and he is a little irritable when encountering problems. It also has the signature dark green hair. There is no doubt that this should be the North Star in my impression. As the illegitimate daughter of Magneto and Susanna, Polaris has the ability to control magnetic fields and metals. Not only that, she can also create electromagnetic pulses, creative fields, and other abilities. There is no doubt that among the Magneto Prince's heirs, Polaris is the one who looks the most like him. But compared to the Omega-level Magneto, the Polaris is at most an Alpha-level mutant. But now Polaris is only 14 years old. If she can be adopted or brought to the FBI in New York, maybe I can also slowly get the gift of these abilities from her. Thinking of this, Linn Hall looked at Dennis. Boss, I was wrong. Seeing Linn Hall's gaze, Dennis immediately said sincerely, Boss, this is definitely the last thing I have to hide from you, mainly because they are both young, and I was not sure that the FBI was against them at that time. Dennis, who looked very sincere, seemed afraid that he would kick him out of his team. Linn Hall nodded. Dennis, I never interfere with other people's private lives, and I will not stop my brothers from becoming friends with whom. And as long as I am a brother under my command, no matter what trouble I encounter, I, as the chief, will do my best to help. But at the same time, I hope you know that we are the FBI, not the ordinary people on the street, and some rules are not written in the regulations. Boss, I understand. Looking at Linn's serious expression, Dennis said, Sean told me that because mutants have the ability to cause large-scale chaos and even subvert the world, the official organization attaches great importance to the mutant incident. Especially our FBI, because of our duties, we place much more attention on mutants than other official organizations. So I promise this is the last time, boss. Just understand. As he said that, Linn handed him the roasted chicken wings. Dennis, you are both my subordinate and Kelly's son, so I value you very much in terms of emotion and reason. You are only 18 years old this year and have never seen the ugliest side of the world, so it is normal to be innocent and kind. I even like your innocence and kindness because it's a good quality, which is not common within the FBI. Holding the roasted chicken wings and listening to the head saying he values him, Dennis lowered his head in shame. Seeing this, Linn Hall smiled and patted his shoulder and said, But many things may not be true when you see them. You also said that this little girl named Laura is best at creating illusions and making people hallucinate. So how can you be sure that the poor you see is not the hallucination she weaves for you, and the purpose is to make you empty your money and help them find a place to stay? Dennis opened his mouth and was confused for a moment when he heard Lynn's words. Because I have never thought about this. I have always felt that they were both pitiful, so even if I was thinking subconsciously, I was thinking about how to help them. But now when he heard the boss say this, Dennis suddenly felt that things seemed to be not as simple as he thought. After all, whether it was the first meeting or later contact, these 2 little girls who escaped from the orphanage. The clothes on your body are always the latest on the market. Sometimes the clothes they wear are all their pocket money for several months. When he thought of this, a trace of cold sweat broke out on Dennis' forehead. Could it be that Laura really used her ability to deceive her perception? Looking at Dennis, who was aware of it, Linn smiled and patted him on the shoulder. So, don't look at some things with your eyes. After this matter is solved, you can take me to meet these two little girls. If they don't have any big problems, I will provide them with some help for your sake. Good. Nodded in a daze, Dennis thought for a long time with the chicken wings. Sure enough, my mother was right. If you encounter anything in the future, you must tell your boss. Dennis Johnson's favorability. 6. Seeing Dennis' favorability increase a little, Linn laughed, then picked up the roasted chicken wings and started eating. The two chicken wings had just finished eating, and the next second, a burst of electric current suddenly came from the communication headphones. Almost at the same time, all the vehicles around the camp turned off, and even the lights used for lighting went out instantly. The sudden change made this temporary camp dark. Even the bright moon in the sky was shrouded by layers of dark clouds. In the afternoon, I heard the county police telling the story of the past last night, so the FBI agent who had prepared for it immediately activated the spare fluorescent lighting equipment. But the light had just lit up, and the next second everyone saw that countless blood-red eyes appeared on the edge of the thick fog. Staring at these weird blood-red eyes, these fully armed FBI agents immediately picked up the submachine gun and pointed it at the direction of the town. As long as Linn Hall gives orders, countless bullets will pour out. Boss? Seeing Linn come over with a weapon, Sean raised his gun and pointed it at the blood-red eyes in the mist of the town. Do you want to kill them? Wait first. Scheming Sean and the others not to act rashly for the time being, Linn Hall looked at the blood-red eyes. Even Linn Hall, who was staring at countless pairs of blood-red eyes, felt a little uncomfortable even when he was extremely capable of bearing it. But the eyes in the fog did not move any abnormally except staring at people like me. A strong wind gradually blew around, but the thick fog that covered the town still did not drift. Not only that, these mists seemed to have a gradually solidified feeling. Boss, just as the county policeman said in the afternoon, after the car was turned off, the signals around him were also blocked. Seeing that there was no signal on the satellite phone, Alice frowned and said, Boss, why don't you retreat first, Sean, and I will be here with our brothers. Linn did not answer Alice's proposal, but came directly to the edge of the cordon. Looking at the strange eyes in the thick fog in front of him, Linn Hall suddenly reached out to touch the thick fog. Seeing Lynn's actions, Alice and Sean immediately raised their guns and pointed them at the inside of the thick fog. If some terrifying tentacle monster suddenly stretched out from the thick fog and grabbed the head's arm, they could also shoot and save Lin Ning as soon as possible. However, the moment when he reached out his hand and touched the thick fog, Linn Hall noticed something was wrong. The moment his fingertips touched the thick fog, Linn Hall found that the thick fog in front of him had solidified and turned into a barrier similar to glass. And the moment Linn touched it, those blood-red eyes suddenly came up. Seeing this, Sean and Alice immediately prepared to shoot, but Linn raised his hand to stop them. Sure enough, those strange eyes did not move after touching the barrier formed by the thick fog. Seeing the scene, Linn nodded gently, and it was exactly as he guessed. The reason why the county police officer was not attacked last night was that the owner of the eyes was blocked by the barrier. However, it is still unknown how all this was formed. Moreover, is this thick fog barrier to prevent people like them from entering or preventing them from coming out? Holding a weapon and coming to Linn, Alice looked at the countless eyes and then reached out to touch the barrier. Oops. The moment she touched the barrier, she retracted her hand and looked at Linn and said, Boss, the mist has become solid and has electricity. Why didn't you tell me? Electricity. Linn frowned when she heard Alice say that. When she touched it just now, she didn't feel any electric shock. She stretched out her hand again to try, but still didn't feel any electric shock. Sean, who was standing next to her, also stretched out his hand to try, but also didn't feel any electric shock. Looking at the expressions of the two, Alice was a little confused. She stretched out her hand to continue to try, but another electric current bounced her away. Seeing the scene, Linn waved behind him, and soon other men rushed over. According to Linn's instructions, the others tried one by one. Except for a few women in the information department, Other male agents did not feel any electric shock. FUXX, this thing solidified by thick fog is actually gender discriminatory. Stretching out her hand and raising a middle finger to the fog barrier, Alice turned back to the camp in a huff. Sean, let everyone take turns to be on duty tonight, load their weapons, and enter this town to find out the situation after dawn. Yes! Hearing Linn's order, Sean immediately went to assign tasks. Back in the car, Linn put down the seat, thinking about whether those weird eyes were residents of the town, and closed his eyes to rest. No matter what happened to this town, Linn has already thought of the truth to clarify. It must be a virus deliberately spread by the Russians. This has become a routine for the official announcement of the truth that cannot explain the disaster. After a night's rest, as the sky gradually brightened, the barrier condensed by the thick fog turned into fog again. The stalled car can be restarted, and even the blocked signal has returned to normal. Because of the electric current, last night, Linn asked Alice to stay with the female members while he took Sean and others into the town. A dozen fully armed FBI members just entered the town and saw the natives wandering unconsciously on the street. When they saw Linn leading the team in, they immediately rushed over. Seeing this, Linn directly ordered to open fire. Bursts of gunfire rang in the town, but the natives were still charging towards the side after being pierced by bullets. Even if their heads were shattered by bullets, they still came towards everyone. Seeing this scene, Linn grabbed a guy who was rushing over and threw him out. The native who was thrown out by Linn hit the wall next to him, and both legs were broken, but he still crawled towards Linn. FUXX, boss, what the hell have the residents of this town become? Seeing the head explode like a watermelon, but the headless body rushed towards the monster on his side, as if it was equipped with navigation. Sean cursed in a low voice while firing. Sean, lead the team to evacuate the thick fog. No one is allowed to come in before I come out. As he spoke, Linn jumped onto the roof in 3 or 2 steps. Boss, let me do it. You lead the team to evacuate. Pointing the submachine gun at the ground, Sean was just about to climb up and replace Linn. But Linn glared at him and said, follow the order. Yes. Looking at Linn hesitantly, Sean held the submachine gun and gritted his teeth. Then he angrily gave these aborigines who could not be killed anyway a burst of bullets. Then he reluctantly led the team to evacuate the town. As Sean and others left the town, the aborigines who had rushed towards them also stopped. Then he started to wander around the streets again without realizing it. Outside the town, seeing Sean and the others retreat, but Linn did not follow. Alice immediately stepped forward and asked, where's the boss? Damn it, you left the boss alone in the town. Alice grabbed the submachine gun and was about to rush in to save Linn, but was stopped by Sean. The boss said that no one is allowed to enter the town before he comes out. FUXX, what if the boss is in danger inside? This is the boss's order. Bullshit order. Pushing Sean away, she was ready to rush in, but the next second Sean stood in front of Alice again. You know the boss's character and ability. He never fights unprepared battles. Since the boss has given this order, there must be a reason for the boss. So without the boss's order, even if the director comes, you are not allowed to go in. You. Staring at Sean, Alice kicked him hard. If the boss dies in there, I will personally send you down to accompany the boss. You don't need to do it. Seeing that Alice was no longer impulsive, Sean walked aside and lit a cigarette and said, if those immortal things really hurt the boss, I will tie a bomb and blow them up to the sky. Seeing that the atmosphere at the scene was a bit depressing, Dennis, who was originally ready to speak, quietly closed his mouth. This was the first time he saw Alice and Sean quarreling. After joining the New York FBI, he knew very well that these two people were the boss's most trusted subordinates. In the town. Standing on the roof, Linn couldn't help frowning as he looked at the houses in the town. The walls of the first few houses he saw were all painted with a strange blood-red pattern. This pattern was a 6-pointed star wrapped in a circle, and if you look closely, each corner of the 6-pointed star was painted with something like a goat's horn. Jumping from roof to roof, Linn found that the walls of all the houses in the town were painted with the same strange pattern. This discovery made Linn frown, because he always felt that he seemed to have seen this strange blood-red pattern somewhere, but he couldn't remember it at all. After memorizing the patterns on these houses, Linn checked the town again. The town in the thick fog was deserted. Without outsiders entering the town, the natives in the town were still wandering unconsciously on the streets. After making sure that there was nothing to find, he prepared to leave. But as soon as he turned around, he suddenly felt a piercing chill behind him. Without thinking too much, Linn did not hesitate to flip to another roof, aimed the submachine gun in his hand at the attacker by feeling, and then pulled the trigger. Da-da-da. The expected sound of the bullet passing through the attacker's body did not appear, but a series of ding-dong sounds were heard. After stabilizing his body, Linn discovered that the one who attacked him was actually a strange stone man. This strange stone man was 2 meters tall and his whole body was blood-red. And the body had completely turned into a stone structure, and even the bullets attacking its body did not cause any damage. Ha ha ha. Countless bullets hit its body, but the stone man did not retreat a single step. The dark red bloodthirsty eyes stared at Linn, and the mouth that was chewing the meat that was hard to tell whether it was human or animal minced meat kept making extremely harsh ha-ha sounds. Seeing that the submachine gun could not cause any harm to the stone man, Linn threw the gun to the ground. A thumb-sized white ball appeared in his hand at some point, and when the stone man pounced on him, Linn dodged the huge fist sideways and at the same time grabbed the stone man's thick waist and flashed behind it. He hugged the stone man's waist with both hands and threw him heavily from the roof to the ground. Then Linn jumped down and stepped heavily on the stone man with both feet. Although the physical strength of this stone man is at the bug level, when it comes to close combat, it is like a moving sandbag in front of Linn. With Linn stepping on his chest, the stone man kept struggling to get up, but with Linn's super strength, the stone man couldn't get up no matter how hard he struggled. Seeing the stone man open his mouth and make a creepy sound, Linn stuffed the white ball into its mouth without hesitation. In a flash, Linn had retreated 10 meters away, watching the stone man trying to get up from the ground. Linn immediately pressed the button on the controller in his hand. Boom! A violent explosion sounded in the stone man's mouth, and the next second the explosion energy emitted a burst of fire that directly blew the stone man's head to pieces. This white ball-like thing is a special microbomb made by the FBI. Although the device is not big, its power can easily blow up a house. Seeing that the stone man with a shattered head was no longer moving, Linn stepped forward. After confirming that it had no signs of life, Linn checked its body. In order to prevent others from knowing his cards, Linn did not formally test his strength limit. But the nearly 2-ton car in the parking lot was lifted by Linn without any effort. This means that his strength limit is at least 15T to 25T. He carefully examined the body, especially the cervical vertebrae that were blown to pieces. Linn found that even the structure of this guy's body was made of special stones. And he checked the body of this guy himself and found that it also had the strange 6-pointed star pattern of the horn of the goat on its body. After seeing this pattern, Linn thought for a moment, then flashed to the side and grabbed a resident who was wandering unconsciously to check. However, this guy did not have this pattern on his body. Throwing away the resident who was baring his teeth and claws at him, Linn picked up the submachine gun he had thrown away and walked out of the town. Just after coming out of the thick fog, he saw that the atmosphere in the camp was solemn. Not only that, a bunch of reporters carrying cameras and microphones came to the outside of the camp at some point. If it weren't for the surrounding county police maintaining order and isolating them outside, Linn even thought that these guys would rush directly into the thick fog. "Boss, you finally came out." The moment they saw Linn appear, Sean and Alice immediately rushed forward. Looking up and down at Linn to see if he was injured, she heard Linn say, "I'm fine." "What's the matter with these reporters?" Faced with Linn's question, Alice said, "Boss, hasn't the online video about this town been played over 1,000,000 times?" But at first, this didn't attract the attention of these reporters. But from the time we took over here to now, in less than 24 hours, the number of views has exceeded 20 million. Then these reporters came here like sharks smelling blood. Hearing Alice's explanation, Linn frowned and said, "From yesterday afternoon to this morning, the number of online views suddenly increased so much. Who is the driving force behind it?" "The Rising Tide organization." Spreading her hands to Linn, Alice said, "I have confirmed with the people in the information department that the driving force behind the sharp increase in video views is the Rising Tide organization. And at the beginning, the county police took videos and pictures just to report to their superiors, but no one knew how the video was leaked to the internet. I guess it's very likely that the Rising Tide organization also hacked into the Oswego Police Department, and then..." Hearing Alice's explanation, Linn nodded. "Expel these reporters and tell them that the FBI will hold a press conference as soon as possible to announce the results of the investigation into this incident." "I understand, but boss, with the sharp increase in online video views and discussions, I'm worried." "Don't worry, there will be another incident that will soon attract the attention of the media and the public." As he said, Linn walked aside, took out his mobile phone and dialed. Malibu Beach, Tony Stark's villa. "Sir, Mr. Linn is calling." Tony Stark, who was admiring the painted armor, answered the phone after hearing Jarvis' reminder. "Hi, Linn. What do you want to talk to me about?" "Let me guess, calling me during work hours. Does that mean you have found a result for the investigation you asked me to do?" Hearing Tony Stark's words, Linn smiled and said, "There is no result yet, but I think the answer will be revealed soon. But before that, I need your help with something." Hearing Linn actively asking him for help, Tony Stark put down the tools in his hand and said, "No problem. What do you need me to do?" "The calm sky above Manhattan." "Oh my God, what is that?" "Oh my God, this looks like a scene from a science fiction movie." "God, this is so cool." As the street screamed, everyone subconsciously looked up at the sky. A set of extremely cool golden and red armor kept flying in the air. Every time it flew over a place, there would be endless exclamations and photos on the ground. Inside the armor, listening to the shocked expressions of the crowd below, Tony Stark said with great pleasure, "Jarvis, this is the reaction of ordinary people when they see the Mark armor for the first time. People like Linn who asked me if I could turn it into a bracelet when they saw the armor for the first time are the exception. Continue to increase the flight power. Although I am very low-key, since I promised Linn, I think I should do my best." Facing Tony Stark's modesty, Jarvis teased, "Sir, you're indeed a very low-key person, and you don't enjoy the attention of the public at all. Jarvis, after this upgrade, you have definitely learned bad things." As he said, Tony Stark controlled the flight of the armor and said, "Jarvis, find out if there are any reporters. Let's make a stunning appearance." "Sir, there is a New York Times reporter buying hot dogs at the stall 3 blocks away, and she is followed by a photographer carrying a camera. In that case, what are you waiting for?" After speaking, Tony Stark flew directly to the direction of 3 blocks away. After buying a hot dog from the stall, the female reporter complained to the cameraman while eating, "Fuxx, these stingy grandits should be hung on the street lights. If we don't pay enough for the informant, where can we find news that is eye-catching enough? Will explosive news fall from the sky? I am a graduate of journalism from a prestigious university, but I have to go to the streets to find news." While eating a hot dog and complaining, the female reporter did not hear the usual pursuer echoing her, so she subconsciously turned to him. When she saw her pursuer, she stared at the sky with wide eyes as if she had seen a ghost. The female reporter frowned and said, "What are you looking at?" As she said that, the female reporter also looked up at the sky. When she saw the cool armor in the sky, her eyes widened, especially when she saw that it actually fell directly in front of the hot dog stall. The hot dog in the female reporter's hand fell to the ground. "Please give me a hot dog." Landing in front of the stall, Tony Stark pretended not to see the female reporter over there. After she ran over excitedly with the microphone, Tony Stark opened his visor and said, "Wow, beauty, is that hot dog on the ground yours? Don't tell me I scared you. If that's the case, then I'll compensate you with a hot dog." Speaking of this, Tony Stark signaled the stall owner to give her a hot dog. When he saw the visor open, the person in the armor turned out to be Tony Stark. The female reporter didn't care about the hot dog handed over by the stall owner, but asked excitedly with the microphone, "Oh my God, Mr. Stark? I didn't expect it to be you. Is this cool mecha your latest development?" "This is so cool. It feels like watching a science fiction movie, Mr. Stark. Is this mecha the latest weapon developed by Stark Industries? Didn't you say you want to shut it down permanently?" Hey, calm down, okay?" Looking at the female reporter holding the microphone and putting it to her mouth with excitement, Tony Stark spread his hands and said, "This is not a weapon. It's just a mechanical prosthesis. In addition, do you think it's cool?" "Of course, Mr. Stark. This is a groundbreaking product. You have a good vision. After all, only geniuses can make this. Of course, I only used 1/5 of my wisdom for this mechanical prosthesis." Faced with the praise of the female reporter, Tony Stark acted as if it was a matter of course. I don't know where he got a $20 bill from, and handed it to the stall owner, saying, "Give this beauty another hot dog, it's my treat." After that, Tony Stark flew away in the armor. Oh my God, this is simply amazing." Waving the microphone in her hand, the female reporter looked at her companion carrying the camera and said excitedly, "Did you shoot the scene just now? Justin, let's rush back to the newspaper office immediately. Our bonus this month will definitely double." After that, the female reporter excitedly ran towards the car. 2 hours later, the edge of the town was wrapped in thick fog. "Boss, there are videos of Tony Stark flying in his armor all over the internet. Some were taken by passersby, and some were reported by the New York Times. In just 2 hours, the number of views of the photos and videos exceeded 1 million. Tony Stark has become the focus of everyone." Hearing Alice's words, Linn said while eating lunch with a lunchbox, "I expected it a long time ago. After all, compared to what happened in this town, Tony Stark and the armor that has never been released can attract more attention. By the way, is there any result for the pattern I drew?" Faced with Linn's inquiry, Alice took the laptop and said, "We found it, boss. The people in the information department searched and compared it on the internet based on the pattern you drew. Finally, we found that it was related to the sacrificial ceremony of a tribe in Eastern Europe, and colleagues in the information department also saw records in a book published by an expert in mysticism based on clues." At this point, Alice looked at Linn and said, "Boss, this expert in mysticism was also a professor at Yale University. You have also attended his class." "Really?" Hearing Alice say this, Linn put down the lunchbox in his hand and took the notebook to read it. When Linn saw the professor on the computer, he remembered. Not only had he attended his class, he had even read the book on mysticism he wrote in his spare time. The book wrote about mysterious rituals around the world, and even listed legendary characters such as demons and angels. Among them, there is the pattern in the town. No wonder I felt a little familiar when I saw the weird pattern for the first time, but I couldn't remember it. But that pattern is used for sacrifice? After switching to the part about the mysterious pattern, Linn frowned after taking a look. Sacrificing life, selling souls to the devils in hell to gain mysterious power. So, the residents of this town are actually the victims of the evil ritual? After calling the professor, Linn looked at the detailed information of the town residents and started to think. It is now certain that what happened in this town is a supernatural event, and that pattern symbolizes the evil sacrificial ritual. Sacrifice yourself or more souls to the devil, thereby gaining powerful power. As for whom the sacrifice is, and what the person who loses his soul after being sacrificed will become, the professor doesn't know. The reason why he knew this pattern was because of the legend he heard when he was traveling to Eastern Europe when he was young. Relying on the chair and pinched his eyebrows, Linn recalled the strange stone man in the town during the day. Could it be that stone man is the guy who leads the sacrifice ceremony and sacrifices the souls of more than 1,300 people to the devil, thereby obtaining supernatural power? If this is true, then why does the thick fog always sink the town? Those town residents who have lost their souls are always trapped in the town and cannot get out, and the thick fog in the town becomes a barrier at night? It's impossible that the demons in hell are worried that those walking dead will harm other civilians. It is impossible to think about it no matter how you think about it. After all, even the FBI people don't care about the life and death of these Americans. Not to mention the so-called demons in hell. However, isn't the responsibility of the Supreme Master Guyi's security in protecting the real dimension? Linn didn't believe that the great things of more than 1,300 lives could be concealed by Ancient One. But until now, Guyi and those secret magicians have not appeared. Thinking of this, after Linn looked at the darkness, the thick fog that condensed into a barrier once again frowned. "Boss, have a cup of coffee." He walked over with the coffee, and Alice handed the brewed coffee to Linn. "I have written the investigation report about this incident. According to your request, the reasons are all turned to the bears. They secretly created a terrifying biochemical virus in this small town." Speaking of this, Alice smiled and said, "Boss, as long as the bear is still there, it is difficult for us to explain the published investigation results, which are much easier to deal with. So I hope the bear will become more and more stable now." Hearing Alice say this, Linn also laughed. "It's best not to let the people of the Ministry of Justice know about this, otherwise I can't help you if a spy's hat is taken off." "I'm not stupid?" Speaking of this, Alice leaned over to Linn and whispered, "I heard from the training department that after these days of training, Barbara is not familiar with the business in the bureau. But it should be possible to help you with some documents, so boss, are you going to eat her?" Looking at Alice's gossipy look, Linn Hall pushed her head and let her roll aside. "Tisk, it's boring, isn't that just a little bit? I can do it from the way she looks at you." He held the cup and drank coffee, and listened to Alice's words and moved halfway. Linn raised his head and suddenly found that the time and space around him seemed to be frozen. Alice opened her mouth and did not move, and the bonfire next to her that was fluttering in the wind stopped for a moment. Even the flying insects were frozen in the air. The sudden change made Linn Hall become alert in an instant, and the gun on his body had just been pulled out. I saw a man holding a cane and unable to tell what age he was looking at him with a smile. The reason why it is impossible to tell how old he is because Linn thinks that he is 20 years old and that someone believes that he is 80. The moment he saw this mysterious man, Linn Hall pointed his gun at him. But before the trigger was pulled, the pistol suddenly turned into colorful bubbles and flew into the night sky. "Don't be impulsive, I have no malice." Looking at Linn's vigilant eyes, the man walked towards the side with a smile. "For me, this is just a very interesting challenge. I didn't intend to let anyone disturb this challenge at first, but after seeing you, I changed my mind." Watching this man walking towards him step by step, but the surrounding time and space shrink rapidly under his feet. Linn Hall dared not be careless at all. "Compared with the challenger, your soul is the strangest and most interesting one I have ever seen." Mephisto Favorability 1. Looking at the sudden prompt from the system, Linn Hall's pupils contracted slightly. The mysterious man in front of me turned out to be the Lord of Hell Mephisto? Before Linn Hall could speak, a green magic appeared around him. As the green magic formed a circular portal, a man wearing a green cloak and an armored mask on his head walked out. "Mephisto, I haven't seen each other for 3 years. I don't know how strong you are this time. I'm looking forward to this challenge." Listening to Mephisto's tone, Victor Dumay's eyes flashed with anger. Of course he understood that his 3-year challenge was the same as the animal performances of a circus for people to enjoy. This is undoubtedly a huge humiliation for Victor Dum. But even so, Victor Dum still never thought of giving up. Because this is the only way to save his mother's soul from hell. "Don't worry about the challenge, I found something more interesting." Looking at Victor Doom, whose eyes seemed to be spitting fire, Mephisto looked at Linn Hall with a smile. "Let me introduce myself. I am Mephisto, the legendary Lord of Hell. Linn Hall, your soul is the strangest of all the humans I have ever seen, so do you want to make a deal with me?" Looking at Linn, his eyes were full of temptation. "As long as you are willing to cooperate with me, you can get everything you want. For example, powerful power, money that can't be spent in a lifetime, a status that people worship, and the most beautiful woman in the world. Of course, in return, as long as you give your soul to me after you die, how about it? It's worth it to use the things after death to exchange for an unparalleled life before death." Hearing Mephisto's bewitching voice, Linn Hall suddenly said, "Just like the skull with fire all over his body in California? You actually know Johnny?" Looking at Linn, Mephisto's interest in his eyes became stronger. "You can also have a powerful strength like him. How about it? Are you willing to make this deal with me?" After the voice fell, a very ancient scroll appeared in Mephisto's hand. "Come on, child, just sign your name, and everything you want will be at your fingertips." Faced with Mephisto's temptation, Linn Hall suddenly said, "More than 1,300 residents of this town will become zombies. Is this related to you?" Faced with Linn's inquiry, Mephisto laughed and said, "I didn't force them. It's just that my believers gave them wealth that they couldn't refuse and promised that they could enjoy a carefree life, so they voluntarily participated in the soul sacrifice ceremony." At this point, Mephisto waved his hand lightly. The zombie-like residents of the town appeared in front of Linn. "Look, they now have abundant wealth and no worries. Did I deceive them?" Listening to the teasing in Mephisto's tone, Linn Hall sneered, "Really carefree? This is the devil's temptation. Anyone who believes in the devil's whispers will become a goat stuck in the quagmire." Victor Doom said coldly, and then green magic appeared in his palm. "Stop talking nonsense, Mephisto. Start the challenge." Listening to Victor Doom's cold tone, Mephisto laughed and said, "You are really impatient. Your mother has lived in hell for 10 years. I think if she knew that you have to save her every 3 years. Shut up, she is not worthy of you talking about." Tisk. Looking at the green magic in Victor's palm, Mephisto shook his head. With a light wave of his hand, a large area of magma appeared around Victor Doom in the next second. A large group of horned demons rushed out from the hot magma, holding forks, chains, and other weapons and rushing towards him. Almost instantly, Victor Doom fought with those magma demons. With the blessing of magic in one hand and technology in the other, Victor Doom fought hard with the group of magma demons. To be honest, I like Victor Doom very much. He challenges me every 3 years to save his witch mother who sacrificed her soul to me. Of course, this is one of my few pleasures." At this point, Mephisto looked at Linn Hall and said, "But compared to him, your soul is more precious. How about signing a soul contract with me? I promise you can get everything you want." Faced with Mephisto's whispered temptation, Linn Hall suddenly said, "Unless you can give me all your power and let me take your place. At the same time, sell your soul to me, otherwise I don't want to become a walking corpse like the residents of this town." Hearing Linn Hall's lion's mouth, Mephisto laughed. "That won't do. Although your soul is very precious, I can't give you so much, otherwise I will become your toy. You see, there is no way. You want to negotiate with me, but you don't agree to the conditions I proposed." Mephisto's favorability, 2. Seeing that Linn's eyes were full of interest, Mephisto pondered for a moment and said, "I want your soul more and more. So you plan to cheat me with my family? Just like Johnny Blaze? Did you guess it?" Looking at Linn Hall with appreciation, Mephisto's eyes gradually became interesting. "You are much more interesting than Victor Doom and Johnny. It seems that I have to think of other ways. I hope that your soul will belong to me when we meet next time." As he said, Mephisto's figure gradually began to fade. "Aren't you going to take more than 1,300 people in this town back to hell?" Seeing Mephisto's figure gradually transparent, Linn asked. "Them? Just a group of rotten meat without souls." After that, Mephisto's figure disappeared completely. As Mephisto disappeared, the static time and space around him was restored in an instant. "So, boss, when will you let Barbara kneel down in front of you and hesitate? I still hope to see." Halfway through the flirting, Alice suddenly saw that Linn Hall's originally indifferent expression suddenly became solemn. Seeing this scene, Alice immediately held the weapon in her hand and looked around vigilantly. At the same time, she made a tactical gesture to Sean. Once there is danger, she will shoot immediately. "It's okay." With a long sigh of relief, Linn Hall leaned back in the chair as if relieved. When Linn Hall had just come into contact with Mephisto, he had always remained indifferent and even talked and laughed. But in fact, the pressure he brought to Linn was very great. The feeling of being targeted by Mephisto is not so friendly. It's all because of myself or being too weak. After cursing in a low voice, a fierce look flashed in Linn Hall's eyes. Alice, just send me the town coordinates and get some drug dealers from various prisons in New York. After hearing Linn's order, Alice didn't understand why the boss wanted to get a group of death row prisoners. But she still said firmly, understood. Watching Alice prepare, Linn Hall took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Director Duke. The next morning, it was dawn. Several cars full of prisoners drove slowly over. In the major heavy prisons in the United States, the most abundant thing is drug dealers. When these people got off the car, the New York FBI also sent the equipment that Linn wanted. After having the equipment tied to these drug dealers, Linn Hall asked his agents to push the drug dealers into the foggy town. Damn it, what are you damn guys going to do? Let me go, you bitches. FUXX. Listening to the curses of these drug dealers, they were pushed into the town at gunpoint. Linn Hall casually threw a cigarette to Sean and said, "How is the arrangement going?" "Don't worry, boss. The surrounding area of the town has been completely blocked, and the brothers of the information department have blocked the signal here, and even satellites can't capture the situation here. At that time, I will disguise this town as being attacked by terrorists, and there will be absolutely no wind leaking out." Listening to Sean's solemn promise, Linn Hall nodded. Throwing the cigarette on the ground and stamping it out, Linn Hall looked at his watch and said, "In 10 minutes, I want this town to be without a single living creature that can breathe." "Yes." Nodding solemnly to Linn Hall, Sean immediately led his men to carry out the mission. Not long after, a series of violent explosions sounded in the town, and the entire ground even began to tremble. Originally, Linn wanted to use missiles to baptize the town. But when he thought about holding a press conference, it would be difficult for the director to explain to the media reporters how the Russian bear launched a missile to destroy the town, but the missile was not intercepted. Linn Hall took this approach. After all, the Russian bear created a virus that killed more than 1,300 people and was worried that the FBI would investigate it clearly, so it used a terrorist attack with a human bomb to eliminate the evidence. Look, this makes sense. Sure enough, he is Director Duke's most intimate henchman. As for whether the media and the public believe it, that was announced by the director. What does it have to do with me, Linn? Federal Building. Seeing Linn coming back with Alice, Sean, and others, Miller Field, who was about to go out on a field trip, stepped forward and stopped him. "What's the matter? Can we talk?" Hearing Miller Field say that he wanted to talk to him, Linn Hall suddenly smiled and said, "Why, the dentist case you are investigating is at a stalemate, and you want to ask me for help?" As he said that, Linn motioned Sean and Alice to leave first. Then he took a cup of coffee and came to the window and said, "Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about?" The deputy director has been in the hospital for half a year. Everyone knows that he won't live long. Coming to the window, Miller Field looked at Linn and said, "You are now AD3, but you are not a deputy director. It seems that after Rich Hood becomes a consultant next year, you will definitely take over the position of agent director, right?" Hearing what Miller said, Linn Hall smiled and said, "Don't forget, Jessica, the director of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, is still watching me. So you have a chance to compete with me." "Come on, Linn, no one who can go from an ordinary agent to this step is an idiot." Laughing at himself, Miller Field took a sip of coffee and said, I want to take the position of agent supervisor. And I heard that after Rich Hood was idle next year, I even sent some messages to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Unfortunately, both the director and Rich Hood value you more, and this mission is the best example. Although I am a little unconvinced, I am not stupid. The director values you so much, so even if the Ministry of Internal Affairs keeps an eye on you, it will not have any effect. At this point, Miller stared at Linn and said, "Linn, if I help you get rid of the other 2 assistant supervisors, then wait until you become the supervisor." "Can I become the deputy supervisor?" Listening to Miller Field's words that sounded like surrender, Linn was not sure whether what this guy said was true or false. Opened the system to check his favorability towards himself. Found that his favorability towards himself increased from -1 to 2 points. "I can't make any promises." Hearing Linn say this, Miller Field frowned. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Linn continue, "But Miller, your level should indeed be raised. You have been D2 for almost 3 years. Oh, by the way, I heard that the guys in our bureau are restless again. Miller, when do you think these moles who are watching us in the field and the hyenas who are auditing us will stop working?" Hearing Linn Hall say this, Miller Field's eyes lit up. Yes, the moles in the bureau should indeed be rectified. They don't understand at all that when are we agents out in the field facing danger. Seeing that Miller understood what he said, his favorability increased from 2 to 4. Linn Hall patted him on the shoulder and said, "I have to report this mission to the director. The matter has been a hot topic on the internet. We must give the public a satisfactory answer." After that, Linn Hall prepared to leave. Linn, the other 2 assistant directors are not simple either. One of them has an uncle working in the Department of Justice, and the other has several members of Congress in his family. It's hard for people like us who don't have connections to get promoted. Listening to Miller Field's reminder, Linn Hall smiled and then turned and left. Miller's meaning was very clear. Although the 2 guys who competed with him for the position of director had unusual backgrounds, he had a way to deal with them. It is estimated that he couldn't find any handle on himself no matter how hard he tried, and Duke's attitude towards him was determined through this mission. That's why he came to me very wisely. But even if Miller Field didn't come to me, Linn Hall didn't care about the other 2 guys. After all, if you don't join the Brotherhood of Hydra, you can't be a director, and if you join the Brotherhood of Hydra, you can't be a director. Wouldn't it be a waste of time if I joined? But 2 years later, if Duke really becomes the director of the FBI, and I take over the New York FBI, then each department really needs its own people. Therefore, in the past 2 years, I can use my own people to slowly infiltrate various departments. In James Duke's office, every time he comes to Duke, Linn can get an authentic Cuban cigar. Although Linn doesn't like this, as the director's most intimate henchman, he has to follow his steps, right? He is still waiting for him to personally win him over to join Hydra and promise him high positions and generous salaries. So at this moment, Linn leisurely blows smoke rings, waiting for the director to read this mission report. In the mission report, Linn recorded everything in detail except for Mephisto and Victor Dune. Of course, Linn also thoughtfully made the evidence of the bear's crime. A moment later, putting down the mission report in his hand, James Duke looked at Linn and said with a smile, "Although this incident is a supernatural event, you handled it very well. I didn't expect that the people of a whole town died because of the biological weapons of the bears. Not only that, they even used terrorist attacks such as human bombs to destroy evidence. I think that after the public learns the truth, they will definitely strongly condemn the bear." Hearing the director say this, what else can Linn Hall say except that the director is wise? He waved his hand with a smile to stop Linn's flattery. James Duke looked at Linn and said, "However, did the stone man in the report really become very powerful by sacrificing other people's souls?" Faced with the director's inquiry, Linn nodded and said, "Director, I consulted the professor, and this is his explanation. But the professor also said that even if I don't use a bomb to kill him, he won't live long. Because demons always like to play tricks on mortals for fun, once the fun disappears, the sacrificer will also fall into hell." Hearing Linn's words, James Duke nodded. "So, people, the most fearful thing is to lose themselves in pursuit of unknown power. By the way, Jessica, the head of the Internal Affairs Department, is getting engaged on the 6th of next month. Have you received the invitation?" "I received it, Director. Although she always dislikes me, she is a college graduate after all, and she will not lack the proper etiquette." "That's good." Pointing at the cigar shavings in his hand, James Duke smiled and said, "Taking advantage of Jessica's engagement ceremony, the fraternity should also get together. Many members in the fraternity want to meet you, the new member." Back in his office, Linn thought about what James Duke had just said. The 6th of next month is the engagement ceremony of Senior Jessica Miles and the son of Andrew Wayne, one of the 9 justices. According to Duke, after the engagement ceremony that day, he would take me to meet all the members of the fraternity. So, is this finally preparing to officially recruit me to join Hydra? If so, what kind of emotion should I use? First shock, then panic after anger? Or is it the helplessness after stepping on the pirate ship? No matter what kind of expression, I have to show it just right. Facing a group of old silver coins, if my expression is slightly wrong, I am afraid it will be exposed. Just as Linn Hall was thinking, Barbara walked in with a white shirt and hip skirt. "Boss, would you like a cup of coffee?" Looking at the slim legs wrapped in black stockings, Linn Hall said, "Who matched this outfit for you? Besides, isn't your hair red? Why did you dye it blonde? Isn't Gwen's hair blonde? And boss, don't you like it?" Shaking her blonde hair, Barbara came to Linn and said with a smile, "And Alice told me that your favorite thing is black stockings and beautiful legs." Looking at Barbara, who deliberately showed off her strengths, Linn shook her head and smiled. "TSK, you are seducing your boss." "Yes, I am seducing you. What's wrong with that?" Barbara sat directly on Linn Hall's lap, without hiding her purpose at all. "Why do you have so many concerns when you meet someone you like?" "Boss, do you know how pitiful a girl who has never held hands or kissed a man at the age of 19 is? Other girls' children enjoy love when they are in high school or even middle school, but what about me? Because of my mutant identity, I have to be cautious every day, and I have to keep a distance from others when I study. If I am not beautiful, it would be fine, but there are many people pursuing me, but I dare not approach them." Holding her hands around Linn Hall's neck, Barbara smiled and said, "Anyway, you are protecting me now, so I will enjoy my ode youth." Feeling Lynn's hand gently stroking her beautiful legs, Barbara bit her lip, then leaned close to Lynn's ear and said, "Boss, do you think I don't know how many times you have secretly looked at my legs?" Listening to Barbara's soft voice, Linn Hall patted her hips. "That's appreciation, and it's fair and above board. I don't care anyway." Before she finished speaking, Barbara found that she was pressed directly to her knees on the ground. "Want to seduce me? Haha, it seems that you have to know the price of seducing your boss. On behalf of the Ministry of Justice, I sentence you to caning. Do you want to appeal?" Hearing what Linn said, Barbara subconsciously opened her mouth. This is the price of wanton enjoyment of youth. Huh. He took a long breath, picked up the remote control, and turned on the TV hanging on the wall. On the TV, Tony Stark was being interviewed by a lot of media at the moment. Everyone was curious about what the mechanical prosthesis he was talking about was. At this moment, Tony Stark was shining in front of the camera, while Barbara, who was kneeling under the desk, looked very awkward. However, both Linn and Tony Stark were very excited at the moment. Until the mobile phone on the desk rang, Linn picked it up reluctantly. "Don't use your teeth. Haven't you eaten an ice cream cone?" He gently patted Barbara's head and looked at Barbara, who changed her strategy after rolling her eyes at him. Linn Hall then picked up the phone. As soon as the call was connected, an excited voice came from the other end. "Mr. Hall, Stark Industries stock is going crazy. In a securities company in New Jersey." Watching Stark Industries soaring, securities manager Daniel West said excitedly, "The value of the Stark Industries stock you bought has now increased several times, and it is still rising." Especially after Tony Stark accepted a TV interview and said that the flying mechanical prosthesis was indeed made by him, the stock price soared all the way. "Mr. Hall." Halfway through the conversation, I heard that Linn Hall's voice on the other end of the phone was a little bit wrong. Daniel West hurriedly said, "Mr. Hall, am I disturbing you?" "Nothing." Looking at the awkward Barbara, Linn opened the drawer and took out the exploding candy left here by Senior Jessica and handed it to Barbara. In her confused look, Linn motioned her to eat the popping candy. "Daniel, how many times has it increased?" "It's 7 times now, Mr. Hall. I think Stark Industries stock can at least increase 13 to 15 times. Daniel was a little surprised when Linn Hall suddenly took a breath on the other end of the phone. "That's it, Daniel. You're a professional. Just sell it when it's high." "Okay, Mr. Hall, I won't bother you for now." Hanging up the phone with a puzzled look on his face, Daniel scratched his head and continued to keep an eye on the stocks that were soaring. Half an hour later, Joey from the information department came to Lynn's office. Just as he was about to knock on the door, he heard Barbara coughing violently in the office. When he knocked on the door and entered the office, he looked at Barbara, who was drinking water from a cup with a strange look. Then he put the USB on Lynn's desk. "Boss, You asked me to hack into Obadiah Stan's computer, and the things I investigated have been found. He is indeed connected with the Middle Eastern armed forces that kidnapped Tony Stark, and he also secretly funded them with weapons and a lot of money. And I also followed the clues to find out the details of Stark industrial weapons that Obadiah Stan has sold to all parts of the world through private channels over the years. Boss, this guy not only sells weapons to the Middle East, but also to Africa, Eastern Europe, and other places. I think there should be some forces behind him supporting him. It is very likely that someone in Congress or the military. After hearing what Joey said, Linn picked up the USB and plugged it into the computer to take a look. In addition to several videos, there are also some details, which record the list of various weapons sold and the information of buyers in detail. Thank you for your hard work, Joey. Boss, if you really think I've worked hard, then raise my level. Alice is already S14, and I'm only S12. Okay, let's talk about it after I become the supervisor next year. TSK, you just keep making promises. Before turning around and leaving, Joey took a look at Barbara, who had returned to normal, sniffed the air lightly, and then laughed. Marbury Beach, in the villa of Tony Stark. How does it feel to be sought after by the media once again? Picking up the red wine and pouring himself a glass of wine, Linn looked at Tony Stark and asked with a smile, "You know that many people are amazed at your mechanical prosthesis online now. Isn't this normal?" Faced with Linn's inquiry, Tony Stark spread his hands. "You know I can make circuit boards at the age of 4, build engines at the age of 6, join MIT at the age of 15, and even get it when I was 17. Got a double bachelor's degree in physics and engineering. I've been used to things like being touted by the media and the public. Is that so? I remember some time ago, when you announced the permanent closure of the weapons manufacturing department, they scolded me so much." Looking at Tony, who pretended to be light on the surface, but was actually arrogant, Linn said with a smile, They're just a bunch of stupid groundhogs. When I think of the fact that both the media and experts have criticized their decisions some time ago, even the members of the board of directors have put pressure on me." Tony Stark couldn't help but swear. "But during the period when you were criticized, Stark Industrial's stock price fell 70%, and I also took the opportunity to buy at the bottom and make a lot of money. TSK, it seems that you still have vision. The only thing I want to know now is whether the old guys on the board will feel their faces hurt." Pick up the wine glass and fucked Linn for a moment, and Tony Stark drank the drink in one go. "I don't know if their faces hurt, I just know you'll have a headache soon." As he said that, Linn handed the USB drive to Tony Stark. "This is something you asked me to help you investigate. There are detailed records." Looking at the USB drive handed over by Linn, Tony Stark's expression became solemn. After taking the USB drive and inserting it into the computer, Tony Stark opened the contents of the USB drive and started reading. Soon, Tony Stark's expression gradually became ugly. Although there are speculations, I really didn't expect him to be so crazy. Watching Tony Stark look angry when he faces Obadiah Stein's guilt. Linn held the wine glass and savored the red wine. After a moment, Tony Stark, who calmed down, closed his laptop and looked at Linn and said, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Faced with Tony's thanks, Linn asked, "What are you going to do next?" "If you want to bring him to justice, then I will just have someone arrest him." Regarding Obadiah Stein 7's favorability, Linn felt it was time for VIP number 1 to add a guest. Call. Drinking all the wine in the glass in one gulp, Tony Stark was silent for a few seconds and said, "I don't understand why he must do this. For money? His money is enough for him to live for several lifetimes. For power? He has been managing Stark Industry, and he has no shortage of fame and status. But Stark Industrial's surname is Stark. I think that's the biggest reason." Tony Stark fell into silence again when he heard Linn telling the reason why Obadiah Stan did this. Let me think. Until he sent Linn away, Tony Stark didn't say anything to ask Linn to help arrest him. Half an hour later, when Pepper came to help with the room, the living room of the villa was in a mess. Cups and bottles were scattered all over the floor, and even the pure wool carpet was soaked in wine. "Tony." Looking at Tony Stark's red eyes, Pepper stepped forward with concern and asked. But I saw Tony shook his head and said, I'm fine. Although I don't know what happened, Pepper still stepped forward and comforted. No matter what happens, I will be with you. Faced with Pepper's gentle comfort, Tony forced out some smiles. So, do you want your boss to give you a raise? If you can. Don't even think about it. Rearing on the sofa, Tony Stark stared at the ceiling and murmured, I have always trusted him, Pepper. I even regarded him as my uncle. FUXX. Looking at Tony, who was heartbroken when he was betrayed, Pepper pondered for a moment, then stood up to help him clean up the living room. Looking at Pepper's figure slightly cleaning up the living room, Tony Stark's eyes were full of hesitation. Manhattan, within the large flat floor of Central Park. Using the black card given by the vampire, Linn finally bought the large flat lair he had longed for. Not only that, Linn also created a training room. In the training room at this moment, Linn was testing Gwen's ability. Gwen, who was bitten by a spider, had good speed, strength, and agility at this time. Spider sensing could even predict the enemy's attack method. The only thing I lack is speed and strength, but no fighting skills. It's okay to deal with the gangsters on the street, but once you meet a real strong man, you will definitely suffer a big loss. Just like Linn, if the test just now was a life and death battle, then when fighting, Linn could easily kill her at any time. Linn, something's wrong with you. After stopping the test, Gwen looked at Linn and said, although you let me off when I fought just now, your strength is obviously not at the level of a normal person. And for a full 10 minutes, I didn't even touch the corner of your clothes. How's that possible? Could it be that you were bitten by a spider too? Looking at Gwen's sparkling eyes, Linn raised his hand and tapped her head gently. I am the top agent. Although your reaction speed is good, your fighting skills are simply terrible. As he said that, Linn turned around to get some water. Looking at Linn's back, Gwen's eyes turned. Then he picked up a baseball on the ground and threw it directly at Linn's back. The moment the baseball touched Linn's back, he disappeared from Gwen's sight. The spider sense instantly detected someone behind her, but before she turned around, she was hugged by Linn from behind. TSK, you actually want to sneak attack me? Kissed Gwen's earlobe. Linn smiled and said, why, do you have to know my extraordinary ability? Are you satisfied now? Although the ability of teleportation is Linn's trump card to save his life, he did not intend to hide it from Gwen. Firstly, Gwen will definitely keep the secret for him, and secondly, after Gwen becomes Spider-Woman, the two of them will definitely have the opportunity to fight side by side in the future. If the two people fighting side by side are not familiar with each other's abilities, they will definitely not be able to exert the greatest effect. Feeling the warm breath beside her ears, Gwen's face instantly turned red. Itchy. Subconsciously shrinking her neck, Gwen turned around and hugged Linn and said, you still say you're an ordinary person? Linn, are you a mutant? Looking at Gwen's bright eyes, Linn smiled and said, no, it's almost the same as you being bitten by a spider. I also acquired this ability after birth. Let's not talk about this for now. I will teach you some simple combat skills first. With your spider sense, it is enough to deal with most enemies. Yeah. Hearing Linn say this, Gwen nodded immediately. The best way to train is always actual combat. So for the next week, Linn will take 2 hours every afternoon to conduct combat training with Gwen. At the same time, in Stark Industries, Obadiah Stan's office. Tony, although our plummeting stock price has recovered, it has even increased a lot more than before. But after the weapons manufacturing department was closed, Stark Industries lost its mainstream business, which made the board members very dissatisfied. Although I am trying my best to appease them, you have to come up with a corresponding business that can replace weapons. Looking at Obadiah Stan's earnest persuasion in front of him, Tony Stark's eyes were quite complicated. Ever since he got the evidence from Linn, Tony Stark has been hesitating. After all, he has always trusted Obadiah Stan very much, and even regarded him as his uncle. But now, when he saw him just after the board meeting, he once again put on an I'm doing this for your own good look. Tony Stark just felt sick in his heart. Suppressing the emotions in his heart, Tony Stark looked at Obadiah Stan and said, what do you think? I have to say, Tony, you're indeed a genius. Your mechanical prosthesis is very good and has made a great impact. Now many people hope to have the mechanical prosthesis you made. Looking at Tony, Obadiah Stan smiled and said, I think if you can sell it, the market value of Stark Industries will definitely. Don't even think about it. Hearing Obadiah Stan's proposal, Tony Stark refused without hesitation. That is my armor, not a toy that can be sold at will. Tony, that's it. Standing up and looking at Obadiah Stan, who wanted to say something, Tony Stark said, I will find new products that can replace weapons. For now, the new energy and clean industry is very good. After that, Tony Stark turned and left. Looking at Tony's back as he left, Obadiah Stan's eyes flashed with a hint of sinisterness. After thinking for a moment, he picked up the phone on the table and asked the R/U00260 department to come over. Leaving Obadiah's office and returning to the car, Tony Stark took out his phone and looked at Rhodes' number. After hesitating for a moment, he scrolled down and found Linn Hall's number and dialed it. In the training room, hearing the phone ringing, Linn Hall paused Gwen's actual combat training. After taking a sip of soda water, he answered the phone and said, Tony. Well, actually nothing, I just finished the board meeting. Subconsciously fiddling with the audio buttons in the car, Tony Stark said, by the way, didn't you say you bought Stark Industries stocks last time? How is it, are you making crazy money? Although I don't know what Tony wants to do by calling me, I can hear him looking for a topic and sincerely. Linn Hall smiled and said, I really made a lot of money. Now the stock price is much more stable, so I'm going to sell it. I suggest you don't sell it yet. Just now, the old guys on the board of directors wanted to force me to sell my armor. You know, Linn, I will never sell armor as a commodity. Tony Stark took a sip of dark green vegetable juice from the co-pilot and looked at the building outside the car window and said, but Stark Industries does need some mainstream business to replace the weapons manufacturing department. I think new energy is a good project and can be used in all fields. So, I suggest you hold Stark Industries stock for a while. Training room. Looking at Linn making a phone call, Gwen's eyes flashed with a hint of mischief, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and then she walked up and kissed Linn, then pulled Linn and pressed him on the chair. Blinked at Linn provocatively, and then knelt in front of the chair. Actually, I am. Hearing that Linn Hall stopped talking on the other end of the phone, Tony Stark leaned back in his chair and hesitated for a moment. Okay, I just want to tell you that he has made a decision. Since he has helped me keep Stark Industries for all these years, I decided to give him another chance. I will keep a close eye on him. As long as he makes any unusual moves, he will not escape the eyes of the great Tony Stark. Of course, the reason I told you is because you helped me investigate this matter, and I have to inform you for both emotional and rational reasons. After that, Tony Stark waited for Linn Hall's thoughts. But after waiting for a long time, he did not hear Linn Hall's suggestions. Hey Linn, why do I feel something is wrong with your aura? In the training room, gently stroking Gwen's beautiful blonde hair, looking at Gwen's provocative eyes when she raised her head. Knowing that she was retaliating for throwing her to the mat many times during actual combat training. So Linn Hall smiled and said, of course I'm training. You know I'm the top agent, so I have to keep training every day. Wow, it's really hard work. Shrugged, Tony Stark said, what do you think of my proposal? Oh, you mean you want to give Obadiah Stane another chance, right? This is your choice, as long as you can bear the consequences of this choice. Everyone is an adult, so Linn can give Tony Stark some advice, but he can't make decisions for him. After all, Tony Stark's favorability towards him is only 6, and he is just a good friend. And according to his arrogant personality, even when facing Pepper, he keeps a dead duck mouth. I won't give him any chance to retaliate against me. Tony started the car and said, but I am a little curious about the daily training of you top agents. I would like to see it if I have a chance. Listening to Tony's words and looking at Gwen who was helping him train, Linn Hall shrugged. This is not worth seeing. After the training was finished, Gwen ran to the bathroom to rinse her mouth. Linn Hall cleaned up the training room. When she came out, Linn Hall waved and motioned her to sit next to him. Sitting on Linn's legs, Gwen wished she could stick to Linn. Let's talk business. He gently pushed Gwen's head, trying to get this clingy person off him. But he found that Gwen was like an octopus, hugging Linn Hall and not letting go. I won't. She tilted her head and looked at Linn, her white feet shaking, and Gwen's eyes were full of the desire to stick to her. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon now, and we can only stick to each other for 2 hours at most, so I won't let go. Besides, this doesn't stop you from talking about business. After a week of actual combat training, Gwen was very happy to have time to stick to Linn every day. Gwen was even happier when she thought that she could live here every day after going to college next year. Hee. She leaned over to Linn's mouth and kissed him, looking at Linn pretending to be disgusted. Gwen stiffened her neck and said, "You are still disgusted with your own things. Besides, I have rinsed my mouth. Let's talk business." After flicking Gwen's forehead, Linn smiled and said, "Although more than a week of actual combat training cannot make you reach the top level, it is combined with your spider sense and various physical fitness. It is enough to deal with ordinary mutants. I want to talk to you now. After gaining these abilities, what are you going to do with it?" Seeing Linn's serious look, Gwen did not hide it. "Actually, I have thought about it." "Linn, do you still remember that concert? Mutant Adam Morris committed a tragedy-esque concert." "That's right." Looking at Linn, Gwen said seriously, "He was shooting at the audience indiscriminately on the stage, and I was thinking when you protected me. If I had superhuman abilities, I could save those innocent civilians from his gun. Then when I saw you and Mr. Bald fighting against the mutant, I was really worried that you would get into trouble. I really wanted to help you, but I was powerless, and I knew that if I shouted or moved, it would distract you." Hearing Gwen say this, Linn Hall patted her on the back gently. Even Mr. Bald didn't know what Coulson would think when he heard Gwen call him that. "I don't want to be a hero, but Linn, I want to be someone who can protect innocent people." Looking into Linn's eyes, Gwen said firmly, "I still can't forget the wailing of the wounded and the fearful and desperate eyes of the dead. I don't want to see this happen again. If I don't have this ability, it's fine, but now that God has given me this ability, then I don't want to live up to it." At this point, Gwen rubbed Linn's neck like a kitten. "You will definitely support me, right?" Looking at Gwen's very serious eyes, Linn Hall was silent for a few seconds, then smiled and said, "I knew you would make this choice." Pat Gwen's hips and let her get off him. "Get up and leave the training room." A few minutes later, Linn Hall came in with some things. "What is this?" "The battle suit prepared for you and some gadgets. Unpacking the package, Linn Hall first took out the spider battle suit with black and white as the main body, and embellished with blue, purple, and red. This suit is not only fashionable and beautiful, but also gives people a temperament of toughness and softness. And Linn has added some changes to the original spider suit in his memory. The white one-piece hood and some storage devices on the waist allow her to maximize her abilities. "I originally wanted to use nanotechnology to make a suit, but the current technology is not in place, but I have thought about it. When someone's nanotechnology matures, I will get you a nano armor. In addition, this suit is made of special materials. Not only is it soft and ductile, but its defensive properties are also very good. Neither a dagger nor a bullet can penetrate this suit." Looking at Gwen taking the suit with joy, she seemed to be eager to wear it. Linn Hall picked up various gadgets and continued to introduce them. "This is an electrode sheet. It can release 800-1500 volts of current in an instant, which can instantly electrocute the enemy. This is a microbomb. Don't be fooled by its small size, but its power can easily blow up a building." Linn took out a tactical pen and said, "This is a multifunctional tactical pen. Pressing the button once can release a poison needle, and pressing it twice can release a corrosive liquid. If you are trapped in a secret room or want to enter a certain place, the corrosive liquid can come in handy. And this ring, as long as you turn it gently, a blade will pop out, and you can also cut the enemy's throat in close combat. This is a distress device. I usually wear it on my wrist. Once I encounter danger, I can tap it twice, and I can receive the distress call in the first time. And this." Gwen's eyes gradually changed from surprise to gentleness as she watched Linn take out one gadget after another and introduce them to her. She knew that these were things that Linn got through the FBI or other channels, and they were specially used to save her life. After Linn finally introduced the functions of all the things to her, Gwen couldn't help but throw herself into Linn's arms. Seeing Gwen's eyes full of emotion, Linn patted her back gently and said, "These things I got for you are very small. Usually put them in the storage belt of the battle suit, and they won't hinder your actions. By the way, there is also a spider silk launcher I have already let." Without waiting for Linn to finish, Gwen tiptoed and kissed Linn directly on the mouth. After hugging and kissing Linn for several minutes, Gwen looked at him with gentle eyes. "You're afraid that I will encounter some danger." "Of course. In fact, I have almost conceived the spider silk launcher. I just need to find some chemical materials to make it." As she said, Gwen picked up the spider suit and admired it, and then she couldn't wait to change it. After changing into the spider suit, Gwen proudly asked with her graceful curves, "How is it?" "Very good. I am looking forward to it more and more. New York has a good neighbor, Spider-Woman."